Lord of the Mystery, Lucky by author Nan Haiyu Xing Chen. Chapter 361-400. Chapter 361 Chapter 44 Aemon in the Coffin. Aemon, a familiar name popped into her mind. Alice looked down at the worm of time still wiggling and crawling in her palm, and the dense swarm of worms of time around her, and couldn't help but frown. So disgusting, how did he come up with this scene? Should I cooperate? After a brief moment of confusion, Alice recalled how she had acted when she saw Aemon before. She closed her eyes and let out a sharp shriek. Help me! She only managed to scream halfway when she felt a sensation of falling. She seemed to drop from a great height to the ground and opened her eyes to a familiar ceiling. Where was Aemon? The first thing she saw wasn't Aemon's face, and Alice found it a bit strange. Subconsciously, she sat up from the bed, looked around, and finally spotted a crow on the windowsill with white rings around its eyes. Why didn't he transform into something with white feathers and black around its eyes? A white crow, how cool, A peculiar thought flashed through her mind, seemingly successfully distracting the other person in the room. The crow on the windowsill really transformed into white feathers with black rings around its eyes. Alice's mouth dropped open in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Since that's the case, why don't you try rainbow colors, gradient colors, fluorescent?" Her voice abruptly stopped there. Her vocal cords were still vibrating, but her voice had disappeared. Alice stared wide-eyed at the white crow on the windowsill, her expression full of indignation. But he, the crow, seemed too lazy to bother with her. He flapped his wings and flew out the window. Alice climbed out of bed and ran to the window, ritualistically changing the appearance of her conjured pajamas along the way, before leaning on the windowsill to look outside. A person, help me. Alice watched in horror as a man wearing a monocle leaned next to her, looking out the window with her. She swallowed, then turned her head and asked tactfully, "How many of you are there here now?" I can speak again. Aemon ignored her question, lowering his head and thinking seriously, "There shouldn't be as many as in your dream." In her dream? How many were in the dream? Alice asked calmly. 345,726, Aemon replied calmly. Note 1. Alice turned her head in surprise, asking in a trembling voice, unable to comprehend. "You actually went and counted them?" "Because," Aemon turned to her and gave her a gentle smile, "I thought you would want to know." Under Alice's bewildered gaze, Aemon reached out and pushed up his monocle, smiling. "See, you wanted to taste the flavor of the worm of time. Didn't I prepare a luxurious worm of time feast for you? You didn't even savor it carefully. That's so disappointing to me. Do you think using a dream as the format wasn't sincere enough?" Meeting Aemon's sincere smile, Alice shivered and replied with a smile and tone as sincere as his. "How could that be? We're good friends. I'll be happy with anything you give me. And I remember, worms of time are used to form your avatars, right? Avatars are also part of your body. How can I covet my good friend's body? Why does that sound a bit strange?" Alice blinked twice, belatedly realizing that this phrase wasn't usually used in this context. Alice glanced at Aemon, who didn't find anything wrong with the remark, and quickly changed the subject. "Do you need something from me? Or are you just passing by? Is that so, you'll be happy with anything I give you?" Aemon looked at Alice with a beaming smile, his first words not answering her question, "Then I'll have to give you a grand gift." Alice stood in a daze for 2 seconds, then borrowed Klein's line, "The thought is enough. The gift isn't important." After a pause, she lowered her eyes and asked obediently, "So, what exactly are you here for?" Aemon looked down at her for a few seconds, then, without saying a word, he smiled and extended a hand towards her. "What was this for?" Alice thought for a moment, then reached out and took his hand, asking confusedly, "What are you doing?" Aemon's gaze deepened for an instant, then he still wore that nonchalant smile, and without a word, he grabbed Alice and vanished from the spot. When her body returned to the real world, Alice subconsciously looked around and asked, "Where is this?" No one answered her. Alice closed her eyes and concentrated, sensing with her spirituality, but detected nothing. She opened her eyes in confusion, observing her surroundings. She first noticed that she was sitting in a coffin. The coffin was empty and deep black, and the lid wasn't closed. Well, that was to be expected. Alice continued to look around and found that the coffin was placed on a black pedestal. She climbed out of the coffin and discovered a portrait. The painting was carefully framed. The image had a high degree of overlap with the portrait she had given to Aemon, but it wasn't exactly the same. The image of a female, rendered in a comic style, a white warlock robe, a familiar monocle, and a playful smile all combined to form the picture. But the biggest difference was that this painting was much more vivid than the comic she had given to Aemon. Aemon in the painting seemed alive, maybe it wasn't a seemed. Alice was startled by this realization. After a moment of hesitation, she waved at the Aemon in the painting and tentatively greeted him. Hi. No one responded to her. The portrait didn't even deign to blink. Regardless of whether the portrait was Aemon or not, Alice decided to assume it wasn't for now. She continued to observe the situation in these tomb chambers. Candles burned on the tomb chamber walls as a light source. Alice stared at the candles for a while and found that even though they were burning, the flames seemed fake. She watched for a long time but didn't see the candles shorten or drip wax. This was undoubtedly the work of Beyonder abilities, and Alice wasn't interested. She shifted her gaze, using the candlelight to observe her surroundings. The tomb was very new. Alice guessed that this was the same technique as the candles on the wall, perhaps time, perhaps fate, perhaps just an illusion. Alice was not interested in this. Upon realizing this was a tomb chamber, Alice understood why Aemon had brought her here. She had once suggested to Aemon that she would lure Sylvia over, and Aemon would hide in a coffin and suddenly climb out, even specifically paying Aemon an acting fee. Alice guessed that this was probably a disguised mausoleum. She might now be Aemon in the coffin. So what did Aemon go to do? End of chapter. Chapter 362 Chapter 45 Dolly Aemon. Unable to find Aemon, Alice thought for a moment, then took out the monocle Aemon had given her and put it on. She then transformed her clothes into the attire from the portrait. Now she was Aemon, lying in the coffin in Aemon's mausoleum, wearing a monocle. Who would dare say she wasn't? Alice sat back in the coffin with a clear conscience, smoothly lay down, then realized something was wrong and sat up again from the coffin. The coffin lid wasn't closed yet. Alice had a flash of inspiration, realizing a completely wrong problem. She climbed up and hugged the coffin lid, beginning to figure out how to close it while lying down. Only after Alice painstakingly completed the task and successfully locked herself in the coffin did she realize what was truly wrong. How did she actually end up lying inside? Alice looked at the coffin lid above her and pondered for about 10 seconds, discovering that sleeping in a coffin was actually a great idea. Vampires are so smart, how did they come up with, oh, wait, didn't Mr. Moon say they don't sleep like that? Alice repented to the invisible Mr. Moon for a few seconds, then closed her eyes and began to sleep. The spacious coffin prevented Alice from feeling cramped inside. She could even turn over freely, avoiding the uncomfortable feeling of being unable to move from before. The coffin lid was tightly sealed, blocking out external light and sound. The surroundings were so quiet that only Alice's own breathing could be heard. If only the coffin were a bit sturdier, preferably the kind that wouldn't break even in an apocalypse, then I could sleep inside and sleep through the end of the world. Amidst her random thoughts, Alice drifted into a hazy sleep. The dreams she had in the past reappeared. Alice once again dreamed of being on a ship, searching for a treasure. The dream progressed as usual to its end, and Alice once again saw the room filled with treasures. The resplendent sight instantly captured Alice's attention. Alice walked forward, reaching out to scoop up some treasure, whether it was gold coins, gems, or something else. However, she seemed to have no innate connection with the room full of treasures. As soon as she reached out, at the moment before her hand could touch the treasure, a dazzling light flared, forcing her to tightly close her eyes. She felt her body falling downwards. When she regained a sense of reality, Alice knew she had woken up again. She raised her right hand to rub her eyes, but touched the familiar monocle. Alice reached out and pulled off the monocle, rubbing her eyes while looking with sleepy eyes at the person who had opened the coffin lid. "You actually got in," Aemon said to her with an amazed tone, and even fell asleep. Alice didn't know how to explain it, so she chose to remain silent. She chose to look at Aemon's companion. The figure wrapped in a robe, holding an ocean blue-covered book, stiffened in place, watching her and Aemon. After Alice sat up, she immediately saw the knife scar on her right eye. Obviously, a corpse sitting up from a coffin, and a companion chatting with the corpse, such a scene was too stimulating for ordinary people. Sylvia's face was pale, her hand tightly gripping the ocean blue-covered book. Alice thought she wanted to run away, just like every time they had met in the past. But she received no response, the book was as quiet as if it were dead. After Aemon finished his remark, which was both surprise and emotion, to Alice, he turned his head and smiled playfully at Sylvia. "Welcome to my mausoleum." This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Sylvia fell to the ground in terror, and the ocean blue-covered book slipped from her hand. Alice's gaze, not surprisingly, swept over that book, or rather, from the moment she saw Sylvia, her peripheral vision had occasionally glanced at the book. This was the result of her utmost restraint. Alice knew that her reaction would definitely not escape Aemon's notice. She turned her head and said to Aemon, "I want that book." These words startled Sylvia. She disregarded the oppressive presence of a king of angels and an angel, and screamed hoarsely. "It's you. Cassandra isn't responding to me because of you." She shouted this sentence, her purpose seemingly not to question Alice. After gazing at her for a few seconds, Alice realized that her actual purpose was to make herself believe it. She seemed unable to accept the fact that she had been abandoned by Cassandra. But Alice didn't care about Sylvia's mental health. In her eyes, Sylvia was almost a dead person. She merely glanced at Sylvia dismissively, then looked back at Aemon. "I want that book," she emphasized again. "All right," without Sylvia interrupting first, Aemon answered this time. He agreed readily, without any hesitation, "My dear friend, little Alice, who has already tasted the worm of time." After a brief pause, her thoughts resumed. Alice realized that Aemon was imitating the form of address she had used in a certain letter. "Copycat, no, Dolly Aemon." Alice gnashed her teeth and smiled intimately at Aemon. "Thank you, Dolly." Aemon reached out and pushed his monocle. Alice had no intention of explaining the issue of Dolly Aemon to Aemon. She rolled out of the coffin, then jumped down from the high platform. Her first action was to reach for the ocean blue-covered book. Her fingertips touched the book, the cover of the book was as smooth as Alice had guessed, and it slipped from her hand. Alice watched in surprise as the book disappeared. She turned her head, and Aemon spread his hands, smiling. "I didn't take it. You just helped it escape." Alice glared at Aemon. "Who said that?" Aemon denied, "I was just adding a little fun to your life. Don't you think it's boring to have your wish come true just by sleeping and waking up?" Before Alice could retort, Aemon vanished from his spot. Then, Sylvia's voice rang out. "What doesn't belong to you will never belong to you. You can't grasp Cassandra." Alice immediately frowned, lowered her head with a mix of pity and mockery, and looked down at Sylvia, smiling haughtily. "That's not necessarily true. Besides, have you ever considered that Cassandra isn't responding to you perhaps because you're too useless, and so you were abandoned? Anyway, if I were a soothsayer, I definitely wouldn't choose someone as useless as you to be the protagonist. Stuck at sequence 7, can't you even solve such an obvious puzzle?" "Puzzle," Sylvia repeated subconsciously. The marauder potion that was stolen, the swindler potion that was tricked. Alice's tone rose slightly. "A cryptologist, of course, needs to decrypt." End of chapter. Chapter 363 Chapter 46 This child must not be left behind. Sylvia's constricted pupils told Alice that her first two sentences were correct. With her guess confirmed and her malice towards Aemon somewhat vented, Alice lost the desire to continue speaking. Alice wasn't particularly angry about her plans being disrupted. As an angel of the destiny pathway, she was always exceptionally sensitive to dreams. She hadn't forgotten the two dreams whose first halves were almost identical. Actually, the second halves were also similar. She hadn't obtained the treasure in either. If one were to interpret it in detail, perhaps, the second dream was the dream that should have happened, where destiny chose her to obtain the treasure, but it wasn't the right time, and she could only glimpse the treasure from a close distance. The first dream, on the other hand, addressed the current situation. Aemon had stolen the treasure that was right before her eyes, or perhaps, the treasure was Aemon's scam. Who knows? Anyway, it was all Aemon's doing. Alice only confirmed one thing. No matter the situation, she couldn't obtain Cassandra now. However, if it was Aemon, she certainly couldn't just let it go. Accounts still needed to be settled. Alice shook her head. casting aside the jumbled thoughts in her mind, and looked at Sylvia. How should she deal with her? Her initial anger had long since vanished during this time. Alice still wanted to kill Sylvia, but the nature of it was more akin to a task than hatred. Why didn't Aemon kill you? Alice asked, lowering her head. That way I wouldn't have to do it myself. Her voice could be described as calm, or rather, it conveyed little emotion, yet Sylvia's emotions were complex and varied: anger, fear, and perhaps even sadness. Alice wasn't sure, but it didn't matter. Alice pinched her fingertips, muttering to herself. If you were to meet the requirements of a protagonist, you should die in an exceptionally grand manner. However, I am not your Cassandra, and we could even be called enemies, so you should. You should let me go, Sylvia suddenly said, her head bowed low. Alice stopped speaking, quietly watching Sylvia. After a few seconds, she couldn't help but murmur. I'm like one of those villains in stories who dies from talking too much. Never mind, why do you say I should let you go? She ultimately wanted to hear Sylvia's reason. Sylvia seemed to have adjusted her emotions. She scrambled up from the ground, knelt, and then looked up at Alice, saying, if you are enemies, you should all the more let me go. The best way to defeat an enemy is to understand it, and I know many secrets of Cassandra. Alice was momentarily stunned by this attitude. She didn't correct Sylvia. In fact, even if she died, Alice could still learn those secrets, and it was unlikely Sylvia knew more than she did. Instead, she looked at Sylvia and made a decision. Alice reached into her clothes, rummaging around. Under Sylvia's puzzled gaze, she pulled out a dagger and a piece of candy, then smiled at Sylvia. Choose one. If you choose correctly, I won't kill you, how about it? Sylvia looked up and met her gaze. After more than 10 seconds, she took the candy under Alice's smile, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. Choosing candy, huh? Alice gazed at Sylvia thoughtfully. Just as she was about to utter the phrase, this one must not be spared, she saw Sylvia's next action. She decisively picked up the dagger from Alice's other hand and plunged it into her own chest, mercilessly twisting it, her movements as if she were dealing with a mortal enemy. Alice watched this scene in astonishment, speechless for a moment. There was no correct answer to this question, was there? Sylvia asked in her dying moments. She was right. If Sylvia had chosen the knife, it would mean she harbored murderous intent, and this one must not be spared. If Sylvia had chosen the candy, it would mean she was extremely cunning, and this one must not be spared. If Sylvia had chosen neither, it would mean she was inherently rebellious, and this one must not be spared. If Sylvia had chosen both, it would mean she was deeply consumed by desire, surely a calamity, and this one must not be spared. There was no correct answer to this question at all. If one had to say, perhaps it was to decisively commit suicide like Sylvia, taking the path of transmigration and rebirth. Alice wasn't sure if there was truly reincarnation in this world. After all, according to what she had witnessed in the Tarot Club, death had gone mad. She looked at Sylvia's corpse with complex emotions, deciding to begin the seance. Theoretically, such a ritual should be performed in a safe location, but Alice had 100% trust in the mausoleum crafted by Aemon. After all, the greatest danger here was Aemon himself. Although the ritual combining seance and dream divination was complex, Alice hadn't devised it herself. She took the ritual she had copied from Klein previously, found the materials, and began to set it up. Alice had a basic understanding of Sylvia's life trajectory. This seance was merely to ask about some previous unsolved mysteries. Therefore, when the ritual was complete, her first question was this. When you first met Cassandra, what did she tell you? When she spoke this sentence, Alice respected Sylvia's wishes, using the pronoun she that Sylvia had previously emphasized, rather than he. Sylvia's spirit, with vacant eyes, answered the question. She told me I was the chosen one, that the destined moment had arrived, and that she was guided by fate to help me. She was like a living being. It was the first time I had seen such a book. At first, I was both scared and excited, and a little suspicious of her. Later, she predicted several things, and those things all came true just as she said. Alice understood the rest without Sylvia needing to say it. Clearly, that was how she had been deceived. After she finished speaking, Alice shook her head and then asked the next question. Why did you pretend to be a soothsayer to deceive people? Sylvia answered this question without hesitation, for the swindlers, acting. A reasonable answer, but Alice frowned and asked. Was this suggestion made by Cassandra? No, Sylvia still answered very decisively, Cassandra never mentioned this matter. Alice's brow furrowed even deeper, because this contradicted her guess. She suspected that Sylvia had been a lure used by Cassandra to attract her from beginning to end. She suspected that Sylvia's appearance was merely because Cassandra wanted to see her. Alice didn't intend to easily give up her guess. She thought for a moment, then continued to ask. Then did Cassandra ever mention to you the story of impersonating a charlatan to swindle people? End of chapter. Chapter 364 Chapter 47 New pen name. The question was answered in the affirmative, and Alice's guess was partially confirmed. Cassandra had indeed not proactively brought up the matter, but it had likely subtly guided it. The only thing Alice wasn't sure about was whether Sylvia's decision had been influenced by fate. But she couldn't determine this, as she wasn't sure how much ability Cassandra still retained, and Sylvia obviously couldn't have known either. After ending the spiritual mediumship, Alice stared at the corpse on the ground, falling into distress. How should she dispose of the body? She looked around, her gaze finally settling on the open coffin. A corpse should be in a coffin. After making her decision, Alice picked up Sylvia's body, tossed it into the coffin, then closed the lid, and clapped her hands with satisfaction. A few seconds later, she silently pushed open the coffin lid again, looking at Sylvia's right eye and pondering. Should I find a monocle for her to wear? Alice pulled out the monocle Aemon had given her, hesitated for a moment, then gave up, instead pulling the dagger from Sylvia's chest. She was very lucky, no blood spurted out, so she didn't have to worry about getting blood on her clothes, though even if she did, there was no need to worry. Alice held the dagger and drew a circle over Sylvia's right eye. If crows can be distinguished by the color of their feathers, then a scar should be fine, right? Do crows even come in rainbow colors? Unfortunately, this question was destined to remain unanswered. Alice looked around, thought for a moment, and tried to push open the door. The door easily opened to both sides, revealing a pitch-black passage that seemed incredibly long. Alice couldn't see the end. So long, never mind. Alice, who had originally intended to go out and see where this place was, decisively abandoned the idea and chose to teleport. There wouldn't be any problems, at most it would just be a directional error that drops her in front of Aemon. Looking at the terrifying, desolate forest around her, and the white crow not far away, Alice couldn't help but ask. Do crows even come in rainbow colors? I haven't seen any, the crow replied. After staring at the talking crow and thinking for a few seconds, Alice lowered her head and began to examine her body. This scene made the crow, or rather Aemon, feel puzzled. It flapped its wings and landed on a dead branch near Alice, asking curiously. What are you doing? Alice stopped, raised her head, and said. I'm checking if there are any signs of me losing control. Quote. Why would you have such a question? Aemon didn't understand. Because, Alice explained with a frown, I used to like talking to small animals and plants by the roadside. At that time, some people thought I was sick, and then the doctor told me that talking to animals and plants wasn't considered sick. But if I thought animals and plants were responding to me, then that was truly sick. After a pause, Alice continued to murmur, however, speaking of which, I've actually chatted with a dog before. This, of course, referred to Susie, but the crow Aemon wasn't concerned with that. It seemed to be hesitating about what would be more appropriate to say, so after more than 10 seconds, Alice received this answer. Actually, I also have dog avatars. Alice couldn't help but look up at Aemon. Neither of them understood what the other was saying, but the conversation still successfully connected. Alice blinked and asked, then do you have those fluffy avatars, with fur that's preferably soft, feels good to touch, and looks a bit better? Quote. The crow Aemon felt confused. I want to adopt one, Alice finally said. Whether it was the main body, an avatar, or the Aemon council behind it, this was probably the first time a group of Aemons had heard such a request. The crow Aemon finally replied silently. All right, Dolly. We'll consider it. This time, it was Alice who showed a puzzled expression. Although I'm not sure why you're calling me that, Aemon explained, you're probably swearing. That's actually not wrong. Alice didn't know what to say. She stared at the crow Aemon for more than 10 seconds, then disappeared directly from the spot. This time, she was not stopped by Aemon and successfully returned to her home in Backland. The story that had been set aside after the title was decided was pulled out again by Alice. She began to draw the first draft without changing her expression. She decided to start drawing from Aemon and Leonard's first meeting, interweaving the story of Aemon and Pales. Amon's coffin probably had an excellent sleep-inducing effect. Alice only learned that it was already Friday after asking Klein. Alice, fueled by her anger towards Aemon, uncharacteristically worked hard, forgetting to eat and sleep, completing the first part of the manuscript within a week, and stepping into the magazine office the following Friday. This time, she didn't use Beryl Rose's appearance, but walked in openly with her original face. Having had experience once, Alice successfully negotiated the contract. When the editor asked for her pen name, she pondered for a moment before replying. Rita Skeeter. This reporter, originally from the Harry Potter worldview, was outwardly a pillar of the prophet, but in reality, she wrote serious news like an entertainment magazine, specializing in spreading rumors and distorting facts. Aside from being notorious, Alice felt she fit all the other criteria. The Tarot Club meetings of the past 2 weeks had been quite boring. If there was anything particularly special, it was probably at the Tarot Club meeting on April 11, when Klein officially began to agree on meeting codes with Catalia. Before they officially began to discuss, the World raised his hand, signaling to the Hermit, Catalia not to speak yet, then waved at Alice under Catalia's bewildered gaze. What is it? Alice, who was excitedly watching them prepare to offer some advice, asked in confusion. If you can remain quiet for the upcoming period, Klein tried to propose a deal. I have a gift for you. Perfect, it can serve as a belated birthday gift for her. Will she have psychological trauma about celebrating her birthday? Although he wasn't sure what had happened that day, Klein still looked at Alice with some concern, deciding not to mention the matter then. Alice didn't know what he was thinking. She suddenly became happy and leaned closer, asking, "What is it?" Klein, who hadn't decided what the gift was, tentatively replied, "I thought you'd prefer a surprise." End of chapter. Chapter 365 Chapter 48 Canned Wolffish. Alice accepted this matter. Although she was eager to know what the gift was, Alice clearly preferred the process of waiting. After all, if she knew the outcome of everything before it even began, it would truly be a boring affair. With this thought, Alice averted her attention from investigating what the gift truly was, nodding reluctantly, which he took as her agreement. But Klein knew that this matter was far from over. If he couldn't produce a gift that satisfied Alice by then, he would be doomed. Regardless, Alice finally quieted down. They had already set a meeting place. Klein was currently on a ship bound for Nas, the capital of the Galgas archipelago. The follow-up to this matter actually included the fair, but because Alice was present, Catalia didn't bring up the topic during their several exchanges. It wasn't until the last Tarot Club meeting that Alice generously praised her. "You're so generous, Lady Hermit. Mr. Hanged Man charged me £1,000 for the fair before. You didn't even mention it. Are you not planning to charge?" At that time, Catalia didn't know whether to admire Alger, the Hanged Man's, courage or to regret the fair she had lost. If it were just the world, she would definitely have charged. But Alice had already praised her generosity, and even if Alice's tone sounded like she genuinely intended to pay, Catalia didn't dare to charge anymore. She struggled to maintain a smile, nodded, and said, "This is not a big deal, your enjoyment is the most important thing." She cautiously avoided saying flattering words like, "I am willing to pay the price to invite you." Given Alice's comprehension abilities, Catalia was very worried that such a remark would be taken seriously. For this, Klein could only profit £3,000 with tears in his eyes. The method they ultimately decided on was to meet via a crystal ball. Alice didn't object much to this, her only request was this. At that time, can you change into a warlock's robe? It feels more appropriate with a crystal ball. It wasn't too serious a problem, and Klein had no intention of refusing, but considering Alice's personality, his attitude when agreeing seemed very reluctant. Alice therefore gave up on making further demands and quietly waited for their conversation to end. As the ship let out a roar indicating it was about to dock, Klein, who had already changed into his warlock's robe, called Alice's international phone number. Alice, who had several experiences traveling by ship, chose to go after Klein had docked. So when Alice appeared in the Galgas archipelago and saw Gehrman Sparrow wearing a warlock's robe, she couldn't help but fall into contemplation. A long black warlock's robe, black pants, and black shoes, this attire indeed met Alice's requirements. Klein even accessorized himself with a black pointed soft hat. What do you think this resembles? Alice pondered for a long time, then pulled out the monocle Aemon had given her, and said solemnly, "Now, it's time for things to return to their rightful owner." Klein actually understood what Alice meant, but he truly didn't know how to react in this situation. He probably realized that his current attire greatly resembled Aemon. The only thing he wanted to know was, if he tried to impersonate Aemon, would it attract Aemon's attention? This was based on Alice's experience. Just as he was thinking, a commotion came over. Klein looked at Alice, who had already put away her monocle and was looking curiously in the direction of the sound source. Never mind. To prevent Alice from secretly slipping away when he wasn't paying attention, Klein decided to proactively take Alice to observe. They walked a few steps closer and saw that a group of pirates seemed to have clashed with the local gang. Before Klein could even form any thoughts, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Although the original battle scene was chaotic, at least it was clear that everyone had their own organizations. But now, it had completely turned into a free-for-all. Klein subconsciously looked at Alice, who blinked her innocent eyes back at him. Klein immediately knew that this must have been Alice's doing. "What did you do?" Klein asked, puzzled. "I'm helping them end this battle quickly," Alice shrugged. "In a Chaoswalker's domain, the best way to fight is not to move." Chaoswalker Chaos Domain. A domain-type ability that blurs the line between friend and foe. The most direct manifestation is that the sense of direction experienced by people within the area is completely chaotic. When a person sees another person standing in front of them, that person might be in front of them, or behind them, or to their left or right, or even above or below them. It's also possible that they see this person as many chunks of flesh, and these chunks of flesh just happen to be pieced together in their field of vision. Who knows? Locating by sound is also not feasible here. People's inherent sense of direction seems to completely lose its meaning within the chaos domain. In addition, divination-type abilities cannot be used here, because the trajectory of the future is completely chaotic and cannot be predicted. However, if one stays in the chaos domain for a long time, there will also be a subtle side effect. It will gradually cause you to lose your sanity. The domain itself unfolds with the caster as the core, and in fact, as the core of releasing this domain, Alice is the primary victim. This is truly a case of no distinction between friend and foe, not even sparing the caster. In fact, the sequence 4 feet absolute rationality state provided some resistance to this, but Alice knew this was not a long-term solution. She only briefly expanded it for a moment, and after realizing these people were fighting even more fiercely, she silently retracted it. Why don't they realize this? Alice asked, puzzled. Klein tried to explain to her the impracticality of fighting violence with violence, and at this moment, a passerby, presumably a local, approached and pulled out a few cans from his body, throwing them into the middle of the road. What was that? A thought of confusion arose simultaneously in both their minds. Next, a foul, fishy smell wafted over. It was clear that what the local had thrown down was the infamous wolf fish can, renowned on the high seas. Klein's face twitched. Just as he was about to endure the discomfort and leave the area, he saw Alice run over, picking up a can from the ground. What was she going to do? Klein's brain worked rapidly. A few seconds later, based on his understanding of Alice, he shouted, "Alice, don't put everything in your mouth." End of this chapter. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 366 Chapter 49 Do You Share Your Mistress? The shout successfully attracted the attention of quite a few people. Although they were escaping the attack range of the wolf fish can, many still looked over curiously. It was too strange. Alice obediently put down the wolf fish can and silently ran back. The shout forced Klein to take a breath of fresh air. He could no longer control his urge to retch. Alice stared at him, thinking for 2 seconds. Being able to hold her breath for a long time, she finally realized that Restart's effect here was minimal. She grabbed Klein and appeared at the outermost layer of the encirclement, then sprinted away with Klein. Since that's the case, Klein couldn't help but ask as he ran, why don't you just take me somewhere far away? But we're in first place right now. Alice replied. The farce ended a minute later. In a hidden corner, Alice handed Klein a glass of lemonade after he had just finished retching. Klein hesitantly took the lemonade from Alice's hand and looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Alice blinked and replied, this might make you feel better. He stared at Alice, thinking for 2 seconds, then replied very politely, thank you. Alice showed an expression of hurt feelings. Klein ignored Alice's pretense and walked out, carrying his suitcase. Alice, not getting the desired cooperation, silently followed. For Klein and Alice, whose birthplaces were in Loen, Nas was already considered a foreign country. Although its location wasn't too far north, the temperature in Nas was indeed not high. In April, Nas was still only a few degrees Celsius. Alice, maintaining her dress-like appearance, felt the surrounding temperature, thought for a moment, and then conjured thicker clothes more suitable for the season. She wasn't actually afraid of the cold, but she was always very immersed in her role as a human. The most famous buildings here were various whaling houses. In the Gargas archipelago, cooking beluga whales had formed a unique culture. Alice had heard of many famous restaurants from the outside world. Her gaze lingered on these restaurants all the way until she saw a team of people parading with banners. They had blondish hair and tall builds. The banners they held high were inscribed with lines of text Alice didn't recognize. What's that? Alice tugged at her translator, the mad adventurer Mr. German Sparrow. Oppose overfishing of beluga whales, we need sustainable development, Klein whispered. What an advanced concept. Alice's mouth twitched. She understood that this was probably another trick by Emperor Rosal. Klein continued to translate the subsequent banners for her. Whaling for survival, not for pleasure. Humans are no nobler than beluga whales. Greedy devil, leave Nas. Upon hearing the last sentence, Alice couldn't help but lick her lips and glance at the restaurant not far away. Overfishing and indiscriminate killing were indeed terrible behaviors, but, she really wanted to try it. Alice's sympathetic tears flowed from the corners of her mouth. At this moment, police officers in gray uniforms, carrying shields, long forks, and batons, blocked the progress of the parade. After a brief quarrel, the scene quickly became intense. Before they could open the wolf fish can, Klein put up an air straw and then dragged away Alice, who still wanted to stay and watch the excitement. Don't even think about taking the opportunity to pick up a wolf fish can, he warned. Alice silently lowered her head. They casually walked into a roadside inn. When the receptionist asked how many rooms they needed, Klein glanced at Alice, asking her with his eyes if she needed one. Alice blinked, turned to the receptionist, and said, 2 rooms, please. So the receptionist immediately gave German Sparrow an, I understand, look, then said to Alice. I'm very sorry, miss, there's only 1 room left. Klein used the clown Deander ability to control his facial expression in time. Alice frowned when she heard this. She sized up the receptionist, then asked in confusion, if that's the case, why did you ask us how many rooms we needed? The receptionist began to organize her words. Alice kicked the counter. After the items on the counter wobbled twice, she asked discontentedly, do I look easy to fool? A drop of cold sweat slid from the receptionist's face onto the registration book, but the receptionist said nothing, only responded with an embarrassed smile, sorry, miss, I misread. There are 2 rooms left. Alice wanted to say something else, but Klein patted Alice, so Alice gave up on pursuing the matter further and raised her chin, saying, hurry up. The receptionist quickly completed the registration and handed over 2 keys. Alice snatched the keys and was about to go upstairs when someone else walked into the inn. A room, the newcomer said. Alice's dangerous gaze fell on the receptionist. The receptionist weakly wiped the sweat from her forehead before replying, sorry, we're fully booked. Klein silently reached out and pulled Alice away. After tidying up their belongings, the first thing Klein did was not contact Star Admiral Katlia, but to appease Alice with food. Raw beluga slices, fried whale steaks, whale blubber with skin, roasted whale meat. After feasting, Alice finally forgot about the unknown hotel receptionist and the roadside wolf fish can. The next morning, they arrived at Grey Amber Street and walked into a shop called Frenzy Whale Dance. This was the contact point Katlia had told him about. Looking at the grizzled-haired boss, who was a head taller than himself, Klein turned and glanced at Alice, who was less than 1.7 meters tall, and felt much more comfortable. After all, German Sparrow was 1.8 meters tall. What? Alice is a girl. And underage. She's an angel. How dare she? Klein tapped the counter with his finger and said in Fosac, "I want to buy whale oil." The boss's face was crisscrossed with wrinkles, but he only wore a coat made of beluga skin, with light patterns that had a strange beauty. How much? The boss was gulping down strong liquor, too busy to care about the messy arrangement of goods. 1¼ barrels, Klein replied. The boss's drinking slowed down, and he propped the brown-green liquor bottle he held onto the counter. Want a sip? The purest Nippos, the mistress of all Fosac men. Alice looked at the two of them, wanting to speak but holding back. This was a distilled spirit unique to Fosac, made from potatoes or grains, famous for its high alcohol content and fiery sensation. Compared to Sonia blood wine, it was quite cheap and more popular among ordinary Fosac people. So your mistresses are shared? She finally couldn't help but ask. End of chapter. Chapter 367 Chapter 50 I like drinking like my mistress. Cough, cough, cough. The alcohol the boss had drunk, and the words Klein was about to utter, got stuck in his throat, and his face turned beet red from violent coughing. As a human, what should one do? One should go over and pat the boss's back. But Alice looked down at the counter between herself and the boss, and finally opted for a different action. After witnessing the boss stop coughing and spit the alcohol back into the bottle, Klein finally realized what had happened. He glared at Alice, who responded with a puzzled look. Why are you looking at me like that? I just thought sharing mistresses was a custom unique to Intis. I think, Klein tried to organize his words, that was just a metaphor. Men in Fosac can't live without alcohol, you understand. Oh, Alice nodded in sudden understanding and turned to the boss. You like drinking as much as you like your mistress. Do you really like your mistress? Klein didn't want to talk to her. Klein also looked at the boss. You don't have to pay attention to her. Discussing mistresses with a girl who looked underage seemed a bit too strange, even if rumors said this girl was keeping the mad adventurer German Sparrow. The boss ultimately accepted Klein's suggestion and didn't answer Alice's question. Instead, he asked German Sparrow. Who introduced you? In any case, after this interlude, he seemed to have no intention of touching his alcohol for a while. Ms. Gert Muse, Klein replied. The boss exhaled, swaying as he stood up, his movements appearing clumsy. The smell of alcohol permeated the air. Alice frowned, casting a mischievous glance at the brown-green alcohol bottle still on the table. So when the boss finished instructing the shop assistant and led them away, Alice lagged behind, picked up the bottle, and took a swig. Tooey, tooey, tooey. She spat out the alcohol, slamming the bottle back onto the counter. This commotion successfully startled the boss and Klein, making them turn around. Alice, however, paid no attention to them. After spitting twice, she realized this wouldn't eliminate the pungent taste unique to high-concentration alcohol. After hesitating for a moment between restart and drinking water, she put on Amon's monocle. So useful. Klein, who now fully understood everything, felt an urge to cover his face with his hand. He didn't dare look at the boss's eyes, merely calling out to Alice with a blank expression. Come here. Alice's movements froze. She cautiously glanced at Klein's face and whispered. I was just wondering why they liked drinking it so much. After all, it smelled terrible. Klein turned to look at the boss. After staring at him for a few seconds, the boss seemed to receive some error instruction, turned around, and continued to stumble forward. One shouldn't argue with a drunk person. Klein silently averted his gaze, looking at Alice. Forget it, one shouldn't argue with a child either. He sighed helplessly and turned to follow the boss. Alice blinked twice in place, deeming this a sign that Klein wasn't going to argue with her, and trotted to catch up. They followed the boss all the way to a small room on the second floor of the back warehouse, then watched as the boss swayed and squatted down. Let me look, he mumbled. This scene made Klein, for a moment, harbor the same doubt as Alice, was it really that good to drink? Maybe I should have had a taste just now. Damn it, I hope Alice hasn't infected me. He glanced at Alice, who, having been standing without any proper posture, immediately straightened up. The drunken boss finally dug out a crystal ball from a pile of junk. He rubbed the crystal ball with both hands, and Alice heard a difficult and obscure ancient Hermes. The room gradually grew dim. All the unlit corners deepened instantly, seemingly emitting a strange gravitational pull. The crystal ball, however, brightened in this atmosphere, and the figure of a woman in a black classical robe appeared. She had an oval face, very fair skin, and deep, slightly purple black eyes, full of mysterious meaning. Ms. Hermit. Alice tilted her head, remaining silent. Klein stepped forward and took the crystal ball from the boss's hand. Katlia, on the other side of the crystal ball, also clearly saw Gehrman Sparrow's appearance. Her gaze sharpened slightly, and she asked with a hint of hesitation. Gehrman Sparrow. She had already decided beforehand not to investigate the true identity of the world. Therefore, Katlia was slightly surprised to see Gehrman Sparrow, but she quickly recalled a certain rumor that seemed too bizarre in this situation. It's said that the mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow is kept by an underage girl. Could it be? Alice, who had just chased away the shop owner, now bounced happily to Klein's side, completely resolving Katlia's confusion. Ms. Hermit. She cried out excitedly. This title suddenly made Klein realize something. To prevent Alice from suddenly shouting, "Mr. Fool," in front of others one day, he turned his head and reminded her. Call her by name. To prevent others from hearing. Ms. Katlia, Alice obediently corrected herself. She actually understood Klein's hint, but Klein's distrust made Alice very angry, and she decided to do something. After staring at Katlia for a few seconds, she reached out and pushed the monocle over her right eye. Before she could speak, Klein smacked her head hard. The plan to greet as Aemon was forcibly terminated. Alice indignantly pulled off the monocle, then, as if remembering something, asked Klein. That monocle I asked you to make for me earlier. I'll give it to you when we get back, Klein said indifferently. So Alice quieted down, and Klein asked Katlia. When do we depart? Their relationship is very good, much better than I thought, at least, Miss Fate seems really obedient. Katlia felt a little relieved. She answered Klein's question. Tonight at 8, at Pier 6. Okay. Klein nodded slightly, then found he couldn't lift his head. Alice was standing on tiptoes, reaching out to press his head down. Inside the crystal ball, the light quickly dimmed after Klein finished speaking, and Katlia's figure vanished in an instant. Clearly, even Star Admiral Katlia didn't want to get involved in this farce. She even gave up on asking about the origin of that bizarre rumor. However, looking at it this way, it seems quite normal for some people to think that Miss Fate is keeping Gehrman Sparrow. Aboard the Future, in the captain's cabin, Katlia thought, slightly lost in thought, as she looked at the crystal ball. End of chapter. Chapter 368. Chapter 51. Deep Sea Ruins. Of course, Klein couldn't compare to Alice in terms of pure strength, and he didn't intend to compete with her. In Alice's stunned gaze, he grew fatter and shorter. Alice pulled her hand back in surprise. She watched, dumbfounded, as Klein, holding the now ordinary crystal ball, regained his original physique as he walked, pushed open the door, and exited. Only then did she remember to follow him. Klein casually tossed the crystal ball to the owner nearby. After they walked out of Frenzy Whale Dance, Klein pulled out his pocket watch, checked the time, and then asked Alice. Do you want to go play for a while, or continue following me? Alice thought for a moment, realizing she had nowhere she wanted to go, so she said, I don't know. Klein's mouth twitched. Too lazy to bother with her, he turned and walked away. Alice followed Klein onto a carriage, listening as Klein gave the name, Lodar, bar, remaining as quiet as a doll throughout the entire journey. It wasn't until Klein took out 2 1-Suler banknotes and handed them to the coachman that Alice looked at Klein, wanting to speak but hesitating. Fosak, being a local region, should obviously have its own currency. Alice wasn't worried about the currency's circulation near the harbor, but in her impression, there was an exchange rate between different currencies. Would it be not enough or too much? Alice cast a hesitant glance at the coachman. The coachman, beaming with joy, took the 2 1-suler banknotes, checked them several times, and then, with a face full of wrinkles, smiled at them and said, thank you for your generosity. It was definitely too much. Alice shook her head, reached out and nudged Klein, whispering a reminder, you seem to have given him too much. The coachman's smile instantly froze. Klein's cold and emotionless gaze fell upon the coachman. 10 odd seconds later, Klein got off the carriage with 1 Fosak silver and 5 gobi. This was the coachman's change. In this world, bars near docks or factory districts often offered lunch and dinner, so they would open around 11 o'clock. Inside the Lodar bar, many idle adventurers had already gathered at the counter, ordering strong liquor, smoked fish, and greasy soup dishes, which they ate with bread, thoroughly enjoying their meal. After silently complaining about Fosak's drinking habits, Klein walked to the bar counter and began to order 4 slices of toasted bread with red sausage, 2 portions of smoked whale meat, 2 portions of thick vegetable soup, 1 glass of glass beer, 1 glass of, do you have non-alcoholic beverages here? He pulled Alice forward. Hearing Klein's request, the bartender frowned. After seeing Alice, he showed a slightly enlightened expression, then shook his head and said, no. Klein turned to look at Alice. Before he could speak, he saw Alice rush forward and say, don't listen to him. I want the strongest liquor you have here. The bartender's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to ignore Alice's request, he heard Klein say in a deep voice, give it to her. The bartender's movements paused. He looked at Klein and finally couldn't help but ask, is a Loan man no match for a little girl? Klein offered no explanation. He directed his gaze towards Alice. After 2 seconds of eye contact with him, Alice released the aura of a mythical creature. The entire bar instantly fell silent, all eyes implicitly drawn to Alice. Alice looked at the slightly pale bartender and said, I want the strongest liquor you have here. Very well, Your Excellency. The bartender replied concisely. Alice blinked twice, reined in her oppressive aura, and looked at Klein. Go find an empty seat, Klein told her. Alice then pattered off to find a seat, waiting for Klein, who had paid, to bring over the food and the liquor she had requested. After getting the liquor, Alice eagerly opened the bottle with a bottle opener. Unlike Loan, Fosak people seemed to prefer drinking straight from the bottle. A strong smell of alcohol wafted into her nose. After 2 seconds of silence, the newly opened bottle returned to its unopened state. She pushed the liquor towards Klein. Klein glared at Alice. Already accustomed to all this, he didn't bother arguing with Alice, merely pushing the bottle aside. From then on, it was entirely Klein's focus. He ate while pricking up his ears, listening to what people around him were discussing, unlike Alice, whose mind was clearly only on eating. So, in between gathering information, Klein glanced at Alice and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Fortunately, she's a pathway. If it were any other pathway, she probably wouldn't even have ashes left, so who spread the false rumor that she's supporting me? Klein was greatly shocked. He gritted his teeth, looking at Alice, and decided to discuss the issue of avoiding suspicion with her when they returned. Would it really work? Such doubts flashed and vanished. The Gargast-style thick vegetable soup, made with beets, onions, cabbage, carrots, fish, and cream, was served. Immediately after, a voice caught Klein's attention. He heard an adventurer lower his voice and say to his companions, did you hear? East of Gargast, there's a 4th epic ruin. Klein turned to look at Alice and found her pouring the thick vegetable soup into her mouth, just a child, normal. His tongue circled his teeth once, then he finally couldn't resist reaching out and patting Alice. Alice looked up in confusion. Klein pointed in the direction of the adventurer, signaling her to listen carefully. So Alice put the soup back on the table, sat up straight, as if afraid others wouldn't know she was eavesdropping. Klein opened his mouth, but ultimately abandoned the idea of persuading her, and listened carefully. No. Who found it? The adventurer's companion asked back, surprised and curious. The adventurer glanced left and right, then said nonchalantly, Gareth found it, you know, the seafarer, who's good at diving. He got drunk, was swept off the deck by a storm, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Who knew he'd find some remnants of steel structures there, definitely human-made steel structures. Then what? His companion pressed. The adventurer chuckled. Gareth followed those remnants and found a giant abandoned undersea well. No one knows how deep, already filled with seawater, but it still gave him a very deep, very terrifying feeling. With the storm above, this might lead to the center of the earth. He said there seemed to be something calling him from inside. He didn't dare to explore and surfaced in fear. Deep-sea giant well, strange, attraction, sensation, this isn't necessarily a fourth epic ruin, it could be from the third epic, the second epic, or even, end of chapter. Chapter 369 Chapter 52 Is this your idea? Klein looked up at Alice, who was also looking at him, her expression unusually serious. Evidently, they both recalled that civilization from before the first epic, a civilization that had since vanished. Klein opened his mouth to say something, only to see Alice lick her lips and frown, asking, how did they manage to blend sweet, salty, and sour flavors so seamlessly? What was she thinking just now? Klein doubted his own judgment. As he hesitated, Alice noticed his stunned expression and, after a moment's thought, asked, aren't you eating? All right. He silently put a piece of smoked white whale meat into his mouth, watching Alice lower her head again and resume eating heartily. Alas, fate. Klein felt a touch of melancholy. He soon realized that the adventurous topic had once again devolved into meaningless gossip, making him even more melancholic. Even if they just clarified who started that damned rumor. Klein angrily stuffed a large piece of smoked whale meat into his mouth. It was indeed delicious. Even after they finished lunch, and Alice held the bottle of what was supposedly the strongest liquor, looking at it with a bitter expression, no adventurer at any table discussed anything of value. However, Lodar Bar was becoming increasingly crowded. Suddenly, the heavy door burst open, slamming against the wall. A young man in a top hat, clearly of Loan descent, rushed in, nervously shouting, "Is anyone from the Adventurer Mutual Aid Society here?" Alice turned to look at Klein. Before Klein could react, 3 adventurers from different corners stood up. Alice turned to look at the one with the longest shadow, realizing his height exceeded 2 meters. Could there really be someone in this world who, rounded up, was 3 meters tall? Alice looked down at herself, feeling a momentary pang of worry. She turned to Klein, noticing he was staring in the direction of the bar's main door. Alice thought for a moment, then also turned her head. Soon, a man appeared there, wearing a linen shirt and a brown jacket. He was of medium build, with purplish lips, and his brown eyes held a strong, barely contained malice that he couldn't hide. Alice recalled briefly and recognized him as the king of Undying Agalito's first mate, Gilzaziz the Butcher. 9,500 pounds. She blurted out. The 5 people at the center of the incident all looked at her. In the awkward silence, Alice thought for a moment, then pointed at Gilzaziz and turned to Klein, asking, "Can you beat him?" Before Klein could decide how to respond, he saw Gilzaziz's gaze sweep over both of them before finally settling on Alice. He watched Alice cautiously, taking a tentative half-step back. After confirming Alice had no intention of stopping him, he turned and calmly but swiftly left Lodar Bar, if his legs weren't trembling. Note 1. It wasn't until he tripped over the threshold and fell face first, then unhesitatingly scrambled up and continued walking, that Alice murmured, no wonder he lived to be worth 9,500 pounds. The 3 adventurers silently returned to their original seats. The atmosphere in the bar was unprecedentedly quiet. Alice frowned slightly, looked at their nearly finished lunch, picked up the liquor bottle, and jumped up, turning to Klein and saying, "Shall we go?" Klein also stood up. He gestured with his eyes for Alice to go first. Alice looked at him in confusion, then started walking. Klein followed half a step behind her. It wasn't until their figures disappeared that the temperature in Lodar Bar began to warm up again, and rustling whispers arose. "Who was that?" "I don't know, I only heard she's keeping Gehrman Sparrow." "Shish, she seems to be a demigod." Lodar Bar fell silent once more at this statement. After all, a demigod, that was a king-level existence. After a long while, a voice asked with a hint of doubt, She doesn't look like she's come of age yet." At 7:30 p.m., after Klein adjusted the combination of Beander items on his person, they went together to pier number 6. After waiting for a while at pier no. 6, Alice saw a huge sailboat slowly emerge in the distance. Above the dark sea, the ship moved smoothly towards the luminous lighthouse. As the sailboat drew closer, its flag gradually became clear. The faint crimson moonlight allowed the people at the port to see 10 white stars of the same size on it, and these stars encircled a cold, lashless eye. Star Admiral. Future. The pirates guarding the ships and the sailors stirred. Alice unhappily kicked the ground in this atmosphere. What a boring cutscene. After another dozen seconds, the shore defense cannons on the mountainsides on both sides, nervously, adjusted themselves, aiming at the huge, undisguised sailboat. Clang, clang, clang. The distant church emitted melodious, ethereal chimes. The time had just struck 8 o'clock, and the future stopped at that moment. It's finally over. Alice pouted and looked up. A lady in a black classical robe had appeared at the bow of the ship at some point, her clothing covered with various symbolic patterns and magical markings, like a powerful warlock from ancient legends. Under the crimson moonlight, a sudden light glowed before her, and brilliant starlight scattered down, condensing into a transparent long bridge. The long bridge continuously extended forward, landing on pier number 6. This is somewhat impressive. Alice nodded with a hint of satisfaction, stepping onto the transparent long bridge. Amidst the gentle undulations of the seawater, under the aim of numerous shore defense cannons, and watched by various unknown gazes, she skipped across. Klein stood still, realizing Alice was still holding the bottle of strong liquor she hadn't drunk. When did she bring it out? Whatever he was thinking, he ultimately stepped onto the transparent long bridge made of starlight with an unperturbed expression, following Alice's pace. So, was such a grand display merely to please Alice? Klein's gaze inadvertently swept across the shore, realizing that with such a commotion, everyone would know they boarded Star Admiral Catlia's ship today. Even though I don't intend to keep this identity, but, Klein thought, accelerating his steps to approach Alice, and asked her in a low voice, was this attention-grabbing welcome your idea? Of course not, Alice shook her head decisively, I didn't. I haven't communicated with her alone. Then, Klein, who had changed back into his suit, reached up and pressed his top hat, it was her own initiative. End of chapter. Chapter 370 Chapter 53 Frank Lee. These words, Alice paused, looking suspiciously at Klein. He wants me to hit her. Alice frowned slightly, and after a moment's thought, looked at the liquor in her arms, unsure how to handle it. Alice immediately had a brilliant idea. She quickened her steps to Catlia and held out the bottle. Catlia took the bottle with slight hesitation. Before she could speak, the bottle exploded in her hand, drenching her in liquor. I didn't tell you to do that, did I? Alice tilted her head, asking once she was sure Klein was already standing on the deck. Good, it seems she's only a little angry. Catlia breathed a sigh of relief, confirming she could still look directly at Alice. Alice, possessing a uniqueness, could initially conceal her special qualities. Below the angel level, and without involving authority, no one could glimpse the power of the key of light within her against her will. This meant Catlia could look directly at her relatively safely, with permission, no longer needing the gray fog ceiling. This also meant that if she angered Alice, Alice might just show her something exciting. Catlia took a deep breath, forced a smile, and replied apologetically. I'm very sorry, She suddenly stopped, realizing that besides the title, Miss Fate, she didn't know how to address Alice. Klein stepped forward at this moment, removed his top hat, bowed, and calmly said, Good evening, lady. You can call it Alice. As he bowed, the purple in Catlia's eyes retracted, and she glimpsed 4 mystical items and dozens of Beander artifacts or spirituality charms on Gehrman Sparrow. She shifted her gaze to Alice, who was referred to as a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and found her fiercely kicking Gehrman Sparrow. You can call her Alice. In her confusion, Catlia heard Gehrman Sparrow quickly correct himself, no wonder. Catlia chose to ignore the incident. She nodded and said, Good evening, Mr. Sparrow. After a pause, she turned to Alice and tentatively called out, Miss Alice. Alice shivered, turned her head, and grumbled, Why don't you just call me Alice? Catlia felt she somewhat understood how to interact with Alice. She said nothing more, smiled at Alice, and said, Okay. Then, she turned and led them into the cabin. At this moment, the stopped future set sail again, drawing a long arc on the sea and heading east along the whaling route, and the tense atmosphere of Nosport dissipated. Gaze from the sailors were cast over. Alice blinked, looked at Klein, then at Catlia, grabbed Catlia's robe, which was clearly easier to grab, and hid behind her. Quote, question mark, quote. Catlia's back stiffened. She looked at Klein with slight hesitation. Fewer people than I expected, Klein replied as if he had seen nothing. After a moment of silence, Catlia also replied as if nothing had happened. Going east of the Whaling Route is a very dangerous thing. Only Ludwell often goes there, seemingly searching for something. Besides the future, none of the other pirate ships will go there. Similarly, most of the sailors have been moved to other ships, leaving only the minimum number to ensure navigation here. What if someone dies? Alice poked her head out from behind them and asked. Catlia opened her mouth and looked at Gairman Sparrow. I think the minimum number here includes accidental casualties, Klein calmly explained to her. What if everyone dies? Alice continued to ask. Klein turned his head, looked at her seriously, and replied, then I'll throw you into the sea as driftwood. You're so scary. Alice silently retreated behind Catlia. Continue, Klein said to Catlia, who had stopped. Without changing his expression, it seemed he could really control Miss Fate. Catlia was stunned by his practiced response. She silently led them to the cabin entrance. Waiting there was a man in overalls and a white shirt. He was about 30, robust, with thick body hair, so much so that his exposed forearms looked as if they were covered in a brown sweater. Alice stared at his arm and asked him before anyone else spoke. Hello. Can I pluck one? Catlia couldn't help but want to turn and look at Alice, but stopped midway and looked at Gairman Sparrow. The man didn't notice the hidden meaning in Catlia's strange attitude. He laughed heartily, extended a strong arm, and replied, I am the first mate of the future, Frank Lee. If you're curious, you can try plucking one. Frank Lee, the toxin expert worth 7,000 pounds, Alice blinked, matching his face to the wanted poster. Good evening, she replied with sparkling eyes, her attention completely shifted from the body hair. Frank Lee retracted his right arm and continued with an undiminished smile. You seem to know me. Yes, a photo I once took appeared on my wanted poster. Don't mind the toxin expert title, I'm a very friendly person, as long as I'm not facing those damned guys. My greatest hobby is researching soil, crops, and hybrid breeding techniques. Believe me, this is the future of humanity. Alice's movements paused suspiciously. She looked at Catlia with slight hesitation before saying, You're the one the Earth Mother Church sent to the Judgment Court. Oh. Frank Lee's expression suddenly turned indignant. I just tried to crossbreed bulls, cows, and wheat so that calves could grow out of the ground like wheat, and I was almost sent to the Judgment Court by the Earth Mother Church. Merciful Mother, they don't truly understand your will. For calves to grow out of the ground like wheat, Alice murmured, suddenly feeling she had misunderstood this kind, good person. Why is your vision limited to cows? Why not consider chicken leg trees, steak trees, ice cream trees, MMPH? Klein clapped a hand over Alice's mouth, ignoring her angry gaze, and said to Frank Lee. Good evening, I am Gairman Sparrow. Good evening. Frank Lee looked at both of them with slight hesitation, unsure if he should continue speaking. End of this chapter. Chapter 371 Chapter 54 Money Tree. Alice pulled Klein's arm away at this moment, turned her head, and questioned, Don't you want a money tree? Klein hesitantly lowered his hand. Catlia began to look at them with a terrified expression, then she turned to Frank Lee and saw that he was actually deep in thought. The good news was that Klein was at least more sober than Alice. While fantasizing about the beautiful picture Alice described in his mind, he warned her expressionlessly, Don't forget what you promised. What did I promise? Oh, I promised to consider whether I could solve a problem before doing anything. That means as long as I can solve the problem, it doesn't matter what I do. Alice's eyes lit up. She looked up at Klein and said, I understand. Don't worry, I won't forget. Although I don't know how she understood it, there was definitely something wrong with this matter. Meeting Alice's eager gaze, Klein only felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. He shivered before saying to Alice, Alice, I don't want to create extra trouble, do you understand? That means we have to wait until we return. Alice nodded thoughtfully, indicating that she understood. I still feel like something isn't quite right. Alice agreed too easily, and Klein looked at her twice, still uneasy, but ultimately said nothing. Catlia led them forward with trepidation. As they stepped onto the second level, Alice frowned and looked at the shadows to the side. Who is that? She asked, puzzled. The darkness twisted after Alice's words fell, and a tall, thin, but pale figure emerged in her astonished sight. Did you crossbreed something with a human? She subconsciously asked Frank Lee. Ha ha ha, Frank Lee laughed heartily, although I've always wanted to do that, it's regrettable. This is the future's first mate, Heath Doyle. Alice felt a bit disappointed for some reason. Heath Doyle's facial skin was so pale it was almost transparent, and his high nose bridge was particularly prominent on his face. Alice glanced at him and found the corresponding wanted poster in her mind. The Bloodless, worth 7,600 pounds. Heath didn't seem to hear Alice's words, or he heard them but didn't care. He merely nodded as a greeting, then silently retreated into the shadows. He looks like one of those socially anxious people who would die if they saw the light. Alice silently complained in her heart. He is a Rose Bishop. Frank Lee enthusiastically began talking about Heath Doyle on their way to the captain's cabin. Rose Bishop, Sequence 6 of the Secret Supplicant Pathway. Secret Supplicant. Alice's face was filled with horror. Wait a minute, can Sequence be mentioned so casually? Alice hesitated for a moment, then looked at the experienced adventurer Gaerman Sparrow, only to find him looking at Star Admiral Catlia. Alice silently turned and looked at Catlia with him. Catlia's expression was full of helplessness, and Frank Lee's voice continued to ring out. Are you wondering and worried, afraid that he is a pious believer of the true Creator, a contaminated lunatic? No, haha, he is a lucky fellow. Because of an accident, he, originally an ordinary person, was splashed with a potion formulated from Rose Bishop Beander materials. He was slowly infiltrated but endured, eventually becoming a rather peculiar Beander. Because he didn't go through the listener stage, he wasn't contaminated and didn't become a lunatic. As long as he doesn't actively use the Beander ability of listening, he remains a normal person. That sounds like. Alice, who had just seen Sylvia off, widened her eyes in amazement, then became uneasy again, frowning slightly as she asked, what kind of accident was it? Frank Lee had clearly never encountered anyone whose first reaction after hearing the whole story was to ask for details of the accident. He tried to explain, it was just a general accident. What did you think of? Catlia was clearly much more sensitive to Alice's change in attitude. Alice's rare seriousness immediately aroused her vigilance. Even thick-skinned Frank Lee couldn't help but glance at Alice. Heath Doyle's figure reappeared in the shadows. Alice glanced at him and asked with a serious expression, before or after the accident, did you encounter anything related to a soothsayer? No. Heath Doyle decisively denied it. I hope you're telling the truth. Alice shrugged, your story sounds too much like a protagonist. I hope you haven't been watched by a certain soothsayer. That doesn't sound like a good thing. Catlia asked tentatively. Alice raised an eyebrow, turned her head to look at her, and asked, do you think being watched by me is a good thing? Of course not. Catlia subconsciously thought so, but she looked at Alice and didn't dare to say the words out loud. Obviously, the kind Klein answered the question for her, this is absolutely not a good thing, and my personal experience is enough to prove it all. Alice turned to look at him expressionlessly. You asked yourself, Klein said self-righteously, I thought you'd have some idea of what you've done. Alice continued to glare at Klein. She certainly knew in her heart, but others couldn't say it out loud. After a moment of hesitation, Catlia tried to step forward and mediate. Mr. Sparrow, your room is ahead. Frank will take you there. If you need anything, you can come directly to the captain's cabin to find me. You can dine in the restaurant at any time, or you can have Frank send food to your room. It mainly depends on which method you prefer. Alice, do you need a room? Of course I do. Alice immediately let go of Klein. You didn't not prepare one, did you? No, of course not. Catlia shook her head, please follow me. Catlia led Alice through several turns to a room. She pushed open the door and said to Alice, this is your room. Alice walked in curiously and found that the room was out of place with the atmosphere of the entire pirate ship, full of childlike innocence. After standing there for 2 seconds, she remembered the starlight bridge she had stepped on when boarding the ship. Speaking of which, I haven't asked yet. Alice turned her head curiously and asked, is that starlight bridge your Beander ability? End of chapter. Chapter 372 Chapter 55 The Canteen of the Future. Alice said, walking into the room. She didn't expect Katlia to answer. For now, she was more interested in the room's furnishings than where that long bridge came from. Mushroom-shaped tables and chairs, a bed that looked like it was woven from vines, this room looked like a dreamy and beautiful fairy tale. "Are you trying to please me?" she asked before Katlia could answer. "Or, are you helping someone test me?" This guess stemmed from Katlia's ostentatious actions when they boarded the ship. Alice hadn't forgotten that Katlia knew Bernardet. Even before boarding the future, she had wondered if she would see Bernardet on the ship. However, so far, Bernardet had not appeared. Alice turned her head and showed Katlia a smile in the dim light, saying, I like this room. So, if you're trying to please me, or helping someone please me, you can state your request now." After a pause, she suddenly asked again, "Is there a late-night snack on the ship?" "Yes." Katlia seemed a little unaccustomed to the jumping topic. "Great." Alice clapped her hands. "Then I want to go to the restaurant to see." She just wanted an excuse to go to the restaurant. Katlia was silent for a moment, then led Alice into the restaurant and asked, wait a minute." When she noticed Alice reaching for a mushroom, Katlia nervously stopped her. "This mushroom is beef-flavored." Alice's eyes were full of confusion. After meeting her gaze and staring at her for a few seconds, Katlia walked to the food counter and introduced the items one by one. "This potato is also beef-flavored, this fish tastes like wheat, these." Enough, Alice, whose dream had come true, expressionlessly stopped her from further introductions. "Good night." She turned and walked away, looking like she wanted to escape the restaurant. When she reached the door, she finally couldn't help but turn back and ask, "Are you sure all this food is safe?" "No one has had any problems eating it so far," Katlia replied. This answer gave Alice no sense of security. After a brief silence, she decided to trust her spirituality. Her spirituality said it was fine. Alice slowly moved back, picked up a potato that was supposedly beef-flavored, and took a bite. The taste and texture were both beef, but it was indeed a potato. Alice chewed carefully, then turned to look at Katlia and gave her evaluation. "It's okay. You should try ice cream with chili sauce. I think the person who came up with that idea is the real genius." Katlia's eyes were full of confusion. Alice didn't want to explain to her how many strange attempts humans in the 21st century had made with food. She walked away, holding the potato. Behind her, Katlia frowned and thought for a moment, then served herself some ice cream, found the chili sauce, and drizzled it on top. After several minutes of mental preparation, she tentatively scooped a spoonful and put it in her mouth. A few seconds later, she expressionlessly dumped the ice cream into the trash can. Who came up with that idea? The next morning, when Klein saw Alice, she was staring blankly at the fish on her plate. "What are you thinking?" Klein curiously chose a similar fish and sat opposite Alice. "You'll understand if you taste it," Alice sincerely suggested. Her attitude, however, made Klein hesitant to try. Klein warily glanced at the fish on his plate, then looked up at Alice and asked, "What's wrong?" "You try it," Alice insisted. Klein put down his knife and fork. After Alice stared at him for a few seconds, Klein silently picked up his knife and fork again. "Forget it, she won't really harm me anyway, at most it'll taste a bit strange." Actually it tastes pretty good, but, what kind of fish is this?" "It's my first time eating fish with this texture," Klein asked, looking up. Alice was silent for a moment, then looked at him and said firmly, "Look at you, you're already hallucinating. This is clearly a potato, how can it be fish?" This was a potato-flavored fish. After a few seconds of silence, Klein tentatively asked, "Was this fish cultivated by Frank Lee?" Alice nodded heavily, then pointed to the food counter, which was divided into two halves, and introduced. Katlia specifically separated the food cultivated by Frank Lee from the normal food. "Is she sure this food is safe?" Klein hesitated, asking the same question as Alice. "No one has died from eating it so far," Alice gave a similar but vastly different answer. Klein swallowed hard, looking down at the fish on his plate, conflicted. "Come on, don't waste food." Alice reached out and patted Klein's shoulder, then, in his bewildered gaze, forked the fish from her plate onto his, and took her plate away. Did she just give me her leftovers? Klein looked at the 2 fish on his plate and fell into thought. After a long while, he picked up his knife and fork again. Alice, having resolved her major concern, walked onto the deck. The sea breeze brushed across her face, and she comfortably narrowed her eyes, stood on tiptoe, placed her right palm above her forehead, and squinted into the distance. After an unknown period, 2 whaling ships appeared ahead. As soon as they noticed the star and eye flag flying on the future, they immediately reacted nervously. They quickly adjusted their positions, turning their sides towards the future, with cannons poised and ready to fire. At the same time, the whaling cannons, which launched harpoons and spears with explosives, also turned in the same direction. The tall, light-haired fishermen from the Gargas Islands, holding spears or guns, standing or squatting, were exceptionally vigilant. If I suddenly appeared on their ship now, a dangerous thought appeared in Alice's mind, but she abandoned it after only a moment of impulse. After all, Klein said he didn't want to cause any extra trouble. Alice sighed, feeling bored. Her eyes darted around, and she slipped into the captain's cabin. Katlia was indeed inside, looking out through the window. She agreed to let Alice in, and while surprised that Alice actually knocked, she asked, "What's wrong?" Alice didn't speak. Alice stood next to her and looked out with her. After more than 10 seconds, Katlia finally couldn't resist, turned her head, and asked, "What are you doing?" End of chapter. Chapter 373 Chapter 56 Take a sip and try it. "I'm watching what you're watching," Alice replied as if it were the most natural thing. Katlia didn't know what to say, and the scene fell silent again. She tried to start a conversation several times, but when she turned her head and saw Alice's focused expression, she gave up. It wouldn't be good if her attention was diverted. Remembering Frank Lee, Katlia thought it was a good idea to let Alice stand there and zone out for a while. Alice wasn't a patient person. After staring at the unchanging sea for a few minutes, she began to get bored. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the Key of Light, who had given her a birthday present. Alice guessed that she and it were probably very similar. Perhaps she was influenced to be like it, which was obvious, or perhaps her own personality was very similar to it. The Huan in her memory seemed to be only single-digit years old. But no matter what, if she and it were truly similar, it was predictable that the Key of Light probably didn't like boredom much either. What did it like? Alice didn't know, but Alice was sure she liked change, unpredictable change. If it were prey, she would prefer the kind that couldn't be caught, the kind that seemed foolproof but suddenly broke free. Perhaps the Key of Light wanted it to lose in its own game even more than I did. Perhaps it didn't even know it had such a thought, because it was confident it wouldn't lose, just like I used to be. Alice had to admit that although that birthday present had made her furious, it had indeed stirred up her rare fighting spirit. It had stirred it up. But the absurd thought that had just arisen didn't disappear with Alice's wild musings. It took root in Alice's mind, growing wildly like a weed. If that's the case, she gently curved her lips, this is my chance. Katlia's hesitant gaze fell on Alice. She was debating whether she should say something to go along with Alice's performance, when a cluster of pirate ships gradually appeared on the distant sea. Before Katlia could react, Alice excitedly grabbed her wide robe, leaned her head close, and asked, "Is there going to be a fight?" In that instant, the demeanor of a reclusive master vanished completely. Katlia subconsciously lowered her head, her gaze falling on Alice's hand grasping her robe. Alice paused, then quickly retracted her hand, moving as if she had done something guilty. Katlia seriously began to consider the possibility of taking off her robe and checking it right then. Alice looked at the window guiltily, finding that the pirate ships had already nimbly fled in all directions like fish, avoiding the future, a giant stone. Alice's mood was as sad as a fisherman who had waited a long time, finally saw hope, and then found his school of fish scattered by a stone falling from the sky. But Alice quickly noticed that the future had inexplicably begun to slow down. Alice turned her head in surprise and asked, "Is something wrong?" She became happy again. No, Katlia denied Alice's words, pulled out a pair of heavy glasses, and put them on. "There's a fourth epic ruin nearby. I plan to take a look while we're here." As she spoke, she walked to the door, opened it, and found Gehrman Sparrow about to knock. "A fourth epic ruin?" Alice stepped forward at this moment and asked, "Is it the deep-sea giant well?" Deep-sea giant well. Klein's questioning gaze fell on Katlia. Katlia nodded in response to Alice, then, as she walked out, she repeated what she had said to Alice. Although not as excited as Alice, Klein was also curious about the deep-sea giant well. He didn't press further, following their footsteps. They walked onto the deck where Frank Lee was waiting. He was still wearing yesterday's clothes, sleeves rolled up. Alice, with her sharp eyes, saw a little dirt on his arm. "Good morning, Gehrman." Frank Lee greeted his two guests. "Good morning, Alice." Alice waved at him, about to say something, but suddenly heard Klein's cough. "Sick," Frank Lee said enthusiastically. "You can wait a moment, His voice stopped abruptly. He saw Alice simply patting Gehrman's sparrow, which made the adventurer radiant. Frank Lee looked at Alice in surprise. Among the Beyonder abilities he knew, none could heal illness so casually. Alice didn't notice anything wrong. She looked back at him in confusion and asked curiously, "What were you about to say?" Frank Lee instantly forgot his confusion. He said happily, "I was going to ask him to wait. That way, after I showed you this great invention, I could show you another invention, but it seems it won't be needed now." Saying this, Frank Lee raised his other hand, which he had been holding, and opened his palm. Inside was a broad, fat fish. Alice suddenly remembered the scene she had seen in the future's dining hall. She hesitated and asked, "What is this fish hybridized with again?" Klein moved half a step closer to Alice, then thought better of it and moved back. Frank Lee didn't notice their strange attitude. As he drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed the poor fish, he said excitedly, "This is absolutely the most popular thing on the high seas." His dagger cut an opening in the fish, and blood gushed from its body, precisely falling into a large beer mug on the deck. Alice realized that the blood wasn't bloody. She smelled a wine aroma in the air. It seemed to be the scent of red wine. It was a little strange, but her spirituality wasn't alarming her. Alice thought for a moment, picked up the wine glass from the ground, and did something completely unexpected. She took a sip. Worst case, restart. Holy cow, it really is red wine. Alice opened her eyes in horror, finding everyone looking at her. Frank Lee seemed to be the only happy one present. "You really are different from everyone else. How is it? You're the first to taste the finished product. This is a fish with red wine for blood." Alice savored the wine aroma in her mouth seriously. "I don't really like drinking alcohol. Could you try sweet iced tea next time?" "No, never mind, that's a bit too far off. Maybe you could try grape juice." End of chapter. Chapter 374. Chapter 57. Can I touch it? As Alice chattered away, Katlia stiffly turned her neck to look at Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow looked straight ahead, cold and indifferent, with an air of disdain. "Aren't you going to do anything? Didn't you say you could keep her in line?" This was the question Katlia tried to convey with her eyes. Unfortunately, Gehrman Sparrow gave no response. Instead, Frank Lee earnestly replied to Alice, "We don't drink beverages, but we can consider it. They will be divided by variety. Some produce fierce rum, some produce nippos, some produce red wine, and some produce beer. The beer must be made with sharks and whales, otherwise, it won't be enough." Alice's mouth fell open in surprise. Not knowing how to respond, she changed the subject. "What was the other achievement you originally wanted to show us?" Frank Lee happily introduced. "I crossbred medicine and fruit, making taking medicine an enjoyable experience." Alice, who hated taking medicine, was very interested in this. She immediately became excited and asked curiously, "Can I see it?" Before Frank Lee could speak, Katlia, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted their increasingly dangerous conversation. "Is Nina ready?" "Ready. She's already drunk a bottle of nippos." Frank pointed to a shadow cast by the sail. "What kind of preparation is this?" "Dutch courage, Captain. I would prefer a bottle of Sonia blood wine." A female figure slowly rose and walked out from that shadow. She was over 1.8 meters tall, with golden hair casually tied into a high ponytail. Her features were distinctly Phosac, and her skin was fair. Alice, after observing her, thought she might indeed need a drink to prepare. She wore black, tight-fitting clothing, possibly made of fish skin, that was one-piece and accentuated her sexy figure. Alice stared at her swaying chest for a few seconds, then said to Klein, She's taller than you. Still feeling embarrassed, Klein naturally shifted his gaze, staring at Alice as he reminded her. She's not only taller than you, but also. His meaningful gaze swept over Alice's petite chest, successfully earning him a kick. Nina's reaction was more direct. She wasn't shy at all, openly sizing up Gehrman Sparrow, then smiled and asked Alice. Are you the underage girl rumored to be keeping Gehrman Sparrow? She was the first person to bring this rumor to Alice. When he saw Alice's mouth drop open in surprise as she turned to look at him, Klein remembered that he hadn't discussed this with Alice. Am I keeping you? He heard Alice ask seriously. Klein tried to gauge Alice's expression and found that she wasn't angry. Instead, she was very confused and looked quite serious when asking the question. So Klein thought for a moment and replied very seriously, I don't think so. Oh, Alice nodded, then turned to Nina. He said I'm not keeping him. Question mark quote. Nina's eyes looked very confused. She thought for a moment and decided to continue the conversation. Then what is your relationship? Alice turned to Klein, thought for 2 seconds, then seriously said to Nina. He is my attendant. Attendant. Now, it wasn't just Nina who was confused, even the usually oblivious Frank Lee couldn't help but frown and question. Katlia spoke up in time to change the subject. If you're ready, let's begin. Begin what? Alice started playing the straight man. Katlia did not answer Alice's question but gestured for Alice to look. So Alice curiously looked at Nina. Nina suddenly felt a strange tension. She calmed herself slightly, then strode to the edge of the ship's rail, pushed off with her right hand, and jumped directly into the sea, swimming downwards like a large black fish. At the same time, with a few splashes, several sailors followed, leaping down to provide some support. Alice hurriedly leaned over the railing to look down, but found that their figures had already disappeared. TCH. Her foot impatiently scuffed a circle on the deck. Katlia felt a dangerous alarm suddenly blare in her mind. Just as she was about to say something, Alice's movements suddenly stopped. She frowned and abruptly turned her head towards the direction of the cabin. What's wrong? Klein was the first to react. Alice didn't speak. The image of the pea vines hanging down faded before her eyes. Before the gaze appeared, she lightly curved a smile and said, perhaps we are about to have a guest. She will pass through a forest of pea vines and knock on the door of the cabin. Katlia immediately looked at Alice, observing her barely concealed eagerness in that instant. Alice said thoughtfully, it seems you don't know about this. After a pause, she added, don't worry, never mind. How much longer until we reach that ocean? Alice had intended to promise that she wouldn't do anything to Bernardet, but as the words were about to leave her mouth, she suddenly realized that a promise from her, given her past image, would be hard to believe. She therefore abandoned the idea. Katlia didn't know Alice's thoughts. She mistakenly thought Alice didn't want to continue the topic. Although she had an unwilling to admit worry in her heart, she could only cooperate and reply. I know a secret route that can get us to that ocean within 2 or 3 days. Alice raised her eyebrows in surprise. Is this the benefit of finding a taxi driver who knows the roads well? Katlia didn't seem to understand the remark, but she confirmed that Alice's mood was still acceptable. Alice didn't speak proactively anymore. Gehrman Sparrow wasn't the type to initiate conversation, so Katlia, worried that Alice would get bored, looked at Frank Lee. Frank Lee didn't receive Katlia's hint, but fortunately, he wasn't the type to let the atmosphere remain quiet. After a brief silence, he couldn't help but stand up and introduce the pirates on board to everyone. Alice listened very attentively to this. After quite a while, Nina and the supporting sailors finally surfaced from the sea and returned to the ship. She held a metal bar, so corroded its original appearance was unrecognizable, and a piece of hard, black, honeycomb-patterned soil. She complained to Star Admiral Katlia. Captain, there's no such thing as a deep-sea giant well. It's not even as big as my chest. She gestured with her hand across her chest. Alice glanced at the wave-like motion, then tilted her head and asked with genuine sincerity. Can I touch it? End of chapter. Chapter 375 Chapter 58 Children, don't ask these questions. Huh. Nina looked like she hadn't reacted yet. I want to be a boy in my next life. Alice began counting on her fingers. I want to be 2 meters tall, and also. She hesitated, glanced at Nina's chest, then turned to Klein and asked. Would it be weird for a man to have such a big chest? Katlia silently watched Gehrman Sparrow. Nina and the other sailors looked at Gehrman Sparrow with blank expressions. Frank Lee looked at Nina, then at Alice, and finally, along with everyone else, looked at Gehrman Sparrow. In the center of everyone's gaze, Gehrman Sparrow calmly pointed at Alice, gave a gentle smile to the others, and said to Nina with an apologetic tone. I'm very sorry, madam. I haven't had a chance to introduce her to you yet. This is one of my sealed artifacts. Nina finally found the source of that odd feeling in this sentence. Combining Alice's previous behavior and the rumors she had heard, she finally arrived at an obvious truth: Alice wasn't human. But, a sealed artifact. Nina looked at Alice and found that this seemingly real girl didn't refute the statement. Instead, she asked thoughtfully. So, for a man to have such big. Yes, it would. Gehrman Sparrow interrupted her question without hesitation. Alice sighed in disappointment and refocused her attention on Nina. It seems growing them myself isn't realistic. Then, her curious gaze fell on Nina's chest. Nina realized that Alice was different from those pirates who wanted to sleep with her. She was just instinctively curious about something new. She probably really just wanted to touch it because she had never touched one before. And during this conversation, Frank Lee also seemed to gradually figure out the truth. Katlia wasn't entirely sure about this, she just noticed that Frank Lee's gaze towards Alice was more fervent than usual. If she had to describe it, it was probably more fervent than Gehrman Sparrow's gaze at gold pounds. Such a fervent gaze would, of course, be noticed by Alice, but she still stared intently at Nina. After all, she wasn't very familiar with Nina, and if she missed this chance, she wouldn't be able to make such a request next time. Oh, yes, Alice had judged from the reactions of others that her question was not appropriate for two people meeting for the first time, even if they were both women. But since she had already asked, she might as well achieve her goal first. So Alice just stared at Nina until the isolated and helpless Nina answered with some uncertainty. You can, right. Her eyes lit up, but before she could react further, a gaze suddenly appeared. Alice frowned, looked back in the direction of the cabin, then turned back to Nina. Bernardet is watching. If I touch it now, my image. Do I even have an image anymore? Alice hesitated, glanced at Katlia, then turned back to Nina. The bright light in her eyes had disappeared. After that momentary enthusiasm faded, Alice started to feel that doing this was meaningless. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just reincarnate as Nina's child. Not only can I touch, but I can also suck. Why does that sound so perverted? Alice paused, blinked twice, looked around, and then said to Nina. No, thank you, I don't need to. Leaving that sentence behind, she turned and walked away, as if Aemon was chasing her. Katlia watched Alice's retreating figure, pondered for 2 seconds, then, displaying the professionalism she used for the tarot club, spoke to Nina as if nothing had happened. Exaggeration is a common trait among pirates and adventurers. Tell me the specific situation. Alice's steps paused, then she retreated step by step along the path she had taken to leave. If the deck were snow or soft earth, people would even notice that her footprints were exactly the same as when she left. Alice thus completed a manual restart, sending herself back to her original position, pretending nothing had happened. Regarding this, Klein and Katlia chose to cooperate with her act. Frank Lee was still in that state of excitement. As for the other sailors. Haha, was there even a place for them to speak here? Nina didn't understand any of this, but as a pirate who had risen from the bottom, her rich experience still led her to make the most appropriate choice. She began to answer the questions as if Alice didn't exist. That well is at a deeper part of the seabed. I had to have enough buffer time to adjust to the pressure and temperature there, so it took a long time to reach it. It itself isn't easy to find, but those remaining steel structures are quite obvious. Once I adapted to the environment there, I found them. They have completely collapsed and decayed. It's impossible to imagine what they originally looked like. However, it's clear that they must have been quite large in scale before, but now they've shrunk a lot. At this point, Nina, as she usually would, chuckled twice, her gaze sweeping over the men around her. Alice felt that Nina's words definitely had another meaning, but she couldn't understand it, so she looked around and turned to a certain experienced adventurer. What does that mean? Alice asked in confusion. Klein turned to look at Alice, confirmed that she truly didn't understand and wasn't making fun of him, then thought for a moment and asked, "Have you ever seen a shrunken sponge?" "Yes, I have." Alice nodded as a matter of course. It seemed she really didn't understand at all. Klein looked at Katlia. The sympathy in Katlia's eyes was hard to hide, but after meeting his gaze, she immediately averted her eyes, seeming to show no loyalty as an ally. The loose nature of the Tarot Club was evident. As the founder, Mr. Fool's mood was complicated by this, but now was not the time to consider that. As the world, Mr. Fool's blessed, he also had to be responsible for Miss Fate's early childhood education. So, Klein said to Alice with genuine sincerity, "Be good, children shouldn't ask such things." Quote. Alice looked at Klein with a look that suggested he was an idiot. Actually, I should be older than him, right? Seeing that he couldn't just brush Alice off, Klein thought for a moment and changed his approach. He made his expression solemn, his voice deep, and then, in the tone Alice used when she had one of her sudden fits, he said, "Fate tells me it is not yet time for you to know all this. When the wheel of fate turns to the correct position, you will naturally part the mists and see the dawn of hope. Please wait patiently. What is he doing?" Alice's eyes gradually became blank. End of chapter. Chapter 376. Chapter 59. Why doesn't she scream? Alice stood frozen in place, announcing the end of the farce. Katlia seized the opportunity to point at the rusty, barely metallic object in Nina's hand and asked, "Is this part of those steel structures?" "Yes, Captain. You know, I'm not very knowledgeable about history and mysticism, so I could only bring some back for you to study. You're the expert in that area," Nina said, handing over the metal strip. Alice was also not skilled in history and mysticism, but she had other ways to solve problems. She looked at Katlia. "May I try?" Katlia handed it over without hesitation. Alice took the metal strip and tried to find its origin. Chaotic images flashed by, finally settling on a scene of collapsed and decayed steel structures, and a well. The wellhead was not large but very deep. Its profound blackness seemed to carry a strong gravitational pull, drawing people to fall. When faint whispers began to sound from a place that seemed both distant and right beside her, the images shattered with a crash. Clang! The metal strip fell onto the deck, but Alice had no time to pay attention to it. She instinctively reached out to cover her ears. This was actually ineffective, it couldn't block the transmission of the whispers. But Alice wasn't worried. When the light she had hidden reappeared, she knew she was safe. After calming down, Alice looked up and found that everyone present seemed normal, as if unaware of what had happened. Even Katlia, who was most likely to be affected, only frowned at her, her eyes full of worry. As for whether it was worry for Alice or for the future, it was hard to say. After all, an angel losing control was no small matter anywhere. She didn't show any signs of losing control just now, did she? Alice recalled the ugly flesh buds in her memory, frowned in disgust, and felt a strong aversion to becoming like that. But how are they all fine? Alice blinked, and the confusion in her mind was fleeting. She didn't dwell on the matter. After all, this was too normal. Perhaps everyone simultaneously felt their eyes uncomfortable and rubbed them, coincidentally missing that period of time. What's so strange about that? For luck, nothing that happens is strange. Alice was more concerned about other issues, such as, where did that collapsed steel structure come from? For this question, the spirit world did not provide any feedback. She now knew as much about that structure as Nina, no, perhaps even less than Nina. This realization made Alice unhappy. She subtly glanced at Nina, deciding to find an opportunity to scare her. As expected, Alice picked up the metal strip and returned it to Katlia. For similar questions, divination truly yields no feedback. This was Alice's guess based on Rosal's diary remaining uncracked. Regarding the civilization that existed before the first epoch, divination likely would not receive feedback. The essence of divination is to obtain information through the spirit world, which means the spirit world does not have information from earlier times. Alice's eyes flickered, then she said to Nina, devoid of any emotion, "Continue." This demeanor finally allowed Alice to shed the image of an underage girl. Nina instantly became much more nervous than when questioned by Katlia, and in her subsequent answers, she lost her playful mood. She pointed to the remaining black soil, whose surface was covered in honeycomb patterns, and said, "Not far from the steel ruins, I found that well. It's really not big, even if you went to Nas to find a child, they wouldn't be able to squeeze in. This is the inner layer of soil from that deep well. It's very deep, I even feel it has no bottom. In that environment, its interior was pitch black, as if something was slowly summoning me, yes, slowly. I found a few stones nearby and threw them in, but there was no response at all. In short, it was full of water." Summoning. Alice frowned, repeating the word. Many things came to her mind in an instant, such as her completely unfamiliar Lucky One Beander characteristic, such as the tempting Calamity Priest potion, such as that dazzling Winner Beander characteristic. These were all temptations. So, what is summoning? Alice frowned and looked in a certain direction, the direction she believed belonged to the West Continent. Something there was summoning her. Alice closed her eyes, dispelled those thoughts, and shifted her attention back to the present. Actually, this was a good opportunity to scare Nina. Alice turned to Nina, suddenly realizing this, and said in a soft but emotionless voice, "You should feel fortunate. Your sequence isn't high enough, and you didn't stay there long enough. Otherwise, what would happen?" Alice's unusually reliable state caught Catlia's attention. "Well done, Lady Hermit. Otherwise." Alice excitedly gave Catlia a mental thumbs up, but on her face, she merely glanced at Catlia, her voice ethereal and uncertain. "Otherwise, you'd probably melt inside, wouldn't you?" That's it, add a little more." Pausing slightly, Alice turned back to Nina, curved her lips, and showed a soft smile, saying, "Just like the potion you drank." Nina's face instantly turned pale. Her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground, opening her mouth but failing to make a sound for a long time. Why didn't she scream? Alice frowned and watched her for a while, then turned to Klein and asked, "If someone is too scared, do they not scream?" She was indeed deliberately scaring people again. Klein did not doubt the truthfulness of Alice's words. He was familiar enough with Alice to distinguish between her telling lies with a straight face and speaking seriously. She was definitely telling the truth, but she was also definitely deliberately scaring people. But this was already gentle enough compared to Alice's past jokes, so he only glared at Alice before saying to Catlia, "It seems going down the well to investigate is not a good idea." As for comforting Nina, that wasn't his responsibility. Catlia clearly agreed with this. She nodded, acknowledging Gehrman Sparrow's words. The next issue was how to comfort Nina. For a pirate with Fosak blood, this matter was both simple and difficult. Nina, under the influence of alcohol, successfully forgot her fear, even inviting Alice to drink with her when she passed by. Truly astonishing self-regulation ability. Alice was once again shocked by humanity. She left the scene with mixed feelings, deciding to eat an ice cream to calm her nerves. Chapter 377 Chapter 60 Why Not Ask Miss Fate. Around 8 p.m., Audrey frowned slightly and closed her notebook. A few days prior, she had accepted a commission from the psychology alchemists to acquire a copy of Vice Professor Michel DeWitt's 20 Years' War Notes. Just today, she visited Michel DeWitt and, by sponsoring the establishment of an antique collection and preservation foundation, obtained the notebook. Before handing it over to the psychology alchemists, Audrey had first flipped through the notebook. Regrettably, the notebook mostly contained fragmented daily observations. Other than its grammar having habits similar to dragon language, there was nothing particularly special about it. What exactly is wrong with it? Maybe the problem isn't the content of the notes, but the notebook itself. Having accumulated enough knowledge from the Tarot Club, Audrey gradually developed a new idea. What could be special about the notebook itself? I didn't discover anything earlier. It belonged to a knight who habitually used dragon language, and that knight must have experienced something. Divination, yes, divination. Perhaps I can use divination, with the help of this notebook, to find the knight's final whereabouts or earliest traces, which is very likely related to a mind dragon. Since it's a mind dragon, there's a good chance it's a spectator pathway, which is certainly worth the psychology alchemist's attention. Audrey's eyes gradually brightened. She excitedly clenched her fists and turned her head to look at Susie beside her. Even though Audrey hadn't vocalized her reasoning, her excited movements were too obvious. Susie immediately recognized Audrey's thrilled mood and, after a moment of thought, asked. Audrey, do you want me to praise you? No, no need. Audrey unclenched her fists and turned her head back. Too embarrassing. Wait, don't I not know how to divine? Saying I don't know isn't quite right, but the spectator pathway doesn't enhance divination abilities until sequence 7, because Audrey's accuracy in obtaining revelations from the spirit world during divination is very low. This doesn't mean that looking at the opposite conclusion will necessarily yield high accuracy. In fact, using a coin toss as an example, the side of the coin that lands face up is probably related to factors like the force of the toss and wind direction, and has little to do with revelation. I can't verify it. No, Miss Fate must be very good at divination. I can still, no, never mind. How about I ask Mr. Fool for help instead? Mystical ritual. This seems to only apply to oneself, not external objects, artificial dream travel. It's similar to the mystical ritual, so it won't work either. Sacrifice it to Mr. Fool, let him help with the divination, and then bestow it back to me. No, that won't do, it seems disrespectful. Miss Fate, however, probably wouldn't mind, but I might not get the notebook back. Trusting Alice's credibility, Audrey gave up on this idea. However, even so, Audrey, with her love for mysticism, still found a solution. She decided to perform magic mirror divination for Mr. Fool. This method of divination, requesting a third-party power, is very dangerous. Of course, Audrey wasn't worried about this. She trusted Mr. Fool completely, just as she didn't trust Alice. Audrey blinked, suppressing her inner excitement, and turned to the golden retriever, saying, Susie, stand guard outside the door. I need to examine this notebook using mystical methods. Didn't you just use them? Susie asked, puzzled. She's getting harder and harder to fool. Audrey's eyes shifted slightly, and she candidly said, I'm planning to try magic mirror divination. Don't worry, I have a safe entity to request from. It wouldn't be Miss Rose, would it? Susie had a bad premonition. Number, Audrey quickly denied it. It's her elder. Mr. Fool should count as Miss Fate's elder, right? All right. Susie confirmed that Audrey wasn't lying. She walked a few steps, then turned around and cautioned. Audrey, be careful not to be possessed by the projection of a mysterious existence. I know. Audrey replied, not worried in the slightest. If Mr. Fool wanted to harm me, there would have been countless opportunities already. There's no need to wait until now. He's not a god like Miss Fate, who might change her mind at any moment. After Susie opened and closed the door herself and left, Audrey sat down at her desk and began to chant Mr. Fool's honorific name, requesting to use the magic mirror divination method. After a while, Klein, who was on the future, entered the restroom, ascended above the gray fog, and heard Miss Justice's prayer. This can be done. Yes, as a mysterious, unknown existence, I can indeed serve as the third-party power in magic mirror divination, but why doesn't she ask Alice? It seems not asking is normal. However, if Alice knew that Miss Justice would rather ask me for help than call her, Klein shivered above the gray fog, then adjusted his state and, with a light chuckle, responded. Why don't you ask Miss Fate? In the real world, Audrey's expression stiffened as she opened her eyes and fell into thought, looking at the mirror on her dressing table. Ask Miss Fate, is that really okay? After struggling for more than 10 seconds, Audrey realized she couldn't continue like this. If she kept delaying, she would definitely arouse Susie's suspicion. Should I try praying first? After all, what if Miss Fate refused, right? That way, I can go ask Mr. Fool again. I just need to ask once. Come on, Audrey. Thinking this, Audrey hesitantly began to set up the ritual. The world had introduced the ritual for praying to Miss Fate at the Tarot Club. For her first prayer, even though Alice seemed very unreliable, Audrey still chose to set up the complete ritual. Please, Miss Fate, please don't agree, so I can go ask Mr. Fool again. Audrey, having set up the ritual, closed her eyes in anguish. After a long sigh, she began the actual prayer. Alice, who was holding a bowl of ice cream, also heard Miss Justice's prayer shortly after Klein. Magic mirror divination. Alice's eyes brightened. I guess I can indeed be the third-party power in magic mirror divination. It's something I haven't experienced, at least not since I woke up. Alright, anyway, it sounds like fun. Alice licked the ice cream from her lips and happily responded, okay. Listening to Alice's cheerful voice echoing in her ears, Audrey's expression looked as if the sky had fallen. End of chapter. Chapter 378 Chapter 61 Teletubbies. Even though Mr. Hanged Man had previously proven the safety of praying to Miss Fate with his life, magic mirror divination was different. It was more intimate, and more dangerous. Even though she had never performed magic mirror divination, Audrey knew that the level of danger between the two was not on the same scale. Did she really have to do something like this? Despite her unease, the thought that Mr. Fool had approved of this made Audrey decide to give it a try. Mr. Fool, he shouldn't harm me, right? With that thought, Audrey picked up her notebook, sat in front of her dressing table, and lit a candle. The window curtains were tightly drawn, and the wall lamps in the room were extinguished one by one. Audrey completed the necessary preparations according to the requirements of magic mirror divination. Of course, she didn't specifically choose a suitable time slot. After all, for Miss Fate, the best time was when she wasn't in high spirits but also not in a bad mood. That way, she wouldn't feel like doing anything. But, obviously, what interested Miss Fate now was not anything else but magic mirror divination itself. Looking at the candle in front of her and the mirror reflecting the candlelight in herself, Audrey took a deep breath and, with trepidation, picked up a bottle of pure dew, dripping a small amount of the liquid onto the dim flame. Smelling the fragrance emanating from the pure dew, Audrey had no mind for other issues. Her heartbeat pounded like a drum, reflecting her fear. Audrey realized something. She took off the necklace from her neck, trying to slow her breathing and adjust her heartbeat. It was the necklace that amplified her fear and unease. Having adjusted her state, Audrey clasped her hands together, pressing them like in prayer before her lowered mouth and nose, and began to chant sincerely in a low voice. A child eternally pure, the embodiment of luck and miracles, the origin of calamity and chaos. The hidden incantation gently echoed in the air. After 7 repetitions, Audrey noticed that the surrounding dimness seemed to contain something indescribable, like an undercurrent surging beneath the surface of water. Audrey raised her head, extended her right hand, passed it near the perfectly steady candlelight, and gently stroked the mirror surface from top to bottom. At this point, the magic mirror divination process was complete. If a mysterious, unknown existence was interested, it would use the mirror to give some kind of response. On the future, Alice's spirituality followed the prayer and saw a halo the size of a mirror. The outer edge of the halo was a deep black. Alice focused, and through the halo, she glimpsed Audrey's faint figure. She was praying. She was wearing a pure white long dress with gold embroidered lace, her golden hair casually tied up, flowing smoothly and lustrously. Her emerald eyes reflected the slightly pale candlelight, both deep like the ocean and like the purest gem. Her features and face shape created a breathtaking beauty, and her demeanor was elegant and pure. Like a perfect body. This thought startled Alice. She quickly sobered up. After all, Miss Justice was a psychiatrist. This was the only imperfect part of this body. No, wait, this line of thinking is problematic. Alice, who had been reprimanded by Klein many times, stopped herself from thinking further in that direction. She merely sighed softly through the mirror. Oh my. It seems I can not only help you with divination, but I can also just possess your body like this. It's not really possessing her body, so taking the opportunity to play around shouldn't be a big deal, right? If Klein asks, I'll say I was warning her. Alice, who had been well behaved for a long time, completed the possession through the mirror. Audrey's consciousness remained within her body. Their souls were so intimate that Alice could clearly feel Audrey's fear. She realized that, even if she wanted to, given the difference in the essence of their souls, she could browse through all of Audrey's memories and then cast her soul out. Or, simply crush her soul. Alice took a deep breath using Audrey's body, then left Audrey's body, returning through the mirror's passage, merely observing from the other side through the mirror. Alice knew herself well. She couldn't guarantee that if she stayed any longer, she would still be willing to return the body to Miss Justice. Just as Audrey suspected she might not return the notebook, it had to be said that Audrey was indeed correct on this point. This thrilling and stimulating experience greatly frightened Audrey. Even though she had always yearned for an adventure, she never thought she would experience something like this. Who in their right mind warns someone by making them experience it firsthand? But Alice had no intention of apologizing for this. She didn't even intend to speak. She just quietly observed through the mirror, waiting for Audrey's question. Magic mirror divination had already begun. If she stopped now, the risks she had taken earlier would be for naught. Therefore, Audrey had no intention of giving up. Moreover, although it was a bit scary, this seemed to be how Miss Fate usually warned people. She must have genuinely been warning me, at most just playing a prank to scare me a bit, probably not intending to possess my body. And Mr. Fool definitely wouldn't just watch Miss Fate cause trouble. That last sentence was a true morale booster. Audrey quickly perked up again. She carefully chose her words and spoke. Mirror, mirror, please tell me the whereabouts of this notebook's owner. Alice stared at Audrey for a few seconds, then suddenly remembered the Queen from Snow White. She had tried a similar phrase when facing erodes. Now it seemed, magic mirror divination might be more suitable. Speaking of which, if Snow White was a true story, then, the unlucky queen might have been doing magic mirror divination and accidentally got targeted by some evil god. And what about the rest of the story, what was? Wait, did I get sidetracked again? Alice silently reined in her wandering thoughts and helped Miss Justice with her divination. She no longer needed complex ritual aids. With just a thought, a rural scene appeared before her eyes. Initially, it was an overhead view. As the scene drew closer, the dragon paintings on the various buildings gradually became clear. A church gradually magnified, becoming the main focus of the entire picture, followed by its attached graveyard. Finally, the scene froze on a tombstone in a corner. The inscription on it had long become blurred from sun exposure, rain, and strong winds, with only the name, Linderilla, vaguely discernible. Alice transmitted the image without moving, suddenly feeling like an antenna receiving signals. End of chapter. Chapter 379. Chapter 62. Horror movie scene. Magic mirror divination sounds like humans have bad signal, so they installed an antenna on their body, Alice muttered to herself, then instigated. Go check out that village, Miss Justice. I'll protect you. She had already deduced from Audrey's statement that the notebook was related to a giant dragon, so, obviously, this village might also be related to a giant dragon. But Alice's encouragement backfired. Audrey, who had originally fantasized about an adventure, decisively decided to give up after receiving Alice's encouragement. This is too dangerous, Audrey. With your current strength, it's easy to encounter danger, and there's also Miss Fate. Besides, I don't need to do this at all. Even if the psychology alchemists really discover something and gain something, when I grow up step by step and gain a higher position within the organization, a part of it will belong to me. Under Alice's instigation, Audrey gradually calmed down, and her thoughts became clearer. However, how to refuse Miss Fate? I'll just tell her the truth, tell her that I've been to the village, and if she's interested, I'll tell her about my experience at the time. Audrey pondered and responded to Alice's instigation. Do you still remember the village I mentioned at the tarot club that had a custom of worshipping giant dragons? Its name is Hedrak. What you showed me is exactly that village. I once explored it under the protection of Mr. Fool. Would you like to hear about my experience then? Yes. Alice responded without hesitation, then remembered that she was on the future. Oh, wait, I have something to do right now, you'll have to wait until I get back to tell me. Something to do. Audrey's first reaction was to wonder where a new ice cream had appeared. No, Audrey, you can't speculate about Miss Fate like that. She might have met a talking cat. No, never mind, let's just say goodbye to her first. Audrey bid farewell to Alice with a complicated mood, ending the magic mirror divination. After saying goodbye to Miss Justice, Alice, whose mood was still pretty good, walked into the corridor. What to do? Go find Klein. Or Hermit, hey, why not go find Frank Lee, huh? Alice stopped in her tracks, frowning as she looked at the room beside her. A scene naturally appeared in her mind. Alice saw the open window, the starlight scattered on the floor, and a figure slowly walking towards the door under the starlight. Bernardet, Alice frowned. She thought for a moment, then turned around, extended her hand, and politely knocked on the door. No one answered her. Catalia walked out from the shadows of the corridor further away, and seeing Alice's actions, she reminded her. There's no one there. After a pause, she remembered Alice's identity and asked tentatively. Did you find anything? Alice shrugged and continued walking towards the deck. Catlia doesn't know if Bernadette came. Alice absent-mindedly stepped onto the deck, walked along the ship's side, and saw Frank Lee and Klein who was walking towards him. Alice quickened her pace and ran forward, hearing Frank Lee's distraught voice. It failed. Their life cycle is much shorter than I expected. They can't reproduce at all, even if planted in the soil. Planted in the soil. Wait, what is he saying? Alice frowned and looked over. Frank Lee was still wearing his white shirt and suspenders, his face no longer held the smile from earlier in the day, and there was a shocking patch of blood red under his chin. In this terrifying scene, Frank Lee raised his hands, and Alice saw him holding two fish that were no longer struggling. Watching him raise his right hand and take a deep gulp of the fish in his hand, staining the fish's silver scales blood red, Alice instantly felt relieved. This should be considered drowning his sorrows. After looking at Klein who didn't react, Alice thought for 2 seconds, then walked to Frank Lee's opposite side and sat down, asking him, "Do you have any more of this fish? Preferably alive." Frank Lee pulled out a fish from who knows where and handed it to Alice. He took out a dagger and was about to thoughtfully offer it, when he saw Alice grab the fish and bite into it. Sharp fangs pierced through the fish scales, and bright red blood spurted out, some splashing onto Alice's face, and more being swallowed by her or flowing down the corners of her mouth. It was also at this moment that a silver-white lightning bolt streaked across the night sky. Under the crimson moonlight, Catlia slowly walked over, and what she saw was this scene straight out of a horror movie. Alice seemed oblivious. She licked her lips, licking the red wine that looked like blood from the corners of her mouth into her mouth, then reached up and wiped her face, letting half of her face be smeared with blood, before looking up and asking, "Do you want one too?" Catlia stood silently in place, watching Gaerman Sparrow also ask for a fish, and then bite into it. Is this really okay? She began to struggle with whether or not to step forward and stop this scene. Alice didn't give Catlia too much time to struggle. After Klein also accepted her persecution, Alice turned her head away with satisfaction and persuaded Frank Lee. "Do you want to consider advancing? Perhaps it's just because your sequence is too low, and the authority of your abilities isn't enough, which is why you can't achieve your wishes. Look, here's the strongest adventurer, you can entrust him to help you find a Beander characteristic." As she said this, Alice reached out to pat Klein's shoulder, then she realized she was sitting and Klein was standing. After thinking for a few seconds, Alice decided that standing up to pat Klein's shoulder would be too strange, so she reached out and patted Klein's forearm. After a pause, Alice noticed Catlia nearby. She thought for a moment, then added, "Oh, you should also be able to apply for a potion from your captain, just like." Alice's voice suddenly stopped. She remembered Klein's experience of accumulating merit points to exchange for potions when he was a Nighthawk. This was clearly not a suitable example, so Alice did not say this sentence out loud. She just turned to Catlia and asked, "The future should also have this rule of exchanging potions for merit points, right?" Alice's comfort had an effect in a way. Frank Lee indeed no longer focused on the failed fish. He regained his fighting spirit and answered the question for Catlia. Yes. But, Captain, do you have a Druid Beander characteristic?" Frank Lee's eyes, filled with anticipation, turned to Catlia. Catlia thought this scene was much more terrifying than before. End of chapter. Chapter 380 Chapter 63 Do I seem to have a better temper than the Undead King? No, Catlia replied without hesitation. Not to mention she truly didn't possess the Beander characteristic of a druid. Even if she did, at this moment she would still say no. No, forget it. It would be worse if Miss Fate saw through her lie. At this very moment, Catlia suddenly felt fortunate that she genuinely didn't have the Beander characteristic of a druid. But this wasn't entirely good news, because the world was also standing there, the powerful and insane adventurer Gaerman Sparrow. After receiving Catlia's negative answer, Frank Lee wasn't disappointed. He immediately looked at Gaerman Sparrow and asked, "Mr. Sparrow, if I wanted to commission you to help me find a Beander characteristic of a druid, what price would I have to pay?" "What price?" "No price at all." Klein glanced at Alice and calmly gave his answer. "Beat her up." The transaction stopped there, because just as Alice, fuming, jumped up and grabbed Klein, intending to hit him, she suddenly paused. A scene appeared before her eyes. Alice saw a hand resting on the deep blue, almost black, water. A small but exquisite boat lay in the palm. The overall shape of the boat resembled a crescent moon, with 3 rows of cannons neatly arranged along its sides. There was also a sail on the boat, depicting a black tombstone. The boat was very small, only occupying a tiny space in the palm, making the hand appear enormous. After the hand carried the boat forward on the deep blue, almost black, water for a while, another boat appeared from ahead. That boat was much larger than the one floating in the palm, though still not as large as the hand. But what caught Alice's attention about that boat wasn't its size. She immediately recognized the high-flying sail. It was the future. What a strange scene. Alice frowned and let go of Klein, looking around. Katlia and Klein both sensed something was amiss. They looked at Alice but didn't interrupt her actions. Frank Lee also noticed the unusual atmosphere. His attention temporarily shifted from other matters. In the silence, Alice saw a colossal object gradually emerging from the darkness. It was a black ship, nearly 200 meters long and at least 5 stories high. The Death's Lament. A grave voice sounded. Alice turned her head and saw it was Frank Lee, who had just been immersed in sadness. The first mate, with a bounty of 7,000 pounds, dropped the fish in his hand and stood up. Alice saw his muscles tense, as if he was ready to attack at any moment. Katlia's expression was equally solemn. He stared in the direction of the Death's Lament, not saying a word. Whoosh! A low horn sounded. The sailors in the cabin, without even bothering to put on clothes, either rushed to the nearest cannon or came onto the deck. However, before they could make any further reaction, the Death's Lament voluntarily turned and slowly moved out of their line of sight. Question mark quote. Everyone exchanged glances. Alice asked Katlia, "Do you want to tell the others to go back and get dressed?" Only then did everyone awaken as if from a dream. Katlia looked at Alice solemnly and thanked her. "Thank you." Alice interrupted her. "I didn't do anything, you know. If you have to thank someone, you should thank him, or someone on his ship whose spirituality is keen enough." After a pause, Alice added, "We met Gilgeshes, the second mate of the Death's Lament, when we were in Nas. He ran away as if he'd seen a ghost. Maybe it's because I called him 9,500 pounds. Oh no, actually 9,500 pounds might not even buy what I want. His captain's 100,000 pounds is more tempting. Hey, wait a minute." Alice suddenly remembered something and turned to Frank Lee, who was standing by in a daze. "Normally, you can only collect a bounty once. Can you plant a part of a corpse, and then a complete corpse grows out? That way I can collect bounties multiple times in different places. Is she very short on money?" Katlia looked at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back, and finally turned his gaze to the other sailors who hadn't yet dispersed. The onlookers immediately ran off, leaving the 4 of them there. "Are you very short on money?" Frank Lee asked the question Katlia wanted to ask. Alice scratched her head and explained. "How should I put it? It's just that, under normal circumstances, if a person drinks potions and acts step by step, by the time they are promoted to a demigod or even an angel, they should already have a sufficiently large force under their command, or they were simply cultivated by a large force. In that case, they can completely let their own forces handle some trivial matters, but I." She let out a long sigh. Frank Lee seemed to understand Alice's words, and yet he didn't. He asked Alice, "Is there a difference between a complete mythical creature, a mythical creature in the process of transformation, and an ordinary person? Can you give me some of your flesh and blood for me to study?" Alice took half a step back, turned to Katlia, and solemnly warned. "Watch him carefully. You absolutely must not let him get promoted." Katlia silently agreed, unsure whether he should be happy or not. That was a refusal. Frank Lee looked utterly disappointed. To divert his attention, he started talking about the Death's Lament. "Speaking of which, there have always been many rumors about the King of Undying Strength. Some say he is indeed a demigod, others say he is only sequence 5, reaching the sequence 4 level only with the help of the Death's Lament, is a ship. But no matter what, he has lived long enough. You say, if I crossbreed him with my fish, can it extend their lifespan?" Frank Lee suddenly had a new inspiration. Alice, who was correlating Frank Lee's description of the Death's Lament with the earlier Revelation scene, fell into deep thought. "No, does he have no research bottlenecks at all?" Katlia remained silent. Klein offered a reliable suggestion in the quiet. You can discuss this with him. Frank Lee was startled for a moment, then sighed in frustration. He wouldn't agree to that. He'd just plant me in the ground. Upon hearing this, Alice finally couldn't hold back. She turned to Frank Lee and asked in a very puzzled tone. Don't you worry that I'll plant you in the ground. Do I seem to have a better temper than the King of Undying, Agalito? End of this chapter. Chapter 381 Chapter 64 Soilless Cultivation. Klein answered the question for Frank Lee, when did you become so uncreative? He perfectly hit Alice's weak spot, and Alice immediately furrowed her brows, muttering. No way, it's clearly him who wants to plant everything he sees in the ground. Looking at it that way, it does seem a bit uncreative. Alice frowned and pondered deeply. This was not something that could yield immediate results. Alice felt that she might need inspiration more than time, so she gave up after a short while and turned to Frank Lee, declaring confidently. When we return, you're dead meat. Alice spat out her threat fiercely, then took her anger out on Klein. But you're dead meat now. As she spoke, a passing gust of wind whipped up a wave, drenching Klein, who was by the ship's rail, to the bone. The future swayed in the wind and waves, and at the same time, a sharp, malevolent laugh echoed through the air. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The laughter reverberated, sometimes hoarse, sometimes chaotic, sometimes like babbling, sometimes like singing. The sailors on the deck fell one after another, covering their ears, yet still writhing and struggling in pain. Parts of some beyonders' skin began to sprout fish scales. Klein was also affected. Alice, who had initially just frowned and looked in the direction the ship of death was sailing away, retracted her gaze, swept a glance across the ship, and the laughter vanished instantly. The fish scales and flesh buds reverted to normal skin, and the pain from earlier vanished without a trace. The vibrating spirituality and the surrounding waves calmed down together. The sailors who had been crouching with their heads in their hands or lying down stood up along their previous trajectories. Everything was no different from before the waves picked up, except for Gairman Sparrow's wet clothes. Can you make a complete corpse grow from a part of a corpse? Alice asked Frank Lee, who had already stood up, in a calm tone. Frank Lee subconsciously nodded. He could. Then let's postpone teaching him a lesson. The King of Undying was still more infuriating. However, it seemed that whether Agalito truly received a warning from spirituality or not, he was indeed a lunatic. Then, Alice showed Frank Lee a smile. Please. Afterward, Alice looked at Katlia, who still had time to relax, and asked in a calm tone. When will we reach that sea area? She was very angry, but what did that have to do with when we arrived? Oh, she had to wait until the return journey to act. She hoped we would arrive as soon as possible. Tomorrow, Katlia replied without thinking. Didn't she say it would take 2 or 3 more days? Klein couldn't help but look at them in astonishment. I remember it wasn't this fast. Did I scare her? Should I comfort her? No, forget it, that would be even scarier. Let's just leave it at that. That's good. Alice also showed Katlia a smile, then turned and left. It seemed Alice's deterrent power when she got angry was still very strong. Klein looked at Alice's back, thought for a moment, showed Katlia a similar smile, and then quickly followed her. Why didn't you dry my clothes too? He asked Alice in a low voice. Alice turned her head to look at Klein. His clothes were still dripping water, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the deck as he walked. Alice shook her head, looked up, and said to him seriously. This is called soilless cultivation. Klein stopped in astonishment, watching Alice's back gradually disappear. Is she sick? Alice didn't know what happened that night, but in any case, when she, having forgotten what happened the previous night, stepped into the dining room the next morning, she just ran into Katlia coming out. Katlia, wearing her thick glasses, saw Alice, pushed her glasses up, and said to her. Get ready, we'll reach that sea area soon. Huh? Alice stared blankly as Katlia left the dining room. She then casually served herself some food, looked around, and sat down opposite Klein in a daze. Are we almost there? She asked, poking the beef-flavored potato on her plate. It seems so. Klein also didn't seem to have fully processed it. Alice couldn't help but scrutinize him. He had completely changed his clothes, a round-neck shirt, a brown jacket, wide-leg pants, and a dark baseball cap. This was the attire of a local native in Byam, looking more like an adventurer than a suit, but Klein in Alice's impression always seemed to wear formal wear. He wouldn't happen to not have any other formal wear, would he? Alice gave Klein a sympathetic look, and under his puzzled gaze, she put the untouched beef-flavored potato into his plate, then said to him with a loving expression, "Eat more." Question mark. Klein showed an expression that said, "What's gotten into you now?" Alice gently patted his shoulder with a warm expression, as if encouraging or comforting him. Then, she turned to leave under Klein's puzzled gaze. Just then, Alice saw a pirate walk in carrying a large green fish and head towards a corner. Sitting there was the future second mate, Heath Doyle, whose face was pale to the point of transparency, and whose nose bridge was disproportionately prominent. He was a bloodless. Smack. The sea fish, nearly a meter long, was placed in front of this bloodless. Heath Doyle extended both hands, pressed down on the large fish, his body bending little by little, his head lowering inch by inch, his face pressing directly against the scales, as if kissing it. Suddenly, the fish stiffened, then melted rapidly like a candle encountering a flame, becoming a disgusting puddle of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood, like liquid, flowed into Heath Doyle's mouth and covered the outer layer of his skin. Amidst the unwatchable writhing, the large fish, bones and all, completely disappeared, leaving no trace. Heath Doyle's face, however, became very clean, only his lips turned a vibrant red, like a blooming rose. "Hey, why does this scene look a bit like?" Alice stood still, turning to look at the creeping hunger in Klein's hand. She had only witnessed the creeping hunger feeding once. These two scenes were indeed very similar, especially since Heath Doyle was a Rose Bishop, and Sequence 5 was Shepherd. However, wasn't it originally necessary to eat people? Alice blinked, and asked Klein curiously. "Have you ever tried feeding the creeping hunger other things?" End of this chapter. Chapter 382 Chapter 65 Arrival. "It doesn't eat," Klein replied. "Why is it so picky?" Alice muttered. Their seemingly inexplicable conversation attracted Catlia's attention. Catlia glanced at Alice, thought for a moment, and explained to her. "Every Rose Bishop needs to consume enough flesh and blood to fully utilize their Beander abilities and to prevent losing control after being injured in intense battles. It's just that the lunatics of the Aurora Order prefer human flesh and blood, but other things can actually be used as substitutes." Alice nodded thoughtfully, then curiously asked a philosophical question. "If there's a fish that tastes and feels like a human, is a Rose Bishop eating a human or a fish?" "Right, what would that even count as eating?" This was clearly inspiration Frank Lee had given Alice. Catlia cursed Frank Lee countless times in her mind before saying to Alice, "I think on similar issues, Frank Lee and Heath Doyle are both more professional than I am. You can go ask them." Alice lowered her head thoughtfully. Catlia took the opportunity to move away from Alice. This bloodless, valued at 7,600 pounds, was indeed quite lucky. He not only directly became a Sequence 6 Rose Bishop, skipping the listener stage which was most prone to losing control, but also joined Star Admiral's pirate crew. If not for this lady who possessed much hidden knowledge, even if he didn't actively listen to the true creator's voice, he probably would have lost control due to his craving for flesh and blood, right? Looking at it this way, he really does seem like a protagonist, encountering all sorts of events, then turning misfortune into fortune and gaining something. Klein couldn't help but glance at Alice. Catlia's suggestion indeed matched Alice's thoughts. She seriously began to consider whether to ask Heath Doyle or Frank Lee. As she lowered her head in thought, a scene appeared before her. The azure sea was cut by a fissure, and the seawater plunged like a waterfall into an unfathomable darkness. The future rushed out from the edge of the waterfall, plummeting rapidly. Alice blinked blankly, looking around. She actively moved away from the chandelier, the serving counter, and other things, approaching a corner of the restaurant. Klein looked at Alice in confusion, just about to ask her what she was doing, when the entire ship suddenly pitched violently. The plates on the table, along with the food in them, spilled all over him, catching him unprepared. This was just the prelude. Next, amidst a chaotic din, all the plates and pirates flew out together, crashing into the ceiling. Toasted bread, white bread, butter, cream, beer, pan-fried fish. In the midst of the chaos, Alice, who had silently unfurled a pair of white light wings, licked her lips as she watched the food flying in the air, then flew out to play a game of catching food. Klein uncontrollably fell into the air. Without panicking, he reached out and pressed against the ceiling, performing an acrobatic flip to stabilize himself. The one with the most impressive special effects was undoubtedly Star Admiral Katlia. Surrounded by starlight, she stood on a brilliant cosmos, appearing completely unaffected. In contrast, Heath Doyle, who had merged into the shadows at the very beginning, no one knew how he was doing now. As a meander of the sailor pathway, Nina also displayed astonishing balance. She used the ceiling to stabilize herself and, accidentally, kicked Frank Lee. The toxin expert flew sideways, crashing into a wine barrel and getting splashed with pale yellow wine. Alice thought for a moment, then went over, picked up the wine barrel, lifted Frank Lee out of it, placed him upright, and then exclaimed, "He looks like a flower pot." Nina's figure stumbled. Amidst the chaos, fountain-like seawater surged rapidly from the seabed, lifting the future and throwing it to the other side of the fissure. After a light, airy sensation, Alice was sure the future had landed on the sea surface. She returned to the ground, and the wings behind her dissipated. Klein put away the sea god's domain charm he held in his hand and walked to Alice, asking curiously, "Do angels really have wings?" Alice turned to look at him, blinked twice, and then silver-white wings wrapped around him from behind, before passing through him and retracting. "They're actually illusory," she explained, "and can't really be touched, but they can indeed fly, kind of like special effects." After a pause, she added, "Actually, theoretically, I can fly even without spreading my wings, or rather, I can walk in the air. But I always feel like this has more flair, you know. I understand, just like you think a crystal ball should go with a warlock's robe." Klein completely understood Alice's thinking. Ignoring everyone else's expressions, he looked towards the restaurant window. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, revealing the mess in the restaurant. It was the scorching sun of noon, yet they all remembered it was still early morning just moments ago. Alice followed his gaze, thought for a moment, then quickly walked to the window and looked up at the sky. "The sky looks like a giant sun," she turned back and described her feeling. Alice's abstract description made Klein unable to understand, so he chose to walk over and see for himself. There was no sun or clouds in the sky, only direct sunlight, making the entire sky appear golden. As his gaze swept across, he noticed a ruin not far ahead and to the side. Most of the ruin was submerged in seawater. What rose above the surface were piles of gray stones and pillars forming peaks, topped by a dome-like structure. Its inherent curvature created a considerable space. This ruin must have been incredibly vast originally. Through the transparent seawater, Klein saw that it extended endlessly downwards into the seabed. "This is a very dangerous ocean." Star Admiral Katlia had arrived beside him at some point and said, looking out the window. Alice shifted her gaze from the window, looking at Katlia's expression filled with nostalgia and reminiscence. "You've been here before," Alice politely interjected, playing along with Katlia. Katlia looked straight ahead and said with a touch of emotion, "I haven't been here many times, and all of them were a long time ago." Alice curiously blinked twice, directly asking what Klein was thinking. "Weren't you with the crew of the future at the time? Did you come alone?" After a pause, without Katlia needing to speak, Alice suddenly realized. "Oh right, it was Queen Mystic." End of chapter. Chapter 383, Chapter 66, The Source of Danger. This was the plain truth, and also something Katlia was unwilling to mention. Alice saw Katlia's fists clench tightly. The experiences of Star Admiral were not a secret on the sea. Hanged Man Alger had recounted relevant stories when introducing the 4 kings and 7 generals of the sea. Star Admiral had once followed Queen Mystic, but later, her joining the Moses ascetic order angered Queen Mystic, and the two almost broke ties. Alice thoughtfully glanced at Katlia's clenched fists. As if to conceal something, Katlia relaxed her posture and said, as if nothing had happened. "You guessed correctly. This sea area is very vast, no one knows where its end is. Do you know what the most dangerous thing here is?" Alice looked at Klein, and Klein, as if in telepathic understanding with her, also looked at her. Then, Alice saw Klein turn to Katlia and say, "Fate. ... Is he talking about me?" Alice suspiciously eyed Klein, then frowned and confirmed with Katlia. "Is he insulting me? Well, saying it that way might not be entirely wrong. Catlia subtly shifted her gaze from Alice and replied, appearing very calm. In any place, for anyone, fate is very dangerous. He is insulting me. Alice's eyes widened, and she offered sincere praise to Catlia. You're so articulate. Unlike some people, why do they even have a mouth? Alice glared fiercely at Klein. Klein, who just happened to have a mouth, ignored her gaze and asked Catlia. So what is the most dangerous thing here? Catlia was silent for a moment before answering. Many ruins of the desolate lands float here, with all sorts of mutated monsters, including many out-of-control demigods and ancient evil creatures. This isn't the most dangerous part. If it were only these, this ocean would become a hunting ground for the 7 churches, a treasure trove for them to harvest high-sequence materials or items. Of course, many monsters here, many out-of-control evil entities, aren't necessarily real. They can truly kill us, but after being slain, they leave nothing behind. Sounds like a dungeon abandoned due to excessive difficulty. Alice muttered softly. The description sounds a bit like Dragon of Imagination. Klein, who was seriously contemplating the problem, couldn't help but glance at Alice, his thoughts sidetracked by her. That shouldn't exist. It should be a dungeon that was abandoned after the game launched due to complaints, so the code is still there, even the interface hasn't been deleted. Klein sighed with the sentiment, if the program runs, don't touch it. Catlia didn't understand Alice's words, nor did she know what Klein was thinking. She habitually ignored the incomprehensible terms from Alice's mouth and continued. Here, you can never guess what danger you'll encounter next. Perhaps just by approaching a ruin, you melt and become a candle-like monster. Perhaps just by deviating from an explored route, you turn into stone in a storm and shatter into pieces. For low and mid-sequence beyonders, this is the greatest danger. Klein tilted his head slightly, looked worriedly at Alice, then acutely retorted. What about demigods? Catlia also looked at Alice and whispered. This sea area is filled with sounds that shouldn't be heard. The higher the sequence, the easier it is to hear them. Therefore, most demigods who dared to explore here have encountered problems. They either went mad or lost control, becoming forever lost here. Meeting Catlia's gaze, Alice shook her head and said, Fate determines my outcome. Until it's my time to run into trouble, I won't run into trouble. Moreover, for me, something else might be more dangerous. Alice glanced uneasily in the direction from which the attraction came. She could feel that she was getting closer and closer to the source of that attraction. Then, when it is her time to run into trouble? No one was tactless enough to ask that question at this moment. Of course, they didn't have time to ask either. As they spoke, they drew closer to the ruins. Suddenly, a gasping sound echoed in everyone's ears. The huge and clear gasping sound entered slowly and rhythmically. The pirates either turned their heads or picked up their weapons, all displaying a highly vigilant posture. Alice, however, closed her eyes. A golden ocean appeared before her, and a corpse lay quietly on the sea surface within the ruins, floating and sinking with the gasping sound. There's a corpse there. She opened her eyes. There's a corpse there. Bloodless Heath Doyle's figure emerged from the shadows. He clutched his head, painfully squatting on the ground. Catlia, who had subconsciously removed her heavy glasses to gaze at the ruins, put them back on and, without thinking, turned to shout at the pirates inside the restaurant. Quick! Speed up and go around there, don't get close. Her voice carried a slight magnetism, immediately startling everyone. The sailors grabbed their weapons and ran out of the restaurant, rushing to their posts. Under the command of Chief Mate Odorov and Bosun Nina, they adjusted the sails, bypassing the ruins from a greater distance. It wasn't until the peaks of stacked stones and pillars disappeared below the horizon that bloodless Heath Doyle lowered his hands, his expression no longer so pained. Alice frowned and looked at this Rose Bishop, the second mate of Future. From the previous scene, it seemed that Heath Doyle's listener ability, even if not actively used, would bring him great danger. He would become the biggest hidden danger of this voyage. Correspondingly, he could also obtain more information. The more he knew, the faster he would die. Klein didn't want to create complications. Alice scanned Heath Doyle, and with a thought, tried to confirm his level of danger. Future visions were not without disgusting scenes of Heath Doyle collapsing into a bloody mess, but what Alice ultimately saw was the brilliant starlight surrounding him. That starlight was very similar to the starlight Catlia had displayed several times, dreamy and beautiful, with an aesthetic like a conversation. Alice instantly remembered her room, and Bernardet, who always appeared with the pea-vine. Their abilities are also fairy tale-like. Are all mystery priors like this? Considering that Catlia was only sequence 5, Alice believed the starlight pointed to Bernardet. Just as Alice was about to ask Catlia about the abilities of mystery priors, she heard Klein's very impolite question. Can you restore the restaurant to its original state? I haven't had breakfast yet. End of this chapter. Chapter 384, Chapter 67, The Sun, the Moon, and the Stars. Don't I have any face left? Alice turned her head expressionlessly to Klein, saying coldly, that's perfect, you can squirm with your glove. Catlia couldn't bear to watch any longer. She glanced at the dirty, messy food on the floor and instructed the chef, prepare breakfast again for the remaining people. Give these to Frank. Perhaps he'll find a use for them. Alice began to seriously consider the possibility of restoring the restaurant to its original state. She ultimately didn't do so. Instead, after a while, she stood on the deck, holding a smoked fish in both hands. This sea area seemed to be perpetually bathed in midday sun. Alice looked at the golden sea, gnawing on the smoked fish, and squinted at a faint speck of light in the distance. A vivid image appeared before her eyes. 2 golden steeds pulling a golden carriage, galloping past, with a sun behind the carriage. The dazzling sunlight made Alice feel an urge to cry. She shifted her gaze, searching for Klein's figure. He was strolling on the deck, and besides him, there were a few scattered pirates. Alice jogged over, reached out, and tugged on Klein's sleeve. When he looked at her, she said, "Don't look. There's a sun there." Alice didn't intentionally raise her voice, but she also didn't intentionally lower it, so her voice echoed across the empty deck, and her indistinct words drew puzzled stares. The joke about the dependence, sealed artifact, and lover had been spread by Nina the night before, and coupled with the events of last night and this morning, most of the pirates and sailors realized that the seemingly underage Alice appeared to be a young demigod. It wasn't that no one had speculated she was a terrestrial angel, but it was too incredible and not yet the mainstream view. No one had heard of an angel like this. Alice probably only looked like an angel when she was speaking in riddles. During this process, the speck of light gradually revealed its true form, 4 pillars carved from pure diamond. They extended downwards like the sea-propping giant towers of myths and legends, standing firmly and supporting a sizable floating island. Above the floating island, the soil was scorched black, devoid of any greenery. In its depths, the light was extraordinarily bright, surpassing the midday sky. Suddenly, a long neigh echoed from there. The sound was loud and unrestrained, but it lacked that chilling sense of danger. Not long after, the sound of galloping horses approached, and 2 steeds, as if made of gold, rushed out of the floating island, pulling an equally golden and magnificent chariot behind them. Just then, Star Admiral Catlia's voice, amplified in some way, urgently reverberated through every corner of the future. Duck your heads. Don't look. Although Alice herself had no intention of warning them, the 2 warnings still caused every single pirate and sailor on the deck to quickly lower their heads. Alice saw the sun once again. It wouldn't truly harm her, but staring directly at the sun wasn't a comfortable experience either. Alice merely glanced at it out of curiosity before closing her eyes. She didn't open her eyes until the sunlight returned to normal, then she whispered, "I always feel like this place, this scene, is a bit familiar." Klein was slightly startled, and just as he was about to say something, Alice had already looked at the 4 massive diamond pillars and asked thoughtfully, "Such large diamonds, if we carried them back and sold them, we'd surely make a lot of money, right?" Klein suddenly felt that Alice was even more like a crazy adventurer than he was. What would have happened if we hadn't lowered our heads just now? He glanced at the pirates and sailors on the deck, who were looking at each other, and changed the subject. "I don't know," Alice spread her hands, "maybe it would be like passing by the sun." The pirates and sailors on the deck didn't have much knowledge, and Klein wasn't sure, but having attended university in both his lives, he knew that in a situation like Alice described, probably not even ashes would remain. It was a good thing Star Admiral had been here a few times before, and it was also a good thing Alice was here. Klein looked at Alice, deciding to thank her properly when they returned. His sentiment lasted no more than 3 seconds before Alice turned her head and made a suggestion that nearly stopped his heart. Let's go take a look at that floating island. Maybe we can bring those 4 big diamonds back. You're the crazy adventurer. Klein stared at Alice. After 2 seconds of eye contact, Alice asked with a hint of hesitation, then, can we go when we're on the way back? But, will we still pass by here on the return journey? Klein didn't know, but he reached out and held Alice, warning her solemnly, during the rest of the voyage, you are not allowed to leave my sight. Alice glared at him fiercely. After more than 10 seconds, Klein slightly relented, or Catlia's sight. Alice tossed her head, refusing to speak to him. Her sulking lasted until lunch was ready. The moment she smelled the aroma drifting from the restaurant, Alice forgot she was still angry and shook Klein, saying, it's time to eat. She still remembered Klein telling her not to leave his sight. However, as Klein turned to head to the restaurant, the surroundings suddenly darkened. The sun is gone, Alice murmured, the moon has risen. Klein was slightly startled. A dazzling starlight enveloped the future, and Catlia's voice came from the captain's cabin. Return to your rooms, or find any corner, and let yourselves fall asleep. Then wait to wake up naturally. Alice's somniloquent words followed immediately after. No, it's the star has risen. Then came the puzzled voice of toxin expert Frank Lee. What if we don't sleep? His booming voice made Klein's head buzz, and for a moment, he forgot to question Alice. Catlia stood behind the captain's cabin window and said, when we wake up, we'll find you've disappeared and can never be found again. Can't I eat first then sleep? Alice's shout rang out. Klein turned his head and found that Alice's expression was no longer dazed. If fate hasn't warned you, then you should be able to, Catlia calmly replied. Alice lowered her hands, which she had cupped like a megaphone, glanced at the pirates heading off to sleep, sighed, and mumbled, forget it, the lights are all off, I'll go to sleep too. Alice walked towards the cabin. After a few steps, she frowned and looked back, asking Klein, who was still standing there watching her, aren't you going to sleep? End of chapter. Chapter 385 Chapter 68 Invitation. Alice did not ask strange questions like, will I have insomnia? She already understood that Beyonders could quickly fall asleep through meditation, which was a crucial trick for her to fall asleep at light speed. When she awoke in the dream, the first thing Alice saw was a city frozen in twilight. She sat on a towering megalith. In front of the megalith was a bottomless cliff, and across the cliff was a mountain covered with countless palaces, countless tall towers, and majestic city walls. The buildings were magnificent and ornate, layered and encircling, each one extraordinarily huge, unlike a place for humans to reside. Combined, they possessed an indescribable sense of epicness, wonder, and mythology. The sun hung far in the distance, casting the colors of twilight upon the city, its light seemingly frozen. Beside her, Catlia sat with her knees hugged, her voice like a dream. This is a shared dream for all of us. A shared dream for all of them. Alice blinked, looking somewhat lost at the magnificent city. She had seen that city before, in the key held by Iceberg Admiral Edwina. She remembered that son Derek called this city Giant Court. When he awoke in the dream, Klein looked around in a daze, searching for the power that had invaded his dream. Shall we go take a look together? Bloodless Heath Doyle landed from the shadows, inviting him, who was clearly awake and capable of action. Why is he in my dream? Did he invade my dream? Klein was stunned for a moment and did not respond, instead observing his surroundings first. He was on a mountaintop, with a monastic-style expanse of black buildings behind and to his left and right. In front was a withered yellow tree and a protruding megalith. On top of the megalith, Star Admiral Catlia sat shoulder to shoulder with Alice, gazing at the mountain opposite, the scene inexplicably harmonious. Why is everyone here? Although Klein showed no hint of it on his face, Heath Doyle thoughtfully provided an explanation. This is a shared dream for all of us. Let's go up and say hello. Heath Doyle moved towards the megalith, and Klein subconsciously followed him. As Alice stared lost at the phantom of the distant giant court, an inviting voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Want to come along? Alice turned her head and saw Klein, maintaining Gairman Sparrow's appearance, and the pale-faced Heath Doyle. It was Heath Doyle who invited her to explore together. Alice stared at the two of them, her brows slowly furrowing, and finally asked Heath Doyle, "Why can you stay awake?" Alice had known for a long time that Klein could stay awake in an invaded dream. Regardless of whether this was a special trait of Klein himself or the goddess's blessing, the fact remained. So, by what right could Heath Doyle? Alice glanced at Star Admiral Catlia beside her, then looked back at Heath Doyle, her meaning very clear. Even his captain was still half asleep, so by what right could he stay awake? Alice's question was like a thunderclap, startling Klein awake. Only then did he suddenly realize that he had never wondered why Heath Doyle could stay awake in the dream. Heath Doyle did not directly answer Alice's question. Since you said I'm like a protagonist, then you'll have to accept that as a protagonist, I have some special qualities, right? This time, it wasn't Alice. Klein frowned and looked at Heath Doyle, subconsciously moving a little further away from him. Perhaps Heath Doyle realized that without a reliable reason, it would be difficult to persuade Alice and Klein. He thought for a moment and replied, "This is actually a personal encounter I had. My luck became exceptionally good, and at the same time, I gained the ability to remain awake in dreams, during hypnosis, and in similar scenarios." Klein looked at Alice. This was a passable reason, but given his previous attitude, Alice remained skeptical about the truthfulness of this reason. "What do you want to do?" Alice asked with a frown. Heath Doyle answered this question without hesitation. "I want to explore this dream, but exploring alone is too dangerous, I need companions." "What do you know about this dream?" Alice continued to ask. "This is a shared dream for all of us," Heath Doyle replied. "There are dangers hidden here, and also opportunities." All nonsense. When Alice learned that this was a shared dream for all of them, she knew there must be something wrong with it. After all, the outside world was full of dangers. Was a dream a safe place? There was no such good thing. For those who were truly asleep, the dream might be safe, but for those of them who were still awake in the dream, it probably proved the saying, "The more you know, the more dangerous it becomes." Whether there were opportunities in exploring the dream, Alice was unsure. But exploring the dream was definitely much more dangerous than exploring outside, as it was easier to be corrupted in a dream than outside. If Heath Doyle hadn't extended the invitation, Alice's original plan was to first try if she could sleep in the dream. Now, it seemed, she had to temporarily abandon that plan. Alice frowned and glanced at him, then thought for a moment and pointed at the magnificent cluster of buildings frozen in twilight, asking him, "Have you seen that cluster of buildings?" Heath Doyle seemed not to be stingy with his knowledge of the dream. He gave a clear yet vague answer. "It's just there, everyone who enters the dream can see it, but can never get close." Alice gave Heath Doyle a meaningful look. She was not very familiar with Heath Doyle outside the dream, having not even exchanged 2 words with him, so Alice was unsure if Heath Doyle's personality at this moment had changed from before. But Alice could be certain of one thing. Heath Doyle, who had become a Rose Bishop due to his luck and joined the Star Admiral's pirate crew, should not have such extensive knowledge of the Sea of Ruins. Moreover, information about the dream should be even harder to obtain. After all, if a companion died in the dream, you would most likely not know what happened. Thinking of this, Alice squatted down and asked Star Admiral Catlia, who was still sitting with her knees hugged. "Before today, did you know that your first mate had an encounter that allowed him to remain awake in dreams?" "No, I didn't." Catlia gazed at the city and gave her answer. Chapter 386 Chapter 69 Key. Alice silently turned her head to look at Heath Doyle. He finally revealed a hint of panic. Alice watched him shift his body a few times, standing in the shadows. This seemed to give Heath Doyle a sense of security. He calmed his tone and replied, "I only discovered this later, and I haven't found a suitable opportunity to tell the captain." His credibility with Alice was already almost non-existent. Alice merely smiled at his words, then stood up and said, "Where do you want to trick us into going?" "No way, so direct." Klein looked at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back. Heath Doyle was also startled by Alice's bluntness. He hurriedly organized his words. No, I just want to invite people to explore the dream with me." Heath Doyle looked up, meeting Alice's distrustful gaze. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth, as if finally making up his mind, and said, "All right, I admit it. I want to find something in the dream, but I don't know where it is." "Then how will you find it?" Alice asked, looking puzzled. Heath Doyle didn't speak. Alice stood up from the ground, watched him think for a few seconds, then turned to Klein and asked, "Are we going with him?" Klein, who had expected Alice to make her own decision, looked at Alice with emotion. First, it's certain that Heath Doyle is definitely hiding something. How much of what he said before is credible is hard to say for now, but asking us to come along is definitely not just for finding two companions. He must have other motives. Wait, is he really Heath Doyle? Klein suddenly remembered this crucial question. He immediately turned to look at Alice. Don't ask me, Alice spread her hands. I came with you. If you're not planning to explore the dream, I'm going to sleep. Well, that makes so much sense. Klein looked at Alice with a complicated expression. However, I was already planning to walk around in this dream. Maybe I can first see what Heath Doyle wants to do. After all, he's only sequence 6. As if guessing what Klein was thinking, Alice glanced at him and reminded him, if something really happens, I might not be able to save you in time. The dream is definitely more dangerous than the outside. Klein's recently burgeoning thoughts became hesitant again. Heath Doyle finally couldn't take it anymore. He said in a self-deprecating manner, I'm looking for a key. A key that can unlock all treasures. Huh. Alice stared at him. When I entered the dream, I saw that key. Heath Doyle showed a dreamy expression. It was so dazzling, so warm, so bright. So much like a con artist. Alice inexplicably thought of Sylvia. As long as I get it, as long as I possess it, I can get everything I desire, I can salvage past regrets. Heath Doyle said fanatically, it will only reveal itself to truly destined people. Question mark. Alice's expression became even more complex. She and Klein exchanged glances, confirming that Klein also felt, like her, that Heath Doyle had been deceived, which immediately put her more at ease. Heath Doyle continued his impassioned speech. Just as you said, I am the protagonist, I should get it. And you, special existences who can remain sober in the dream. You will be my most powerful aid. You will be my right-hand man on the road to success. You will be. Alice, unable to bear it any longer, chose to attack his mind. The damage from spirituality seemed to make him sober up instead, like a basin of cold water poured on a raging fire. After the spiritual tremor subsided, Heath Doyle instinctively tried to escape into the shadows. After experiencing an infinite loop of escaping into the shadows, right pointing arrow coming out, right pointing arrow escaping into the shadows, right pointing arrow coming out, right pointing arrow escaping into the shadows, right pointing arrow coming out, Heath Doyle finally understood that it was unwise to run away in front of a demigod. I'm very sorry, a blush appeared on his pale face. I didn't know. I was just like I had a fit just now. I'm starting to regret it a little. Alice reached up to hold her forehead, looking at Heath Doyle hesitantly. Can you still find that key now? Heath Doyle shook his head in embarrassment. I should have waited for you to lead us to the key before acting. Alice muttered. Tell me. She was just about to ask Heath Doyle to explain what had happened when dazzling sunlight descended from the sky. Everything turned bright white, then disappeared. She woke up. Alice opened her eyes. Everything had returned to midday. She opened her pocket watch to check the time and found that only half an hour had passed since she fell asleep. This daytime is a bit too short. Alice looked at the ceiling with a complicated expression, then jumped out of bed and rushed out to find Katlia, or Klein, or Heath Doyle. In short, anyone would do. She wanted to continue asking about what had just happened. The easiest to find was, of course, Katlia. Alice dashed to the captain's cabin, then braked sharply at the door and knocked twice. Katlia opened the door shortly after, wearing her thick spectacles. Katlia seemed to know Alice's intention. She stepped aside to let her in and said, Do you need me to call Heath over? Wait a moment, Alice shook her head. You really didn't know he could stay sober in the dream before, right? To be precise, Katlia replied as she walked further into the room, Heath couldn't stay sober in the dream before. Alice looked over in surprise. Katlia had already walked to the captain's cabin window and amplified her voice. Heath, come to the captain's cabin. Before Alice could continue speaking, another knock sounded at the door. She looked towards the door. It was Klein. May I come in? Klein asked them. Alice looked at Katlia, who nodded, so Klein walked in. None of them spoke first until Heath Doyle walked into the captain's cabin. Only then did Alice eagerly ask, about that key, and what you said. What exactly was that adventure about? Heath Doyle's face was still pale. His nose hung incongruously on his face. Alice saw a blush of embarrassment on his face, and his expression lacked the flamboyance he had shown at certain times in the dream. I don't know. Heath Doyle hid most of his body in the shadows, then replied as if gaining a sense of security, before today, I couldn't stay sober in the dream. End of chapter. Chapter 387 Chapter 70 Equality. Alice waited patiently for Heath Doyle to continue. This answer wasn't unexpected, it only indicated that there was indeed an unknown danger in this dream, or perhaps an already known one, for example, if she herself was behind it. After all, Heath Doyle's description easily brought to mind the key of light, far away on the west continent. No, actually, not that far, considering this was the ocean of the gods' war ruins. Judging by the giant court that appeared in the dream, this place might be connected to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. And the Forsaken Land of the Gods was connected to the west continent. Realizing this, Alice began to listen intently to Heath Doyle. It wasn't a very long story. His improved luck due to a fortuitous encounter wasn't true, but the ability to remain conscious in the dream was. Darkness and light found Heath Doyle in the shadows together, so when the shared dream descended, the only thing Heath Doyle could do was seemingly consciously search for that key within the dream. But when Alice asked what the key actually looked like, Heath Doyle stammered and couldn't give an answer. He only remembered that he desperately wanted to obtain it. In fact, even how to find it, the now conscious Heath Doyle couldn't explain. It all seemed to be a cold case. Alice couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. I should have waited for him to find the key before waking him up. Would it have been too late by then? Most likely, it would have been too late. No one spoke in the room. Only Heath Doyle, after a few seconds of silence, solemnly bowed to Alice and said, "Thank you." He subconsciously tried to find a respectful title but got stuck. The captain seemed to call this lady Alice, which should be her name, but addressing her by name wouldn't convey respect. Heath Doyle was conflicted. Miss Fate, Gairman Sparrow offered the most suitable answer. Fate. For low to mid-sequence beyonders, this word carried a sense of awe-inspiring mystery. After all, when people faced absurd realities, they would blame things on fate. Just as Frank Lee had praised Heath Doyle's good luck. Miss Fate. Heath Doyle tentatively called out. That's fine too. Alice accepted the title. After a pause, she seemed to remember something and said, "Thanks aren't just words. If you really want to thank me, then help me spread the faith." "Right, I remember you're a Rose Bishop. Spread the faith." Heath Doyle belatedly realized something was amiss. Cattleya looked at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back, wishing to ask if this was something that could be said out loud. Alice blinked, reached out, patted Cattleya's shoulder, and said to her with all seriousness, "This great mission is entrusted to you, Your Excellency. Star Admiral." With that, Alice turned and walked out of the captain's cabin. "What are you going to do?" Klein pulled Alice back. "Eat," Alice replied as a matter of course. "Before darkness falls, we should be preparing for lunch." Klein didn't know what to say. After a few seconds of silence, Klein turned to Cattleya and asked his last question. "Did you encounter similar things last time you were here?" "No," Cattleya shook her head definitively. Klein only had time to ask that one question because Alice was pulling him to go eat. Although she wasn't pulling very hard, Klein could feel her patience gradually waning. "Why don't you go by yourself?" After leaving the captain's cabin, Klein asked the skipping Alice. "Didn't you say?" Alice turned her head and glared at him. "To not leave your sight from now on." Klein stood there, looking at Alice in surprise. After noticing Alice walk a few steps forward and then impatiently turn back, he quickened his pace to follow her. He always felt she had been so well behaved lately. Even as he stepped into the dining room, Klein still felt like he was walking on clouds. What brought him back to earth was Frank Lee, who walked over with a glass of milk. "Want some milk?" Remembering the complex flavors of the food in the dining room, Klein cautiously asked about the milk Frank Lee had proactively brought over. "What is this, Alice?" Alice licked off the milk that had accidentally gotten on her lip, turning to look at him in confusion. She had already taken a big gulp while Klein was still deliberating the milk's origin. "It's quite good," she said sincerely, holding half a glass of milk, trying to persuade him. Frank Lee enthusiastically said, "If you like it, there will be plenty more in the future. I've cultivated some small things, they need to rest in the soil for a while to grow and reproduce." These are some bacteria that allow creatures to produce milk even outside of lactation. Whether male or female, they will produce milk if they consume it and return to normal if they stop. This way, the poor dairy cows won't have to suffer those torments. This way, men and women can be more equal in raising children, and it's more beneficial for women to work outside the home. Alice put down the half glass of milk in her hand, picked up another glass of milk, placed it in front of Klein, and said with a fake smile, "That's wonderful. I never imagined you had such a grand ideal. I thought you were just passionate about researching hybridization techniques." Frank Lee seemed very happy to share his ideals with others. "Oh, that's certainly part of my ideal. My dream has never changed. I hope to research soil, crops, and hybridization techniques without restrictions. I hope humanity will no longer suffer from famine. I hope people become equal. What you can do, I can do. What you can grow, I can grow. ... Huh, no, it's not that kind of equality, is it?" Alice was deeply shocked. She closed her eyes, struggling to organize her words. "Very good. I never thought before that gender equality could be solved in this way. Haha, you're right. As long as men have uteruses, and women grow. In short, this really can achieve gender equality, haha." Klein glanced at the incoherent Alice and spoke with a dry voice. "I never thought. Well, since your ideal includes humanity no longer suffering from famine, have you considered creating crops that can be grown in extreme environments, for example, crops that can grow normally in complete darkness, in an environment full of various monsters?" End of chapter. Chapter 388 Chapter 71 Mr. Fool, can I drink your milk? Alice glanced at Klein. This sounds like the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Letting Frank Lee research crops that can grow in the Forsaken Land of the Gods is indeed a good idea that kills two birds with one stone. Anyway, for the City of Silver, having something to eat is good enough, and they probably won't consider. Alice silently looked at the remaining half glass of milk. They probably won't consider whether the milk actually comes from a cow. Frank Lee took a sip of milk and lowered his head in thought. Seeing this, Alice tiptoed up, preparing to slip away. "We won't disturb your thoughts," Klein politely said, then followed Alice out. Frank Lee was oblivious to their escape, nodding perfunctorily as he concentrated on his research. After successfully sitting on the other side of the restaurant, Alice made a safe gesture, then slumped into her chair. After a few seconds of unfocused eyes, she suddenly looked up and asked Klein, "Have you heard of cockroach milk?" Huh. Klein's eyes were momentarily confused. Alice turned her head and introduced this grand project to Klein. "It is said that cockroach milk has 4 times the protein content of cow's milk." "I've heard of it," Klein interrupted Alice with a complicated expression. "Thank you for reminding me." "You're welcome," Alice said without a hint of guilt. "However, if that kind of bacteria could make anything produce milk, then..." Alice's ill-intentioned gaze fell on Klein. Before she could speak, Klein jumped up like an agitated cat, retreating 2 or 3 meters before shouting, "Don't even think about that." The pirates in the restaurant looked over in confusion, and even Frank Lee cast a puzzled gaze. "It seems I can't let him find out when doing this. But how could milking not be discovered?" Alice regretfully withdrew her gaze and frowned, lost in thought. That expression of hers, she hasn't given up at all, has she? Sigh, although it feels bad to think this way about Frank, I still hope his research fails. Otherwise, I probably won't be able to stop her from doing such a thing. Klein watched Alice, sighing inwardly, then silently sat back in his original seat. After the pirates finished their lunch in shifts, Star Admiral Katlia once again pushed open the captain's cabin window and amplified her voice with magic. "There's an island 1.5 nautical miles ahead. We'll dock there and wait for the storm to pass. In this ocean, every time noon and night alternate, a terrifying storm may appear. I'm not sure when it will come, but I think it's safer to wait for it to pass before continuing our voyage." She explained it in detail, and avoiding a storm was not difficult for the pirates to understand, so no one raised any objections. Even Alice just waved her hand after listening and said, "I want to learn that. This magic that amplifies sound is so convenient. Can this magic be adjusted to make the sound fluctuate in volume?" Klein couldn't listen anymore and stood up to leave the restaurant. Not long after, an island covered with huge trees appeared ahead. The future docked on the leeward side of the island, awaiting the arrival of the storm. About half an hour later, as Alice was lying on the captain's cabin window with an ice cream, the sky suddenly darkened, and thick clouds covered the heavens. A bolt of lightning split the dark sky, a huge roar sounded, and at the same time, a distant hurricane rolled in. It connected the clouds above and the sea below, more exaggerated than any giant in legends, like a colossal snake spiraling to destroy the world. This terrifying tornado brought mountain-like waves. Tree-like lightning did not cease with the arrival of the heavy rain, continuously lashing the sea and splitting into tiny electrical snakes spreading in all directions. The splashing raindrops hit the deck of the future, giving the pirates, who had already entered the cabin or shelter, a sense that the end of the world had arrived. Such a storm did not last too long. About 15 minutes later, the waves subsided, the hurricane dissipated, and the midday sun once again dominated the sky. You can move around on the island, but you cannot go deep and must remain within cannon range. Katlia gave the pirates a brief chance to relax. Does that include me? Alice, who had snuck into the captain's cabin, turned her head and asked. It's best if you don't go too deep either, Katlia replied cautiously. I believe you won't encounter danger, but you might get caught up in trouble and delay our departure time. Alice was persuaded. You're really good with words. She gave Katlia a thumbs up. This made Katlia even more silent. A few seconds later, she said to Alice. You too. Alice was silent. Alice decided to go find Klein. If Klein said something like that, he would definitely be secretly scolding her. As for Katlia, Alice believed she wouldn't dare. Alice found Klein strolling on the beach near the shore. Evidently, this seemingly mad but actually cautious adventurer Mr. had not gone to explore the island. Most of the pirates made similar choices, trusting Star Admiral Katlia's decision, and all moved within cannon range. Even Frank Lee's work of collecting samples was done this way. Oh, yes, Frank Lee was collecting soil and plant samples from this island. Alice looked away with a complicated expression, sharply noticing a rapidly moving black dot in the air. Alice looked at Klein and Katlia. They quickly noticed it too. Katlia removed the thick glasses from her face and looked up at the sky. Do those glasses prevent her from seeing what she shouldn't see here? Alice thoughtfully glanced at Katlia, then turned to look at the gradually approaching black dot. The figure drew closer and closer. He wore a white shirt, black vest, and black trousers, a medium-built, golden-haired young man with a 3/7 part and blue eyes. But, as the figure gradually approached, Alice slowly frowned, her eyes flickering. A scene emerged from the figure. Alice saw a coiled giant snake, white in color, without scales, but covered with mysterious runes. She could now clearly see and identify some of the runes. The white giant snake turned its head, revealing its cold and ruthless red eyes. Alice froze in place, watching the snake open its gaping maw. Ah! She let out a piercing scream. End of chapter. Chapter 389. Chapter 72. Bitten by a snake. The blonde, blue-eyed youth was raising his right hand with a smile when he heard a girl's scream. He stopped, looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a young man in a tuxedo and top hat patting the girl next to him, softly calling out. Alice. Oh, it's fake. Alice, who habitually screamed, reacted. She blinked and hid behind Klein. Alice's unusual reaction successfully made Katlia and Klein, both of whom knew her background, look at the youth with wary eyes. Do I look that scary? The youth had no choice but to raise his hands to show he was harmless, and at the same time, he asked Alice with a helpless expression, as if his mind was blank. It's not that you look scary. Alice poked half her head out from behind Klein. It's you seem to have been bitten by a snake. After a pause, she fully stepped out and nodded, saying, Yes, the snake that bit you is scarier. Snake? What snake? Is she talking about the snake of fate? Klein was stunned for a moment and looked at Alice. Snake. Katlia looked at Alice suspiciously. Snake. I wasn't bitten by a snake. The youth looked like he hadn't understood a single word. Alice didn't answer their confusion, but instead asked Katlia, Do you know him? Despite her confusion, Katlia still answered Alice's question. His name is Anderson Hood, and he's very famous in the Mist Sea. He has the title of Strongest Hunter. Strongest Hunter. Alice blinked, couldn't recall the name, so she turned to Klein, who was more familiar with wanted posters, and asked. How much is his bounty? No, not the strongest. Huh. Anderson's words got stuck in his throat. There's no wanted poster for him. Klein replied without changing his expression. He should just be a treasure hunter. Oh, I see. Alice blinked, then reached out and patted Klein's shoulder. It seems you still need to work hard. Kill a few more pirate generals, and then the strongest hunter will be you. Katlia looked at Alice, wanting to say something but holding back. Anderson looked at her in surprise. Alice turned to look at Anderson, and suddenly thought of a quick way to achieve her goal. She asked Klein, if you kill the strongest hunter, won't you be the new strongest hunter? The strongest hunter, Anderson, believed he finally understood Alice's train of thought. He whistled and asked Alice, are you a provoker? You have a lot of talent. ... No, I'm not. Alice denied the statement and closed her mouth. Katlia looked at German Sparrow, and after realizing he had no intention of speaking, she asked Alice, what does it mean to be bitten by a snake? Ah, Alice blinked, it means you'll become especially unlucky. After a half-beat stunned, Anderson immediately reacted and excitedly asked Alice, you know what happened, so you know why you were bitten by a snake? Alice retorted. Anderson automatically established the equation of being bitten by a snake equals becoming unlucky and began to recount the entire incident. This sea area is very dangerous, but it also hides many treasures. I believe you are all aware of this. Many adventurers, or more accurately, treasure hunters, have entered here seeking adventure, but most of them didn't make it out alive. Haha, I said, most, so there are bound to be some lucky ones who manage to acquire items and materials and leave safely. This treasure hunting team was assembled by 2 treasure hunters with experience in this area. They claimed to have figured out which ruins in the first half of the safe route shouldn't be explored, which ruins could be attempted, what methods should be used to hunt which monsters, and which out-of-control evil creatures must be avoided in what way. I've always been very curious about this place, and I was successfully persuaded by them to join their treasure hunting team. A treasure hunting team like that sounds like it's going to have big problems. Alice mumbled, complaining to Klein. And then, Katlia asked, looking at Anderson. Alice noticed that her eyes were a deep purple. Could her eyes turning purple be a sign of enhanced Eye of Secrets? Alice's eyes darted around, and she tugged on Katlia, asking, Captain, Star Admiral, can you look at me like that and tell me what you see? Katlia closed her eyes. Klein's mouth twitched, and he reached out to pull Alice back, nodding to Anderson and saying, continue. Anderson looked at Alice thoughtfully. An experienced hunter would not underestimate any prey. Of course, Alice was not prey for now, but Anderson would not underestimate her just because she looked like a minor, as Star Admiral Katlia's attitude towards Alice was enough to explain everything. She has secrets, and not ordinary ones. Anderson subtly shifted his gaze from Alice and made a snarky remark to German Sparrow. As expected of an adventurer who wants to become the strongest hunter, this sentence alone has a lot of impact. Keep it up, I'm waiting for the day you defeat me. Can I punch him? Alice asked, turning her head. I think he's almost as annoying as I am. Miss Fate. Katlia looked at Alice, wanting to say something but holding back. Shut up. Klein gave a brief response. Okay. Alice reached out and covered her mouth, then began to look at Klein with a resentful gaze. Klein chose to ignore this. He glanced at Anderson and said coldly, didn't I tell you to continue? Anderson looked at Alice, then at German Sparrow, and finally said obediently. It started very smoothly, really smoothly. We avoided dangers, obtained many relics from previous explorers, and hunted some monsters, acquiring several materials. The turning point was when we discovered a strange temple on a submerged island. There were many well-preserved murals there. One of the murals was very eerie, depicting a pilgrimage team walking through parted seawater. The leader of this team was depicted as an angel, with silver hair reaching his vest, and gentle features. I was the first to reach that mural at the time, and I stretched out my right hand, habitually outlining various lines in the air. Really, I didn't touch it, there was at least 5 centimeters of distance, but who knew, the angel in the painting seemed to open his eyes at that moment. You're no good, Alice put down the hand covering her mouth. You should have gone up and touched it, then criticized its composition, color, light, and shadow. End of this chapter. Chapter 390 Chapter 73 Run Away. Your title of strongest hunter couldn't possibly be because you caused too much trouble, could it? PFF'd. Klein turned to look at Alice. Are you serious? Klein asked, dumbfounded. Anderson repeated Alice's words, his composition, colors, and light and shadow. Alice ignored Anderson, instead curving her lips into a smile and turning to Klein, saying, "Help me project an image, Mr. Magician." Illusions should be usable for projection, right? After Klein nodded, she snapped her fingers and said with a smile, "That's good. You still remember what Ouroboros looks like, right?" Ouroboros. Katlia repeated the unfamiliar name, puzzled. In response to this, Klein simply used the magician's illusion to display an image of Ouroboros. An angel with silver hair and silver eyes, with a gentle countenance, appeared before them. Anderson's attitude immediately became agitated. "Yes, that's right, it's him. He is the angel in the painting. Ever since I saw that painting, I've been shrouded in misfortune." After a pause, he asked again, his tone slightly hesitant and exploratory. "Which angel is this? I have never seen him, at least not in the various paintings of the 7 Orthodox churches." "You just referred to the person who left the painting as he. Could it be that this painting was left by him? It's hard to explain to you." Alice shrugged, "But you'd better run now." If I run away, will it really work?" "Miss Fate." Katlia finally couldn't help but call out to her with worry. Alice glanced at Anderson, whose expression had already turned serious, and blinked, saying, It's normal that you, or rather, all of you, haven't seen him, right? He isn't an angel of any particular church. If I had to assign him to a church, maybe the Aurora Order. Have you heard of the ancient sun god? He was once an angel loyal to the ancient sun god, the angel of destiny, Ouroboros, also known as Ouroboros. And we are destined enemies, although in this life. Well, thanks to you, he should already know that I'm alive again. I've escaped. Alice swallowed back bizarre and terrifying words like, "I'm alive again," but Anderson still realized some incredible information from her words and tentatively called out, "Your Highness, this is the generally accepted address for an angel. If Alice did not consider herself a deity, people should have addressed her this way. What should I do?" Alice turned to Klein, he found out. Although she asked this, Alice actually didn't have much emotional fluctuation. Even though she guessed that one glance was enough for Ouroboros to know of her existence, she actually had no intention of running away. Because Ouroboros didn't seem to have any intention of coming to find her either. Based on Alice's impression of the fate pathway, she suspected that Ouroboros was waiting for an revelation of fate, because she was too. Perhaps Will Ossepton was also waiting. This possibility was extinguished in Alice's mind as soon as it emerged. Alice realized that this fact she was unwilling to face was very likely true. This might be the real reason why they hadn't fought. After all, although she hadn't seen the god ascending rituals of other pathways, Alice was certain that no pathway's god ascending ritual would be as fated as the fate pathways. What does it mean to consume the potion at the right opportunity? When she first saw this ritual, Alice had a hallucination of reading a Chinese cultivation novel. The time was not right, the fate was not right, it was obtained by the fated one, there was no immortal affinity. In short, everything could be attributed to fate, to timing. Just like Beyonders of the fate pathway can attribute everything to fate. Alice, who liked to attribute everything to fate, shook her head, sighed heavily, and looked at Anderson with deep eyes. What does this mean? Is this a secret? Did I accidentally guess something I shouldn't know? But I can't be blamed for this, can I? No, given his appearance, a leak was only a matter of time, right? He wouldn't have deliberately leaked it, would he? That's not right either, what good would that do him? That look, he wouldn't be planning to silence me, would he? I won't tell. Anderson jumped up from the spot excitedly. What was he doing? Alice, who had been seemingly deep in thought but actually mentally frozen for more than 10 seconds, realized that Anderson seemed to have misunderstood her meaning, mistakenly believing that she intended to silence him. Only the dead can keep secrets, she said in a deep tone. Klein remained silent, with no expression on his face. He was already used to Alice's occasional odd behavior, and at this moment, he was desperately trying to suppress his laughter. Praise the clown. Katlia swallowed twice with difficulty, Suddenly remembering that the first time she entered the mysterious palace above the gray fog, Alice had seriously told her that it was the underworld. She looked at Alice several times, wanting to speak but refraining, and ultimately said nothing. Even, the world, hasn't said anything yet, so let's wait for, the world, to speak. Only Anderson stood there, sweating profusely. As Anderson nervously organized his words and thought about what to do next, Alice finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, gracefully leaning towards Klein. Klein expressionlessly reached out and pushed Alice back to her original spot. Alice stopped laughing, glared at him, and then leaned towards Katlia. Katlia watched with a stiff body as Alice leaned on her shoulder, shaking with laughter, and couldn't help but look at Klein with a puzzled expression. "Are you done laughing?" Klein thought for a moment, then walked over and pulled Alice up. Amidst Alice's unconcealed laughter, Anderson finally realized that he had most likely been tricked. He had the same question as the others, but unlike them, he asked it aloud. "Your Highness, how did you successfully advance to an angel?" Anderson tried to make his wording polite, but he truly had no similar experience. His tone, and his words combined to create a sarcastic effect. "I didn't advance up. You know," Alice, who was being sarcastic, spread her hands. "If I had to say, I probably accidentally swallowed a grade 0 sealed artifact." Sigh, maybe this is the trouble of a chosen one. After a pause, she added, "Don't call me Your Highness. If you really want to call me that, call me Your Excellency." End of chapter. Chapter 391 Chapter 74 Misfortune. Your Eminence. Accidentally swallowed a grade 0 sealed artifact. No, not that, huh? Anderson's gaze lingered on Katlia and a certain unknown adventurer, seeking confirmation. He even lost the mood to think about Ouroboros. But he didn't wait for anyone to pay him any mind. As Alice's laughter gradually subsided, the ground began to tremble. A figure nearly 3 meters tall appeared at the edge of the island's primeval forest. It was entirely grayish-white, seemingly composed of giant stones, with a pockmarked face, devoid of distinct eyes, nose, mouth, or ears. The uncultured Alice stared at the unknown monster for 2 seconds before looking at Star Admiral Katlia. Klein and Anderson also didn't recognize this monster, but neither of them cast questioning glances at Katlia. Instead, they focused intently on the monster, looking very professional. "Stone giant," without Alice needing to ask, Katlia softly uttered the monster's species. Katlia turned her body, facing the future, which was docked to the side, and with her right hand slightly raised, she amplified her voice. "Aim. Is it actually going to be resolved this way?" Alice blankly turned her head to look at the future. The pirates on duty immediately adjusted the direction of dozens of cannons on the port side, aiming all of them at the heavily approaching stone giant. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs flew out, landing around the stone giant. Dust scattered and flew up, the ground's trembling grew more severe, and amidst the swirling flames, Alice saw the unharmed stone giant. The tall, grayish-white figure walked through the smoke and dust, seemingly not having sustained any serious damage, only minor cracks appearing on its surface. Alice looked at Katlia in confusion. Katlia seemed unsurprised by this result. She calmly explained, "This isn't a type of giant, it's a stone monster. Its core is the main material for a Sequence 5 Guardian of the God of Combat pathway, so its defense is extremely high." Then what are you doing? Alice's eyes gradually became bewildered. Katlia didn't turn back. She watched the stone giant approaching step by step and replied, "I haven't seen this Beander creature before, so I wanted to do a test." "I understand, this is like how Alice shoves everything into her mouth." Klein glanced at Alice, and their eyes met as she happened to turn her head to look at him. "Were you two just pretending to understand?" Alice asked with a sincere expression. "You should just know these things in your heart, why ask it out loud?" Klein gritted his teeth inwardly, starting to ponder what to say now to maintain his image. Just then, Anderson Hood raised his hand and said, "Who among you has Beander abilities in the Frost domain?" "So only you were pretending to understand." Alice's sudden realization followed closely. This, Anderson Hood's mouth twitched. He resisted the urge to look at Star Admiral Katlia and a certain unknown adventurer, still focusing intently on the stone giant. "I do." Katlia's calm voice rang out, making the scene feel a bit more like a serious drama. Alice curiously turned her head to look and saw Katlia pulling out a gray-black scroll from a secret pocket in her warlock robe, softly chanting an ancient Hermes word. Freeze. Is this an ability? Isn't this a mystical item? Oh, wait, this should be Scroll's professor's ability. Alice watched with wide eyes as an ice-blue flame surged up from the scroll, engulfing the entire scroll, and then crystal-clear streaks of light descended from the sky. Those streaks of light fell upon the stone giant, forming ice shards on its body, freezing the stone giant within. Amidst a teeth-grinding crunching sound, the ice layers shattered one after another, and the stone giant slowly walked out of that area. However, its grayish-white exterior deepened a bit, and its movements were considerably stiffer than before. At this moment, Anderson raised both hands, as if a conductor signaling the audience for applause, and Alice clapped cooperatively. Anderson finally couldn't hold back. He suddenly turned his head to look at Alice, his eyes full of incomprehension. What on earth are you thinking? Alice silently met his gaze for 2 seconds, vaguely realizing that this was not a good time to clap. To make up for her mistake, she decided to reluctantly move one hand. Alice had actually seen the stone giant's weakness in a future vision. Katlia's frost and Anderson's flames successfully cracked the stones on the stone giant's body. This was actually utilizing a rather physical principle. Although in reality, Alice possessed neither frost domain abilities nor fire domain abilities. As an angel of the fate pathway, she had other ways to achieve all this. For example, she could attract beyonder creatures skilled in frost and fire, letting the aftermath of their battle accidentally injure the stone giant, but that would be too troublesome. Alice shook her head, dismissing the idea herself. The ground suddenly began to tremble, and the violent shaking made it difficult to stand. Even with the help of beyonder abilities, Klein and Anderson still struggled to move. Compared to the helplessness of these two beyonders confined to the ground, Katlia was much more at ease. Starlight appeared around her, and she floated in the air, away from the battlefield. This shaking did not seem to be limited to their area but affected the entire island. The pirates in the distance were also inevitably affected, and they all brought out their respective solutions. Amidst the huge rumbling, Katlia's magically amplified voice was slightly muffled. Get back on the ship. Of course, it didn't matter, the pirates didn't need her warning and were already moving toward the future on their own accord. Alice calmly watched this scene from the air. The ground tore open and closed again in the tremor, but no pirates lost their footing and fell, nor were any accidentally stuck. Anderson didn't count. As the stone giant was cut in half by the earth's biting force, Anderson's scream rang out simultaneously. Alice's gaze shifted from the stone giant to Anderson. One of his feet was somehow caught in a crevice. Alice looked at Anderson with mixed feelings. The trembling of the ground began to gradually subside, seemingly only to trap the stone giant and Anderson. After this sudden earthquake stopped, Alice landed back on the ground with mixed feelings, walked forward, looked at Anderson's trapped right foot, and asked, holding her forehead. What exactly did you do to Ouroboros's mural? Normally it should have ended after the stone giant fell in. Chapter 392 Chapter 75 At least he was just dead. Klein looked at Alice as if he had noticed something. As soon as he looked at her, Alice instinctively looked up and defended herself. I just didn't notice him for a moment. What does it have to do with me that he offended Ouroboros himself? I just wanted to ask if the earthquake was caused by you, Klein explained. He paused, then quickly added. I don't mean to blame you, I just found out that you can do such things. The originally guilty Alice suddenly became proud again. She puffed out her chest and said with a serious expression and tone. Revere, tremble, mortals. I am the master of misfortune. I was wrong. Halfway through her act, Alice saw Klein raise his hand, making a gesture as if to hit her, so she screamed and hid behind Katlia, clutching her head. Katlia, who had witnessed countless similar incidents, stood silently in place, acting as a qualified dead person. Anderson, experiencing this for the first time, opened his mouth wide in surprise, wanting to say something but found no suitable recipient. The only seemingly suitable recipient, the adventurer whose name he didn't know, walked to the remaining half of the stone giant's wreckage and began rummaging through it. Empty, he said, standing up. Can you guys get me out first? Anderson shouted angrily. At the end of this farce, Star Admiral Katlia called 2 sailors whose names Alice couldn't remember, and they dug Anderson out. Anderson hobbled, wincing, and grumbled. "Damn it, ever since I saw that painting, I've been so unlucky." Alice blinked, asking in confusion, "So what exactly did you do to that painting? Did you really criticize his painting skills?" To this, Anderson Hood retorted without hesitation. I didn't do anything. I was startled at the time, but after staying there for a long time, the painting didn't show any more abnormalities, so I thought it was a hallucination." However, from that point on, our exploration team split into 2 parts. Most of them were scared by my description and believed that the temple should not be explored, while the remaining 1/3, eager to gain more treasures, set off deeper into the temple. We waited for a whole day, through 3 alternations of noon and night, but they never returned. We are all excellent treasure hunters and knew something must have happened. After a quick confirmation, we dared not stay any longer, dared not wait, and immediately left the temple, returning by boat the way we came. We had already gained enough and didn't want to take any more risks. After leaving that temple, we found that we had undergone some changes. On one hand, we became very unlucky, and nothing went smoothly no matter what we did. Even when quietly drinking a few sips of light beer, we would find that someone had used the barrel as a toilet and peed in it. "Oh, don't look at me like that, I don't have such a hobby," that was my companion's experience. Halfway through his narration, Anderson's attention was successfully diverted by Alice's questioning gaze. "I know, it's okay," Alice looked at him with pity. Anderson seemed to want to say something to refute Alice, but Klein realized that if this continued, the topic would be sidetracked again, so he reminded him. "And the other aspect." "Oh right," Alice slapped her head, "and the other aspect. How did you get here?" Seeing this, Anderson also gave up arguing and continued his story. "We gained control over ourselves in our dreams, no longer in a dazed state where we knew something but couldn't act. Furthermore, one of our companions claimed one night that he had received a revelation of destiny and was going to find a key that could unlock all treasures." Huh. Alice's eyes widened. Katlia and Klein also subconsciously looked at Alice, and their reactions made Anderson realize that things were not simple, so he tentatively asked, "Have you encountered similar things? What happened to your companion?" Alice avoided answering. Anderson glanced at Alice and continued. "He successfully persuaded some of our companions, about 1/3 of the original number, to explore the dream with him and search for that so-called key. We didn't wait for that group of companions to return. Their bodies in the real world also mutated into monsters, killing most of the sailors. And the companion who first suggested finding the key, he. Anderson's expression gradually became strange. "What happened to him?" Alice pressed. "He was like someone who had all his money and feelings stolen by someone he thought was his true love." Anderson Hood used an analogy. "Anyway, after we killed the monsters together, he shouted things like, 'Fake, all liars, all deceiving,' and then committed suicide. He didn't turn into a monster." Alice frowned slightly. "No," Anderson shook his head, "he was as good as could be, but he just felt, well, like he was very desperate." Looking at their solemn expressions, Anderson added, "However, no matter how we asked, he refused to tell us what happened and was single-mindedly determined to commit suicide. And because we lacked enough sailors and were too unlucky, we didn't watch him closely enough and later, we encountered a series of unlucky events and failed to reach this island before the storm hit. Our ship sank, and our gains sank too. The rest of our companions either drowned, were struck by lightning, or were devoured by the monsters in the water. I didn't see all of it with my own eyes. Only I, being a bit stronger and luckier than them, was thrown by the waves and successfully swam to this island, where I began to try to make a canoe to leave, but my last axe also broke." A bit luckier, Alice's mouth twitched, and she glanced at Anderson's still limping right leg, asking kindly, "Do you need treatment?" "Oh," Anderson looked at Alice in surprise, "do you have healing abilities?" "You could say so," Alice blinked, "but since you're so lucky, why are you injured?" "Relatively speaking," Anderson tried to explain, "relatively luckier than my dead companions." "Not necessarily," Klein calmly advised, "at least your companions only died. If you met her, you might wish you were dead." Chapter 393 Chapter 76 The Solution to Misfortune. Alice silently looked at Klein. Anderson looked at the unfamiliar adventurer, then at Alice, then at Katlia, and finally, as if understanding something, asked. Are you two, flirting? Ahem. Katlia coughed lightly, raising her right hand to her lips to cover it. No, Klein replied calmly, why would you think that? She's not even an adult yet. Alice looked at Katlia, who was stifling a laugh, then at Klein, who was feigning calmness, and turned to Anderson, saying. As expected of the strongest hunter of the 5 seas. She emphasized the word, hunter, and Anderson understood her meaning, accepting the praise. You flatter me. If you insist on bestowing such praise upon me, I hope you'll add a qualifier, such as, below demigod. I think I can only be considered the strongest hunter below demigod. Alice stared at him for a few seconds, then turned to leave, only to be pulled back by Klein. What are you doing? Klein asked her. I'm going to ask Frank if he can plant him in the ground, Alice explained. Star Admiral Katlia's horrified gaze fell upon them. Klein's mouth twitched, and he advised. Have you considered what might grow out of that? Evidently, Alice hadn't considered it, and she stopped in her tracks. Although he still didn't quite understand the relationship between Klein and Alice, to avoid completely enraging Alice, Anderson chose to change the subject and asked Katlia. May I have the honor of boarding the future? I will pay the fare. No, Alice replied unequivocally before Katlia could speak. Katlia, who had been about to ask for an opinion, withdrew her half-turned gaze. Realizing that Alice, who seemed utterly unreliable and easily refutable, actually held the power of decision, Anderson instantly changed his attitude and said eagerly. I'm very familiar with the upcoming route. I can help you avoid hidden dangers on safe routes, tell you which ruins shouldn't be explored, and help you dodge the mermaid's song in time. The mermaid's song. Klein's eyes almost lit up, and he barely managed to maintain Gehrman Sparrow's image. The mermaid's song. Alice didn't care about her image at all. Her eyes instantly brightened, and she almost jumped up from the spot. This reaction instantly exposed their intentions. Anderson looked at them with a smile, saying nothing. Alice stared at his smug smile for 2 seconds, then turned to Klein and asked. Can I kill him and commune with his spirit? Hey, that seems like a good idea, and I'd get a Beander characteristic for free. What sequence are you? Alice blinked, looking at Anderson. This was not a pleasant question, and most importantly, given Alice's displayed personality, Anderson suspected she was serious. Don't kill me. Anderson's mind raced, and he found his only use. I can keep you entertained. I have many interesting adventurer experiences. His analysis of Alice's personality was quite accurate. Alice temporarily abandoned the thought that had just arisen and turned to Katlia, saying. This kind of thing should still be decided by the captain, right? Katlia suddenly felt flattered. She didn't show it on her face, but nodded and said. I accept your request. But once we leave this sea area, you must give me half of your belongings. If you have nothing, then I want nothing. Anderson had no objection to this, or rather, facing Alice, who changed her mind every second, his only pursuit now was to stay alive. Haha, maybe after a while, my pursuit will be to be dead. Remembering Klein's evaluation of Alice, Anderson chuckled inwardly, then showed a smile and said. Deal. Despite Alice being an unstable factor, Anderson still felt much more relaxed after saying this. He couldn't help but remind them. Also, I must warn you that although my misfortune is limited to myself, you should still be careful, as I might attract monsters. Of course, I believe that with the combination of Star Admiral, this gentleman, this excellency, and myself, safety can be guaranteed. That's simple. Alice waved her hand generously. I can deal with your misfortune first, and give it back to you when you disembark. Under the gaze of Klein and Katlia, which seemed to say, as expected of you, Alice proudly raised her chin at Anderson and said triumphantly. That way, you won't have to worry about misfortune attracting monsters. Why? Anderson looked puzzled. Why would you specifically give it back to me? Klein glanced at Alice, who looked utterly bewildered as to why Anderson was confused, shook his head, and kindly explained Alice's reasoning to Anderson. To prevent your misfortune from affecting our subsequent voyage, she temporarily restored your luck to normal. But you haven't paid a price that satisfies her to ask her to solve your misfortune, so when you leave, she will return it to you. Perhaps she might even add the misfortune you haven't experienced during this time. Anderson looked at Alice with slight hesitation. Under his questioning gaze, Alice nodded in confusion and retorted. Is there a problem? No problem. Anderson looked at Alice, wanting to speak but holding back. Logically speaking, Alice's actions were indeed not problematic, but such a reasonable yet inexplicable logical behavior made Anderson feel a bit more real about Alice being an angel. Your angel brains are indeed not normal. Anderson took a deep breath, smiled, and asked Alice. How should I address you? Miss Fate, Alice thought for a moment and said. Miss Fate. This title. Anderson frowned, offered no comment, and then turned his gaze to Klein. Gehrman Sparrow, Klein introduced himself. Gehrman Sparrow. Anderson was startled. I've heard of you, the adventurer who almost hunted the rear admiral of disease, known as the craziest hunter. Last month, when I passed through the Rorstad archipelago in Olivie by ship, I intended to find you for a drink and to get acquainted, but you were nowhere to be found. Chapter 394 Chapter 77 Apollo. Last month, oh, I should have been volunteering at the hospital then. As Klein was pondering, Alice's slightly hesitant voice rang out. Last month. Klein looked at Alice expressionlessly. Alice swallowed the words, he was scrubbing toilets, that were on the tip of her tongue and instead said. Last month, he was contributing to the great cause of our Lord. Catlia's expression gradually grew puzzled. Klein struggled to suppress his urge to call Alice crazy, staring at her expressionlessly. Is he not here now? Anderson asked, looking dazed. He has betrayed us now, Alice replied decisively. Ah. Catlia looked at Alice, then at Gehrman Sparrow, bewildered. Ah. Anderson didn't know what to say for a moment. When did this happen? Klein asked calmly. Just now, you betrayed the great, can I say that? Under my threat. Alice blinked. You'd better stop talking, Klein advised kindly. Alice obediently closed her mouth, but a few seconds later, she couldn't help but ask again. Should I restore his luck to normal now? As she spoke, she looked at Klein and Catlia. You can, Klein nodded. So Alice's gaze swept over Anderson, and it seemed to take less than a second before Anderson heard her say. Done. Catlia looked at Alice in astonishment. Anderson's expression also couldn't hide his doubt, but Alice glanced at the ravaged island and turned to ask Catlia. Should we leave now? Catlia always chose to agree to questions in this form from Alice, so she nodded without hesitation, announcing the continuation of their journey. The future continued deeper into the ocean, Alice leaning against the ship's rail, gazing at the seemingly calm sea around them. Finally, no longer having to face Alice's gaze with trepidation, Anderson, like a fish entering the sea, happily chatted with the pirates on the ship. He successfully gleaned some information about Alice. I don't know, she seems to be a demigod. I heard Gehrman Sparrow is her dependence. Gehrman Sparrow said she is a sealed artifact. Among the complex messages, one was the most astonishing. Haven't you all heard that rumor? Gehrman Sparrow is being kept by an underage girl. When he heard this news, Anderson couldn't help but look at Alice. Alice was leaning over the ship's rail, staring blankly at the sea, as if she were on vacation. Wait, what was that? In the sky, a constantly approaching, constantly enlarging point of light caught Anderson's attention. He stood still, thought for half a second, then shouted to Alice. Look out! Alice turned her head to look at Anderson in confusion, just about to ask him what was wrong, when a bright light shone down from above, illuminating her vision. What? Alice subconsciously looked up. Something fell on her head in a ball of light, then smoothly enveloped her body. Quote. Alice raised an arm in confusion. She was glowing. Bright light emanated from her, like dawn, like the morning sun, illuminating the deck of the future. After the light dissipated, Alice found that the light on her was no longer dazzling. The things that had fallen on her became clear. It seemed to be a suit of armor. Spirituality spread out, and in a divination simplified to the extreme, Alice learned the armor's function. This armor came from the Warrior Pathways Sequence 5 Guardian. It had no actual weight, its form could change according to its master's will, it provided a defense that was quite useless to Alice, and its negative effect was rather peculiar. As everyone saw, the armor's negative effect was that it glowed, an unhideable light like the morning sun, illuminating a 50-meter radius around her, letting everyone know there was a person here. Even wearing clothes over it was useless, at least ordinary clothes wouldn't work. No. The strange effect combined with the source of the Beander characteristic made Alice involuntarily look at Anderson. She remembered that it was a stone giant without a Beander characteristic. Is this meant to compensate me for a Beander characteristic? This was absurd yet reasonable. Alice's mouth twitched twice. She lowered her head, and the armor transformed into a silver-gray hooded robe at her will. Light continuously emanated from the robe, merging into the morning light around her. What kind of crappy special effect is this? Alice gritted her teeth, then raised her steps without changing her expression, slowly walking over to Anderson's side. She stopped but did not turn to look at Anderson. Instead, she chuckled and said, "I think this should be a compensation." After speaking, she did not linger and walked towards the cabin. It wasn't until she entered the room that Alice grabbed the robe off her body and threw it on the bed. Looking at the instantly bright and hopeful room, she said, somewhat lost in thought, "Darn it, now I've become the protagonist. No, not really, it's still missing a BGM. After all, how can you be a protagonist if you don't change the BGM when you make an entrance?" She painfully reached up and covered her face. A dozen seconds later, she couldn't stand it anymore and looked up, covering the robe with a quilt. The dawn-like light was briefly obscured, but a moment later, the beautiful dawn pierced through the quilt, spreading out once more. Alice silently locked the door, exited the room, and stood outside the door, adding a loop to the room. When the spreading light touched the room's boundary, the loop would restart. So the morning light was confined to this small room. Alice silently stood up and returned to the deck. It wasn't until this moment that Alice had the inclination to do what she usually did, naming things. "Although I feel it might be dismantled later," Alice muttered on the deck, "but it won't be dismantled for a while, so let's give it a name." For Alice, naming was a rather ritualistic affair. She stood at the edge of the ship's rail, pondering seriously. The scene where she transformed the armor into a robe and acted profound in front of Anderson gave Alice excellent inspiration. After all, perhaps not only protagonists made an entrance with special effects but also soothsayers. And related to soothsayers, Alice's gaze fell on the direction the future was heading, her finger resting on the ship's rail, and she whispered, "Since there's already Cassandra, why not call it Apollo?" End of chapter. Chapter 395, Chapter 78, Calling Parents 2 in 1. The journey that followed was very swift. With Anderson's help, Future bypassed 2 hidden whirlpools and the ruins of a floating palace in the Sonia Sea. Klein also played a huge role in this matter, mainly responsible for keeping Alice from running around. Night arrived 3 hours later. The first thing Alice did upon entering the dream was to find Heath Doyle and see if he had suddenly gone mad. In a discordant shadow, Alice found Heath Doyle. He still retained the ability to stay awake in the dream, but he remembered his experience the last time darkness fell and had no desire to explore the dream. "Looks like he's awake." Alice blinked, her gaze sweeping around, then she spotted Anderson Hood. Unlike Heath Doyle, who was hiding in the shadows, afraid to be seen, Anderson was sitting openly on the ground, clinking bottles with Nina. "Want to join us?" he invited Alice, who was wandering around. The scent of alcohol reached Alice's nose, reminding her of the strong liquor she had tasted at the Lodar bar, which was certainly not a pleasant experience. So Alice shook her head, declining the invitation with a perfectly reasonable excuse. "Minors can't drink alcohol." This was an unexpected answer for Anderson, who responded with equal courage. "You're not afraid your parents will find out, are you? You're already an angel, and you're still afraid of that." Alice showed a fake smile and replied, "I think if your parents were true gods, you'd probably be afraid too." Anderson froze in place, watching Alice leave. Under a giant rock, Alice began her previous unfinished attempt. She planned to sleep within this dream. This was a rather peculiar experience. Alice didn't know if anyone had ever attempted such a thing before. She only felt herself transform into a small boat, drifting on the surface of the sea. The turbulent and unsettling sensation made her extremely uncomfortable. She endured it again and again, finally unable to bear it, and struggled to wake up from the dream, only to find that the familiar scene before her was long gone. This was a storeroom, with a full-length mirror on the right. Beside the full-length mirror, a figure in a linen tunic was huddled. Alice's sudden appearance caught his attention. The figure in the linen tunic looked up from the corner and asked a short, urgent question. "Who?" In the darkness, the man's weathered face appeared before Alice. His forehead, the corners of his eyes, and the sides of his mouth were deeply wrinkled, yet his hair was dark and lustrous. His eyes were a rare pure black, and his expression was distorted by pain. He seemed to have seen Alice's appearance through this lightless darkness, and asked in surprise. "A little girl, how did you get here?" A moment later, as if remembering something, his expression turned panicked, and he urgently said to Alice, "Quick, run, before that devil discovers you." His voice was urgent, but his volume was very low, as if afraid of startling something. Devil. Alice blinked in confusion, and a scene appeared with her thought. It was a knight in full black heavy armor, carrying a long, straight black greatsword in his hand, his eyes glowing red. Beneath his visor was a deeply wrinkled face, identical to the figure before her. Alice watched the black armored knight carrying his greatsword, walking through an area that resembled prison cells, opening each cell one by one to check, vaguely realizing one thing: he was searching for another version of himself. The scene dissipated, and Alice looked back at the figure in the linen tunic. "I seem to have stumbled into some strange place. When I wake up from sleeping in a dream, does it randomly refresh the location? Or is it just me? Don't think about those things, I should think about what to do first." Why not? Alice suddenly had a good idea. She took a step forward, and the robe she named Apollo draped over her. Dawn-like light emanated from her, swelling and sweeping through the entire room, tightly confined within by an invisible force as it reached the room's boundaries. Under the gaze of the figure in the linen tunic, Alice chuckled softly, lowered her eyes, and said to him, "Don't be nervous. I have glimpsed in fate that you are being hunted by a devil, and I have come here guided by fate. I have come to save you. However, before that, perhaps you wouldn't mind providing me with a form of address. You know, a name always feels more ceremonial when spoken aloud." "Oh, right, you can call me Miss Fate." Alice, treading on the dawn-like radiance, came before the figure in the linen tunic and extended a hand to him. This sight seemed highly deceptive. The figure in the linen tunic instinctively reached out, took Alice's hand, and stood up from the ground, resulting in an extremely awkward scene. The man who had been huddled on the ground was nearly 2.5 meters tall. When he stood up fully, Alice barely reached above his waist, not even his chest. Alice craned her neck, staring at the exceptionally tall figure, and fell into thought. Why is he so tall? The figure in the linen tunic had no idea how internally distraught the seemingly calm Alice was. He didn't seem to fully believe Alice's words, but still, with a gentle expression, he bent down and said to Alice, "Hello, Miss Fate. My name is Leomaster, an ascetic of a religious organization. I still recommend you leave here as soon as possible, after all." Alice, with a blank expression, looked up. From her perspective, Leomaster looked like a gentle, friendly parent. In the act of pretending to be a divine charlatan, Alice encountered her first failure caused by an irresistible force. "I should say something. Never mind, since it's already like this, why don't I ask him to sit down? After all, looking up for too long isn't good for the cervical spine." With this thought, Alice stretched her neck before saying to Leomaster, who was gently urging her to leave, "Can you sit down or squat down first? You're too tall. It's tiring for me to look up at you like this." Leomaster's voice caught for a moment. Several seconds later, he found his lost voice and stammered, Yes. He half squatted. Alice no longer had to crane her neck to look at him. No longer needing to maintain her image, Alice made a gesture with her hand, then tiptoed towards the door, pressing her ear against it. This was merely a ceremonial gesture. Alice was certainly not actually listening to sounds outside the door. She closed her eyes, and the image of the black armored knight with his sword appeared. Amidst heavy footsteps, the black armored knight pushed open another cell door. Alice's focus, however, was not there. As her attention shifted, a long corridor unfolded before her, revealing the outside scene. Alice reopened her eyes, a smile blooming, and darted in front of Leomaster, saying with a laugh, "Don't worry, that fellow outside won't be here for a while." "Hey, do you know who he is?" She lowered her voice, imitating Leomaster. After 2 failures, Leomaster no longer tried to persuade Alice to leave. Hearing Alice's question, he answered without hesitation. I don't know his specific name, but many pilgrims seem to know him and refer to him as the Black Saint. Black Saint. Alice immediately realized from the title that the one wandering outside was a demigod at the saint level. She relaxed slightly, though she hadn't been particularly nervous to begin with. In front of Leomaster, Alice waved her hand and said, "A saint, then you can rest assured. I am an angel." Ah. Leomaster looked completely unconvinced by this statement. Alice immediately wanted to jump up and argue, but as she opened her mouth, she realized their current situation and silently swallowed her words, muttering, "Do I really look that unlike one? Why do all of you have that expression?" After speaking, without waiting for Leomaster's response, Alice seemed to remember something else and asked, "Who do you believe in?" "A religious organization." This way of putting it, could it be that you're not part of the 7 Orthodox churches? Pilgrims. Are you here on a pilgrimage? To this question, Leomaster, after a brief silence, gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "Yes, I worship the original creator. He is an omniscient and omnipotent existence, the source of all greatness. He is the beginning, and he is the end, he is the God of all gods." Ah. Alice's eyes became bewildered. "So you're here on a pilgrimage too?" "Ah, you're here on a pilgrimage, right. How did that, Black Saint, outside target you?" Leomaster hesitated before saying, "The easternmost part of the Sonia Sea is where my lord sleeps. His holy mountain is hidden somewhere here. I led a pilgrimage team here, attempting to witness a miracle and redeem ourselves. Perhaps it was an inevitable trial, we were captured by that devil and died one by one. Later, I seized an opportunity, escaped from the cell, and hid here, waiting for the devil to leave." Alice nodded thoughtfully, then asked curiously, "So that's how it is. But there are so many religious organizations that believe in the original creator. What's your organization called?" "Maybe I've heard of it." Although the belief in the original creator was not an open belief, Alice remembered that there seemed to be quite a few secretive organizations that believed in this creator. Large and small organizations combined, there were quite a number of people. However, whether they truly believed in the original creator or in a god using a different identity was uncertain. The best example was the Aurora Order. Leomaster, at the opportune moment, spoke Alice's innermost thought. After 2 seconds of stunned silence, Alice suddenly realized that Leomaster couldn't read minds, he was merely answering her previous question. She looked up in surprise and blurted out, "You're from the Aurora Order." Alice's voice was startled and suppressed. She instinctively wanted to shriek, but if she drew the Black Saint outside, she might not be in danger, but she certainly wouldn't be able to continue chatting with Leomaster like this. "Hey, wait, Black Saint, he should also be a saint of the Aurora Order, right? Are they two, merely identical in appearance, that simple?" Alice's gaze finally fell upon the mirror next to Leomaster. In the dawn-like radiance, the mirror clearly reflected Leomaster and Alice. Alice blinked, then smiled at the mirror. Her reflection in the mirror returned the same smile. They both wore silver gray, glowing robes, and they both had bright golden hair and clear blue eyes. Alice tilted her head thoughtfully, placing her right hand behind her back and saying, "Rock, paper, scissors." Her reflection in the mirror likewise placed its right hand behind its back, its lips moving, and then they both simultaneously extended their hidden right hands, both were rock. Alice sighed in disappointment, and her reflection in the mirror sighed in disappointment with her. Not giving up, Alice again put her right hand behind her back, shouted, "Rock, paper, scissors," and then abruptly extended her right hand. This time, they both threw scissors. Alice frowned and withdrew her hand, reciting, "Rock, paper, scissors," a third time, extending her right hand. The good news was, she won. "I won." Alice, who had still thrown scissors, looked at the paper in the mirror and happily shouted to Leomaster, only to find that Leomaster's face had already turned pale. "Why are you so scared?" "Ah." Alice turned her head, as if sensing something. The mirror's surface seemed to ripple, and Alice saw her own hand reach out from within the mirror. She merely blinked, and another version of herself emerged from the mirror. Oh no. Although she wasn't sure what was happening, Alice's choice was swift and decisive. After casting a touch of luck onto Leomaster, Alice reached out and opened the door behind her, letting out a shriek. Ah! Her reflection in the mirror stopped in place, and heavy footsteps sounded. It was evident that the Black Saint, wandering outside, had been drawn by the shriek. "Hey, you should give up now." Just as Alice was thinking this, the other version of herself across from her suddenly lunged, transforming into a large, white, scaleless serpent in the process. Why are you going for it yourself?" Alice shrieked, dodging the fate of being encircled by the giant snake. Facing another version of herself, Alice dodged while quickly and decisively making a decision. A very familiar ancient Hermes language passage flowed from her. "Evernight goddess, higher than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. You are the Scarlet Sovereign, mother of concealment. Empress of calamity and fear, lord of slumber and silence. I implore your gaze. I implore your listening. Help me, goddess mama, someone's trying to kill me." Oh, yes, when faced with a problem she couldn't solve, Alice chose to call her parents. End of chapter. Chapter 396. Chapter 79 Inches Future, produces milk. This is 2 chapters. Alice's swift and decisive act of calling for help left Leomaster stunned, while the footsteps of the Black Saint outside remained clear, seemingly unaffected. But all of that no longer concerned Alice. Leomaster, the giant white snake, along with the entire storeroom, shattered with Alice's scream. She woke up. After a few seconds of daze, Alice tried to observe her surroundings to determine her current location. Alice found herself curled up beneath a large boulder, the very one she had leaned against when she fell asleep. Alice climbed onto the boulder. The familiar city still stood in the distant twilight, like a beacon. What was that just now? Just as Alice was considering whether to go back to sleep and try to figure out what was happening, the light of day suddenly illuminated the dream, and the night ended. Alice opened her eyes and found that the time had returned to noon. She inexplicably sighed and softly muttered, "This really feels like an abandoned game dungeon, with only 2 times, noon and night." Alice walked out of the room and onto the deck. After looking around, she realized Klein was not on the deck. Wasn't he so afraid of missing the mermaid's trail that he rushed out as soon as he woke up? Alice frowned slightly, preparing to turn back to see what Klein was doing, when her peripheral vision unexpectedly caught Frank Lee. Frank Lee was squatting on the deck, his expression shocked and bewildered. Alice looked back in the direction of the cabin and unhesitatingly decided to find Klein later. What happened? Alice walked over and squatted in front of Frank, trying her best to suppress the curiosity in her tone, making herself appear a bit worried. Alice wasn't sure how well she was hiding it, because Frank Lee clearly didn't care about that. He shook his head blankly and said, "Didn't I tell you about those little things? They originally needed to lie dormant for a period before they could grow and reproduce, but what?" Alice asked curiously. Anderson, the strongest hunter, who had been boasting to the surrounding pirates about how many pirates he had hunted, slowly stopped speaking and moved a little closer to Alice. Frank, still squatting, looked up and said, "They just completed a large-scale reproduction and also underwent mutation. This is simply a miracle." This made Alice finally realize that Frank was not sad, he was even a little excited, more like he had been stunned by a huge surprise. After a brief moment of daze, Alice recalled Klein's reaction whenever she was happy and began to gradually understand Klein's feelings. Alice looked around blankly, making sure no one had white spots on the front of their clothes, before turning back. What did they mutate into? Frank took 2 seconds to process the question, then rolled up his sleeve, revealing his hairy arm. Alice watched him tap the deck in front of him, a puzzled smile on her face, and said, "They drilled in here, and it seems they're modifying the future." Alice showed a slightly horrified expression. Before she could even imagine the terrifying scene of the future overflowing with milk, this very scene appeared in reality. Amidst dull thudding sounds, a milky white fountain, suspected to be milk, suddenly gushed out from the deck, splashing Frank Lee all over his head and face. Alice's eyes widened. Frank Lee was oblivious. He licked a drop of the liquid from his lips and exclaimed in surprise. The future is producing milk. This isn't something to be happy about, is it?" Alice made her judgment based on her faint common sense. She hesitantly looked at the milk stains on Frank's face. The enticing scent of milk wafted into her nose. She licked her lips and forced herself to turn her head to check the situation of other parts of the ship. The pirates at the edge of the ship's rail were now pointing at the cannon positions below in horror, shouting. The muzzles are spitting milk. This isn't scientific, but this isn't mysticism either. This matter completely exceeded Alice's comprehension. She stared blankly at the scene. At that moment, Klein rushed out of the cabin, holding several pages of paper, and was splashed all over his face by the milk gushing from the cannon muzzles. Alice, with her sharp eyes, saw him blankly lick his lips, swirling a circle of milky white liquid into his mouth. I wonder what it tastes like, Anderson also watched, dumbfounded. He completely forgot to ask a question, and even stomped his foot, causing another fountain of milk to gush from the deck of the future. Alice stared at that fountain for a moment, then stomped her foot in imitation, and a spray of milk splashed up beside her. Having successfully achieved her goal, Alice reached out and caught a handful of milk, then lowered her head and tentatively licked it. As freshly produced, ship milk, this milk was, of course, different from the milk that had undergone a series of processing for drinking. It carried a fishy taste that was unfamiliar to Alice. But regardless, the rich milky flavor confirmed the future's ability. It had indeed produced real, ship milk. Alice raised her head, her eyes dazed, and looked at Frank Lee beside her. Just as she was about to say something, she saw a figure dart out from who knows where and kick Frank Lee in the butt. Frank Lee tumbled several times from the kick, leaving puddles and puddles of milk on the future. Alice winced and averted her gaze, looking at the owner of the kick. It was Nina, wearing a linen shirt and a dark blue jacket. She glared angrily at Frank Lee, who was sprawled on the deck, and cursed, breathing heavily. Hurry up and deal with your damned little things. Do you think my chest isn't big enough? Alice's hesitant gaze fell on Nina's chest. All right. Frank Lee patted his butt and quickly said. At the same time, Alice saw Klein pull out a charm and softly chant in ancient Hermes. Storm. Azure flames enveloped the white tin charm, and a fierce wind instantly arose, swirling around Klein's feet and body, lifting him off the deck to a height of 4 or 5 meters. Although she didn't fully understand the current situation, Alice decided to trust this experienced adventurer. She quietly ascended into the air. Anderson was stunned at first, then he reached out a hand, wanting to grab someone to take him into the air, but Gehrman Sparrow was too far away from him. Anderson glanced at Alice, then withdrew his hand. The ordinary handsome hunter smiled at Frank Lee, seemingly very cordial towards the future's first mate. At this moment, Frank had taken out a bottle of dark green powder, grabbed a handful, and sprinkled them around while chanting giant language incantations. As soon as the powders touched the deck, green vines immediately sprouted. The vines grew wildly, quickly drawing milk and those little things, completely engulfing the entire deck and cabin. In just about 10 seconds, the future had transformed into a forest of vines. Phew, that's done. Frank first smiled at Nina, then his expression suddenly changed, saying, they've mutated too. Huh. Alice vaguely sensed that something was wrong. She sharply looked at Klein, then remembered that Klein didn't know much more about this place than she did. She tried to search for Katlia's figure below. At this moment, a pirate staggered over, shouting in terror. I have a watermelon growing on my head. Alice looked over at the sound and saw green vines sprouting from the pirate's head, with one of them bearing a watermelon that seemed almost ripe. Can this be eaten? Alice looked at the watermelon with slight hesitation, beginning to consider whether to pick it and try it. This is the so-called mutation. This is absolutely crazy, damn crazy. Anderson exclaimed. Yes, compared to the gentle and harmless fate, the Beander abilities of the planter pathway are truly too crazy, Alice nodded in agreement. Anderson didn't know Alice's comment about the destiny pathway. He seemed to realize something, his eyes shifting slightly, and he spoke in a deep voice. There's something wrong with the ocean nearby. Alice turned to Klein, who nodded solemnly at her. Oh, so that watermelon might not be edible. Alice regretfully glanced at the pirate with the watermelon on his head. Rip. Vines were torn apart, and the captain's cabin window opened. Star Admiral Katlia appeared there, shouting with a voice amplified by witchcraft. Frank, cease all attempts. There might be traces of the Earth Mother's aura remaining here. Earth Mother. Alice paused slightly and scanned the land. It is known that there should be areas of night, storm, and sun, and suspected areas of destiny. Now there's also the Earth Mother. Alice began to consider if she could go back and ask the goddess. Oh, merciful mother. Frank crossed his hands, making a gesture of cradling a baby, then he knelt down and devoutly kissed the vines. What is he doing, praying? Alice looked at Frank Lee's actions in surprise, then turned her gaze to Katlia. Star Admiral Katlia watched this scene silently, brilliant starlight instantly swirling around her, making the entire future glow with it. How wonderful! Alice resisted the urge to applaud. Katlia bent her finger and flicked it lightly, causing a colorless flame to land on the vines beside the captain's cabin window. The vines immediately ignited, silently turning into ashes. The colorless flames spread quietly, raging, yet not harming a single sailor, while the light emitted by the future helped it successfully resist the burning. Friendly fire. Alice hesitantly glanced at the light on the future, thinking she might need one of those. It didn't take long for the vine forest to completely disappear, leaving only the watermelon growing on the pirate's head. Of course, the connecting vines had also burned away. Phew, this is simply the arrival of a devil. The previous pirate took 2 steps forward and embraced the watermelon that had grown on his head. Alice looked at the watermelon curiously. The sight of the opened watermelon appeared before her eyes. Alice saw a milky white brain, full of grooves inside, and bright red liquid flowing out. Don't open it. Alice's scream and Katlia's warning sounded at the same time. They were half a step too late. The pirate, half out of spite and half out of curiosity, forcibly opened the watermelon. It split into 2 halves, and the scene from the prophecy appeared before Alice's eyes. Is there still hope? This question was quickly answered. With a plop, the pirate died instantly, beyond any possibility of rescue. The Beander characteristic on his body began to condense at an unusually fast speed. Looking at it this way, our destiny pathway is still better. At least a watermelon won't grow on your head, and inside the watermelon there won't be. Wait, that might not be entirely true. Alice suddenly realized that while the power of the destiny domain couldn't directly make a watermelon grow on someone's head, it could allow someone to come into contact with a power that could make a watermelon grow on someone's head. She, who was calling the kettle black, silently lowered her head. Just then, Alice saw a giant hand suddenly emerge from beneath the sea, slapping the side of the future. The hand had extremely long fingers, nearly half a meter, and was entirely grayish-black like a barren plain. The gigantic grayish-black hand gripped the side of the ship, rapidly climbing upward, pulling the part beneath the sea out inch by inch. Alice blinked. A silver-white phantom of a river abruptly appeared, spreading inch by inch, finally connecting end to end, enclosing the monster that had just emerged from the sea. To everyone's astonishment, it then climbed back into the sea, unchanged, at an unimaginable speed. The monster seemed not to have reacted to the current situation, or perhaps didn't know what had happened. It again extended its claws, grabbed the future, and tried to climb up, then, upon reaching the same height as before, it retreated, unchanged. Klein and Katlia both turned to look at Alice. A few seconds later, Anderson and the other pirates also looked at Alice. Alice looked at them in confusion and couldn't help but remind them. If you don't want to see indiscriminate, large-scale damage like storms, pollution outbreaks, or meteorites, I shouldn't have direct attack capabilities. Or, hell, General Ludwig should be nearby. I saw the possibility of him coming in a future vision. Frank Lee was the first to react. He unhesitatingly reached for the materials in his belt's secret compartment to use the corresponding Beander ability, but Star Admiral Katlia's voice preempted him in his ear. Frank, stop. Go help Nina direct the sailors, and adjust the sails with them. Why? Frank Lee subconsciously asked back. He's so slow to react, even I figured this out. Alice, who had overheard Anderson's guess, felt no guilt. End of chapter. Chapter 397 Chapter 80 Black Tulip. In this area, supernatural phenomena under the authority of the Earth Mother will undergo mutations, including your abilities, Katlia explained. As she spoke, Anderson seemed to notice something. A scorching white flame erupted from his body, flashing forward, leaping over the ship's rail, and landing on the claw that had hooked onto the ship's side. Then, the brilliant white glow quickly engulfed the part that had grabbed the future and spread downwards. Nina reacted quickly. She and Frank led the sailors, following Navigator Odilof's command, swiftly adjusting the sails to move away from the monster trapped in place. Huh. Alice landed back on the deck in surprise. Aren't we fighting? She seemed quite regretful about it. Anderson glanced at the rather disappointed Alice, suddenly remembering his now healed right foot. He smiled slightly and asked Alice, "Miss Fate, can you really control who gets hurt and who doesn't?" Alice stopped, turned her head, and said to him, "I've decided. When we return, I'm going to double the misfortune back to you." Anderson habitually showed a smile, opened his mouth, and then swallowed his words. He suddenly understood why Alice had reached out to cover her own mouth. After all, sometimes what one says really isn't under one's own control. Having achieved the accomplishment of making the hunter shut up, Alice walked forward, and Klein followed behind her, asking, "Is held General Ludwell nearby?" "Probably," Alice shrugged. "Anyway, it looks like we could run into him at any moment." "Hey, so why didn't you just kill that monster just now? Why did you run? What would happen if we killed it?" Anderson asked, puzzled. "You seem to be really looking forward to it. You'd run into the legendary Black Tulip because of the delay," Alice blinked. "And 55,000 pounds. Can you beat it?" Klein was tempted for a moment. Alice suppressed her excited gaze and turned to Klein. Klein felt the hairs on his body stand on end all at once. He immediately stressed nervously, "I don't want to encounter the Black Tulip at all." "It's too late," Alice stepped into the cabin. "You'd best prepare for battle now. You should be able to adjust it now, right?" Anderson finally couldn't help but interject. Alice ignored him. She pretended she hadn't heard anything and quickened her pace, leaving. So, a quarter of an hour later, Alice stood in Catlia's captain's cabin. Catlia frowned slightly at Alice, successfully making Alice shrink her neck and defend herself. "You were going to encounter the Black Tulip anyway. I just let what was supposed to happen. She was actually a little guilty. Although she was always boisterous, it seemed she had never really caused anything with serious consequences. Was it fear of Mr. Fool's punishment? No, not quite, she wasn't afraid of Mr. Fool at all. She simply didn't want to cause serious consequences." Catlia stared at Alice for more than 10 seconds, realized this, and had an idea. Under Alice's nervous gaze, Catlia shook her head, walked to the captain's cabin window, and was about to raise her voice to warn everyone to be careful when a huge, dark, eerie green schooner appeared in her sight. "Prepare for battle." She only managed to say that one sentence. Hearing this, Alice rushed to the window and saw a huge sailing ship. On its pale sails, a blooming black tulip announced its identity. "Actually, you're right," Catlia's calm voice sounded. "Held General Ludwell is a frequent visitor to these waters. Encountering the Black Tulip is a high probability event. Even if we avoid it once, there will be a second time, a third time." Alice turned her head hesitantly, and Catlia, gazing out the window, continued. "At least this time we encountered the Black Tulip when we were still in good condition. If it were after a battle, having suffered heavy losses, that won't happen." Alice immediately interrupted her. Catlia turned her head, gave Alice a gentle smile, and said to her, "On behalf of the crew of the future, I thank you, Miss Fate." Alice pressed her lips together. "She's still thanking me." Complex emotions welled up from the bottom of her heart. Alice ultimately chose to turn and run, only leaving a distant remark. "I'm going to check the deck." Standing on the deck, Alice began to recall information about Ludwell. Held General Ludwell, with a bounty of 55,000 pounds from Lowen alone. He is an extremely powerful spirit medium and has the highest bounty among the 7 pirate generals. There are not many living pirates on his flagship, the Black Tulip. Most tasks are handled by the undead and spirit world creatures he commands. He is a mass murderer, but he does not have a perverted fondness for killing. He simply diligently carries out the work of casting living beings into hell. He has intricate ties with the numinous episcopate and is rumored to possess a ring left by an ancient death. The Black Tulip was very fast. In just a few seconds, it entered the future's warning range. The dark, eerie green schooner slowed down and stopped at the edge. Alice saw an almost transparent eye appear in the sky corresponding to the future. It had pale white pupils, looking down without blinking. "Is this a telescope?" Alice looked at the eye in surprise, turned her head to say something to Klein, but found that he had drawn his revolver. So, was it time to act? Alice reacted, turned her head, and just saw the transparent, ethereal eye disappear. As the Black Tulip gradually approached, Alice could already see its full appearance. On it, white skeletons, some naked, some clad in leather armor, busily manipulated the sails. Pale zombies with longswords patrolled back and forth, their eyes burning with eerie green flames, surveying their surroundings. Phantoms, wraiths, and various strange spirit world creatures sometimes flew and circled, sometimes drilled into the hull, their indistinct transparent faces protruding from the ship's sides. Through her spirit vision, Alice discovered that there was only one living person on the Black Tulip, the man dressed as a captain, standing on the foredeck, quietly looking this way. He wore an exaggerated tricorn hat embroidered with white skulls and adorned with feathers, a white ruffled shirt, and an intricate, ornate brown short jacket. A slender rapier hung from his tan leather belt, which secured his white breeches. The man's face was covered by a silver-white mask, concealing all his features and contours. Cold, linear patterns around the holes representing his eyes, nose, and mouth made him look intimidating. This should be Ludwell. Where are his crew? Alice's eyes were confused for a moment, then she suddenly remembered a long-forgotten joke. She looked around, approached Klein, and asked him, "Have you heard a joke?" "What?" Klein put away his revolver. In this short time, they saw Ludwell begin to turn, trying to move away. Running so fast. That's normal. Klein glanced at Alice, feeling that he understood everything. After all, skeletons could very well be a novel toy for Alice. Alice cleared her throat and recounted with great feeling. The hero's younger brother died, and he was furious, wanting to avenge his brother. The hero's first friend, a Beander of the Mystery Prior Pathway, said to him, "Oh, my dear friend, let my knowledge help you." The hero's second friend, a Beander of the Hunter Pathway, said to him, "Oh, my dear friend, let the flames of anger help you." The hero's third friend, a Beander of the Corpse Collector Pathway, said to him, "Oh, my dear friend, let your brother help you." Klein looked at Alice in surprise. Anderson, who had walked over after the alarm was lifted, finished listening to the entire story and couldn't help but say to her, "Miss Fate, I think that your not becoming a hunter is enough to prove fate's favoritism towards you." Alice was silent for a moment, then turned to Anderson and said, "Although your bounty isn't as high as Dunnett's, there are definitely more people who want to kill you than want to kill Dunnett's." You know who Dunnett's is, right?" "We know each other," Anderson replied. "Good," Alice nodded. "Now it's triple misfortune." Anderson's smile froze on his face, and even Klein couldn't help but ask, "Someone will die like this, right?" Alice shrugged and replied, "No difference. Remember what I told you. Even things that are 100% certain to happen can have accidents, and even things with zero probability can succeed. So, if he really died of bad luck, he deserved to die." "Wait a minute," Anderson couldn't help but speak up for himself. "If it's 100% certain to die, how could he survive?" Alice turned her head, curved her lips, and whispered, "I think, perhaps this is my Sequence 4 advancement ritual. Maybe it also includes Sequence 3. I am trying to escape a certain death situation." Klein suddenly turned his head to look at Alice, but Alice, gazing at Ludwell's last afterimage, suddenly turned and asked Klein, "My monocle, you made it, right?" Klein nodded hesitantly, unsure whether to ask about the advancement ritual or what she intended to do. Alice didn't let him be troubled for too long. After getting her answer, Alice's figure instantly disappeared from where she stood. About a minute later, she reappeared. "What did you do?" Klein immediately asked. Alice showed a bright smile and said to Klein, "I threw the monocle Aemon gave me onto the Black Tulip." "Aemon." Anderson repeated the name. "Is that descendant of the Aemon family?" Alice was suddenly choked by this question. She thought for a moment, then turned her head and said, "Not necessarily. Perhaps it's a descendant of the Zoroaster family or the Jacob family." This doesn't seem impossible." Klein remembered Aemon's parasitic abilities and inwardly agreed with Alice's words. Leaving the puzzled Anderson and the contemplative Klein behind, Alice walked to the foredeck. The aftermath of the recent chaos had been cleaned up, and many sailors were gathered together. Alice curiously approached. A few sailors close to her impatiently turned their heads, and upon realizing it was her, instinctively took a few steps back, squeezing into the surrounding people. Those who were squeezed also scattered upon seeing the situation, eventually revealing Nina in the center, and the pirate who had just died. "Oh, it's that watermelon." No, it's that unfortunate fellow with a watermelon growing on his head. Alice recognized the identity of the corpse in front of her. She looked at the path the sailors had spontaneously cleared for her and, without ceremony, walked over. What are you doing? She asked Nina with slight curiosity. Nina was surprised to see Alice, then laughed heartily. We're holding a funeral for Rivel. Would you like to see? Rivel. Is that the watermelon's name? Sure. Alice nodded, her eyes full of curiosity. Nina seemed even more surprised, but she just smiled and said to Alice, I think Rivel would be very happy to know this. Alice suddenly fell silent. She quietly retreated, but the sailors spontaneously avoided her, leaving her the best view. I hate this feeling. Alice pursed her lips, eventually standing still, pretending to be intently watching Nina. So the sailors gradually became bolder, but still left a vacuum around her. Only Nina seemed unaffected. After everyone had adjusted their positions, she solemnly led them in prayer. Alice cooperatively imitated their prayers. After the not at all complicated prayer, Nina looked around and said, Rivel's wish was to be buried on the mountain at his hometown's port after his death, where there are the most beautiful sunsets. He wished to be cremated so that he would not be disturbed after death. Cremation. Alice's eyes showed surprise. This was her first time witnessing a cremation in another world. Well, it was actually her first time seeing a local one too, as she hadn't personally witnessed the step of burning or burying someone. Storms above, may he rest in peace. Most of the sailors believed in the Lord of Storms, and they all struck their left chests with their right fists. Alice looked at the sailors, whose prayer movements and voices were perfectly uniform, hesitated for a moment, then imitated them, striking her left chest with her right fist and shouting with them. Storms above, may he rest in peace. Forgive me, goddess, you are a tolerant god and certainly wouldn't mind such a thing. Does the goddess know? Alice deeply repented in her heart, then suddenly looked up hesitantly at the midday sun in the sky. There was no scarlet moon here. End of this chapter. Chapter 398 Chapter 81 Unfinished Transaction. Alice's doubt lasted only an instant. She immediately realized that even if the goddess could see the situation in the Divine War Sea, she probably wouldn't be watching her 24/7. Moreover, the goddess might be worried about dying from anger. Alice guiltily thought of the Storm Church's donation box. No, Aemon did that. Alice's gaze became firm again. She quietly watched as Rivel's corpse turned to ashes under the scroll magic, then went to look for Klein, who was nearby. Where was Klein? Alice looked around blankly, then, after a moment's thought, walked into the cabin. She knew where Klein's room was, knocked twice, waited outside the door for a while, and sure enough, saw Klein open the door. What are you doing? Alice asked him, puzzled. Shouldn't you be waiting outside for the mermaid? Klein stepped aside, led Alice to the desk, and showed her what was on it. I just read a book in a dream. Klein explained. I just wrote down the contents of the book. Alice looked at Klein in surprise, then curiously leaned in to examine the contents on the paper. The dense text and complex runes made Alice avert her gaze within a second, turning to ask Klein. Are you going to use it? I plan to study it, Klein nodded. After all, opportunities like this to learn in a dream are rare. What kind of look is that? Alice looked at Klein with a mix of shock and pity, and sincerely asked. Are you sure you haven't gone crazy? It seems she really dislikes studying. Klein's mouth twitched. After a moment's thought, he said to Alice. I don't think so. After all, I'm not like you. I finished high school and successfully got into university. Alice felt like she might have been insulted. You just wait, she slapped the table, solemnly declaring, sooner or later, I'll get into a university to show you. If not in this life, then the next. I'll definitely get in. Klein glanced at Alice, whose fighting spirit had been ignited by a strange desire to win, and offered an understanding smile, saying with concern. Since that's the case, why not start working hard now? When we get back from the sea, I'll find a school for you. Alice slowly shuffled towards the door. As she pressed against it and reached for the doorknob, Klein finally reached out and pulled her back, starting to talk about serious matters. All right, if you don't want to, I can't tie you up and drag you there. I'm not really your mother. If I were really your mother. No, your father, I'd definitely be watching you go to school every day. By the way, what you said to Anderson earlier. Klein looked at Alice tentatively. Anderson, what did I say to Anderson? Oh no, he can't be referring to that certain death situation, can he? What should I do? Should I play dumb? No, playing dumb won't do much good. He never pressed me about the wealth accessory before, but he must have guessed something was wrong. Alice blinked, hesitated for a moment, then gave up on playing dumb and tried to gloss over the topic. Actually, what I said at the time was just nonsense. There's no such thing at all. I just wanted to scare Anderson. Alice's voice grew softer and softer, finally trailing off. This wasn't because Klein was angry. On the contrary, Klein didn't seem angry at all. His expression was full of worry. This made Alice a little uncomfortable. She scuffed the floor twice with her shoe, finally saying in a faint, almost inaudible voice, "I'll be fine." Her voice wasn't loud, but her tone was firm. This attitude calmed Klein down a little. He briefly detached from his worry for Alice. The next moment, his emotions turned to anger because of Alice's words. "Even if you and Aemon really get together, I'll be fine." Good, this distraction was very successful. Now he just wants to hit me and doesn't want to ask me what's really going on. Alice thought, twisting open the door and bolting towards the captain's cabin, yelling as she ran. "Help! Captain Gehrman is going to hit me." Klein, both angry and amused, stopped at the doorway, pinched his brow, and muttered softly. "It seems she really doesn't want me to ask that question. Sigh, never mind. Actually, my worrying about her is useless." Listening to Alice's screams echoing through the cabin, Klein suddenly felt an unprecedented urgency in his desire to see the mermaid. After that, time remained at noon, and Klein stayed on deck, watching the future bypass several ruins and desolate areas, delving deeper and deeper into this ocean. More than half a day passed, during which Alice, carefree as ever, ate another meal, completely oblivious to the strange looks the sailors gave her. These sailors had all learned about Alice's brilliant performance in the cabin a few hours earlier. It wasn't until they were about to pass a submerged complex of buildings that Anderson stood nearby, pointing at the structures and saying, "Beyond this ruin, turn left and travel about 10 nautical miles, and you'll have a chance to see the mermaid." Hearing this, Alice, who was gradually losing patience, excitedly turned her head, just about to speak, when the sky suddenly darkened again. They skillfully found a spot and quickly fell asleep. As their consciousness sank into a dream, Alice again felt that sensation of her consciousness drifting. But unlike the previous uncontrollable swaying, Alice realized that she could easily break free from this pull. However, Alice didn't do so. She relaxed her consciousness, yielding to the gravity to reach her destination, and when she reawakened in the dream, she saw a row of French windows. The location had changed. Alice vaguely realized this. She curiously got up to observe her surroundings. A row of French windows, facing the setting sun, stood before her. The windows were impeccably clean, and under the sunlight from outside, they exuded an inexpressible purity. Beside the windows were long, natural wood tables and brown-backed chairs. Further away were rows of bookshelves, filled with various books. Alice approached the bookshelves and found many books there, with clear titles, all sorts of mystical texts. Alice walked over expressionlessly, stopping in front of a certain row of bookshelves. Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, the Emperor's New Clothes. She frowned, reciting the names of several fairy tales one by one. Finally, her gaze stopped at the end of the bookshelf. A copy of Roussel's diary was placed there. Undoubtedly, this was a blatant bait. This thing was even translated as a diary instead of notes. Even Alice clearly realized this. She blinked, and without hesitation, took the bait. Alice reached out and pulled out Roussel's diary, gently opening it, and a beautifully made bookmark fell to the floor. Wait, it wasn't a bookmark. Alice frowned and picked up the bookmark from the ground. This was a tarot card, or rather, a blasphemy card. Alice saw the dial with 8 pointers, 4 long and 4 short, in the center, as well as 3 different versions of Rosal attached around the dial, and the text printed in the upper left corner of the card face. Sequence 0, Wheel of Fortune. Note 1. Alice frowned, and the sound of footsteps approached at just the right moment. They're here. Alice didn't try to read Roussel's diary in her arms again. Instead, holding the diary and the blasphemy card, which only had the card face, she stood still. Bernardet, dressed in a light brown knee-length skirt, beige trousers, and black leather boots, soon stood before Alice. With her, Klein appeared from behind. Alice stared at the two of them without a word. After standing still for a few seconds, she suddenly realized that this made her seem lacking in presence, because both of them were taller than her. How awkward. Can I climb onto the bookshelf now? Oh no, climbing up would ruin my image, and I can't even do it. Can I fly onto the bookshelf now? Looking up at the towering bookshelves, such a thought suddenly popped into Alice's mind. Bernadette's voice rang out, timely stopping Alice's overly bizarre behavior. I apologize for bringing you here without permission. This is a library formed from the knowledge in my memories, but it seems you're not very interested in the mystical knowledge I possess. If you had talked to him before coming to find me again, Alice said, pointing at Klein, you'd know that the thing I hate most is reading. An unexpected answer. After a few seconds of silence, Bernadette looked at the item in Alice's hand and asked. Then, the diary and the blasphemy card. I remember you previously collected blasphemy cards. Alice looked at Bernadette with a half smile and raised her voice. If the reward you seek is the content of the diary, or information that can only be obtained by reading the diary's content, then the diary cannot be the price, because this is something you should have given me. As for the blasphemy card, if I had collected the other 21 and only needed this one, I might come to you for it, but now. Do you think this card is of any use to me now? Does it provide status? Or does it provide the corresponding potion formula? Sequence abilities? I think you've already missed the best time to trade with me. Now, what you need to pay is a price that can move an angel of the fate pathway. Of course, you can also try to move Mr. Fool. Well, perhaps moving Mr. Fool is easier than moving me. After a few seconds of silence, Bernadette spoke softly. There is an item you might be interested in. I have a soothsayer sealed artifact. Alice suddenly looked up, then immediately realized that with her reaction, her answer was already self-evident. Thinking of this, Alice simply didn't hide it. She tossed the diary towards Bernadette, and only after Bernadette caught it did she say, "Hey, that's indeed an impressive bargaining chip. However, I guess you probably overlooked one thing. For an angel of the fate pathway, if we have to worry about potion ingredients, I think we might as well commit suicide on the spot and become someone else's potion ingredients. No, even if not an angel, this might be the optimal solution. After all, there was once a winner who committed suicide in front of me. I think that when I truly need a soothsayer Beander characteristic, there will be no shortage of people willing to give me one. Forget about a trade, someone might even be willing to give it to me for free. Why do you think I would choose yours?" Klein, standing behind Bernadette, watched Alice, who was conducting the negotiation alone, and felt a wave of relief. She's grown up so much, it's really not easy, especially for her. This wasn't because Klein doubted Alice's intelligence. In Klein's view, Alice was actually much smarter than Emlyn, smarter than Derek, and even a little smarter than Audrey. Putting aside her unconventional way of thinking, Klein believed that the main reason Alice seemed like a naive and sweet girl was precisely because her luck was too good. She simply had no need to use her brain. She actually learns things quite quickly, it's just that her mind isn't focused on studying at all. No, even if she learns something, she seems too lazy to use it. Fate. But, does the fate pathway also have the potential to become a cunning merchant? Recalling Alice's insistence that the diary was something she was rightfully owed, Klein fell into deep thought. What do you need? Bernadette tried to ask. Alice didn't directly answer Bernadette's question. Instead, she stroked her chin, glanced at Klein, and asked curiously. Why don't you use him to threaten me? You should have been on the ship for quite a while, you should be able to tell that he's different with me than with others, right? At Alice's suggestion, Klein collected his thoughts and looked at Alice expressionlessly. As you said, you are now an angel. Bernadette glanced at Gehrman Sparrow behind her and replied calmly. Alice blinked, and suddenly remembered Bernadette's disdainful look when they first met, Bernadette bringing her here without permission, and the "you" that slipped out at the very beginning. However, she should also know that if I didn't agree, she wouldn't have been able to bring me here at all. Never mind, why should I look for reasons to cause trouble for her? I'm negotiating, I should be nitpicking to death. Alice collected her thoughts, looked at Bernadette, and smiled. But, you don't seem to respect me at all. At least, I don't feel your respect for me. You're even bolder than Katlia. Hey, by the way, what's your relationship? Alice's eyes showed curiosity. End of chapter. Chapter 399 Chapter 82 Mermaid. In Alice's understanding, this shouldn't be something that needed to be hidden, but Bernadette seemed to find it a bit difficult to speak about. She only replied with one sentence. I am Queen Mystic. This was a name Alice wasn't unfamiliar with. This name alone was enough for Alice to understand the relationship between Bernadette and Katlia, and also the reason why Bernadette gave that answer. After all, no one likes to recount their less than pleasant memories to others. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. Alice actually wanted to try. If she showed great interest in the story, would Bernadette tell her? But Alice eventually gave up. She asked Bernadette a question. Do you know, in the dream here, there's a very strange thing. It inexplicably chooses someone, and then that person acts as if he's gone mad, searching for some key that can unlock all treasures. Bernadette showed a visibly puzzled expression. It seems you haven't heard of it either. Alice disappointedly withdrew her gaze, looking around for the library's exit. Alice's actions showed her gradually diminishing patience, which made Bernadette anxious. She realized that if she didn't come up with something to impress Alice soon, this meeting would end without result. What should I do? Bernadette thought anxiously, her brow furrowing. Her gaze swept past the bookshelf beside Alice and finally landed on the blasphemy card, which only had a card face, that Alice was toying with in her hand. I have already missed the best time to trade with him. I can't offer anything that would tempt an angel of the fate pathway. No, actually I did offer something, but he didn't want to trade with me, he refused. He said some people would be willing to trade with him, or even give him things. Give him things. Bernadette suddenly realized something. She looked at Alice, or to be precise, at the card in Alice's hand, and said to her. If you like this, I will give it to you when I return. Of course, this requires you to first provide me with a way to deliver it to you. Alice looked at her probing gaze, stroked her chin, and asked, Didn't Katlia tell you about this? Bernadette stood awkwardly. Seeing her silent, Alice pressed on. You're not going to use this as a bargaining chip anymore. So what are you going to do? As you said, I have already missed the best time to trade with you. Bernadette lowered her head, adopting a humble posture before Alice. The meaning of this? Is she trying to curry favor with me again? No, it should be, please. She's trying to please me, but... Alice looked at Bernadette, who was humble but actually taller than her, and felt a pang of pain. Sigh, looking on the bright side, at least she's not like Leomaster, 2.5 meters tall. Recalling that awkward scene, Alice closed her eyes and, making a swift decision, stopped Bernadette from continuing. I can't make decisions about this kind of thing alone. It's useless to just ask me. Bernadette was slightly taken aback. No one would trust a child to make decisions, madam. Gairman Sparrow completed his first and last statement in this meeting, walking from behind Bernadette to Alice, who had long shown an inclination to leave. Shall we go? He asked Alice. Alice blinked, turned her head, and gave Klein a smile, speaking to him in an unprecedentedly gentle tone. How can you think of leaving? Learning in dreams is such a precious opportunity. With such an opportunity, you should cherish it dearly. Look, such a large library, with so many books inside. You should stay here until you finish reading all the books. However, considering you have other things to do, that's a bit unrealistic, but you can stay until you leave the Sea of Ruins. Why don't you go ask the owner of this library to let you stay here and study forever? After Alice and Klein, who was gradually showing an incredulous expression, stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, Klein, as if accepting her suggestion, turned to Bernadette and asked. Madam, what price do I need to pay to continue studying here? Bernadette looked at Alice, then at Klein, her expression gradually becoming bewildered. Should she handle this kind of thing? Recalling Katlia's handling measures she had seen while on the future, Bernadette finally made a decision. No, you don't need to. If you wish, you can stay here indefinitely. Alice showed a triumphant smile, reached out and patted Klein's shoulder, and earnestly said to him. Even after graduating from university, you must not forget to study hard. You must work hard and become a cultured and educated adventurer. In Klein's bewildered gaze, a dazzling light illuminated the entire library. Noon arrived as scheduled, and they woke up from their dream. The first thing Alice did was to go to the deck. She remembered that before falling asleep, they were already near the mermaid, and she didn't want to miss the mermaid's appearance. About an hour later, a faint, ethereal song drifted from afar with the waves. Alice closed her eyes and listened carefully. The scene ahead appeared before her with the song. Alice saw a patch of reefs and a graceful figure sitting on the reefs, singing. They had human torsos and fish tails, like in fairy tales, with scales covering up to their chests, and beautiful faces, not ugly and unbearable as in some legends. Good, it's the fairy tale version of mermaids, not the ugly and scary kind, and not fish-headed human-legged ones. Should I also rule out left and right? Seeing her thoughts tending to run wild again, Alice forcibly pulled her attention back, opened her eyes, and said to Klein, "You can adjust your state and prepare for your advancement." With Alice's words as assurance, Klein abandoned his plan to go above the gray fog for divination. He said to Katlia, "I need a small boat. It's already prepared." Katlia pointed to the side of the future without formality. Seeing this, Klein turned to Alice, who looked eager to jump down and catch a mermaid, and reminded her, "If you want to get close to mermaids, the night church has captive mermaids." Alice hesitated and stopped. Only after Klein left the future did she murmur, "Since the church has them, why does he still need to find them himself?" End of chapter. Chapter 400 Chapter 83 Tour Guide Bernardet. Church. Anderson suddenly realized something and turned to Alice curiously, "Are you an angel of the night church?" Katlia wasn't too surprised by this. Alice had once claimed at the tarot club that the Evernight goddess was her favored one. According to Alice, she had even asked the Evernight goddess to revert to her mythical creature form. Regardless, her close relationship with the Evernight goddess should be true. In fact, when she learned that Gehrman's purpose in coming to the Sea of Ruins was to find a mermaid, Katlia had wondered about this. She knew about the night church's mermaids, but considering the outrageous request Alice had made the last time she saw the Evernight goddess, Katlia didn't voice her doubts. Perhaps Miss Fate was feeling guilty. When the person was Alice, this originally far-fetched reason instantly became reasonable. Katlia maintained this guess until just now, when Gehrman Sparrow's words before leaving exposed the truth. Alice didn't know about the night church's mermaids, which Katlia found not strange at all. If it were someone else, Katlia might have guessed that the Evernight goddess was hiding something, but facing Alice, Katlia would only think that Alice didn't care about these things. So, Gehrman Sparrow didn't mention it, and she probably didn't ask. So, why didn't Gehrman Sparrow mention it? Such doubts arose in Katlia's mind, but she didn't voice them, merely looking at Alice, waiting for her to answer Anderson's question. Actually, not really, Alice thought for a moment and replied, "The church doesn't pay me, right?" "That doesn't seem right either. The church hasn't given me my previous pension, and now they're not paying me either, which is more, the accumulated unpaid wages or the pension." Alice blinked, shifted her gaze from the gradually departing Klein, and looked at the increasingly terrified Anderson, asking in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Although this passage was bizarre, it revealed a lot of information. Katlia, who was already used to it, calmly analyzed that Alice might have been a nighthawk before. Anderson didn't answer Alice's question. He looked Alice up and down and asked with confusion, "Why do you seem so short on money?" However, the church's pension should be linked to the Beander's sequence. Why do you think you can receive a pension? You're still alive." Katlia was mentally prepared for Alice to give a horrifying answer. Unexpectedly, Alice's answer was quite normal, mainly because she didn't explain why she thought she could receive a pension. Sequence 7, I was Sequence 7 back then. Anderson was stunned for a moment. When was that? How long ago? Not long, really, Alice recalled, just a few months ago. Anderson stood rooted to the spot, maintaining his shocked expression for a few seconds before memories slowly resurfaced in his mind. "Oh, she said she became an angel by accidentally swallowing a 0-level sealed artifact." Anderson looked at Alice in a daze and asked tentatively, "What sequence were you when you accidentally swallowed that 0-level sealed artifact?" Sequence 5. Alice answered without hesitation. "Spending a few months to go from Sequence 7 to Sequence 5, that's fast, very fast, but a Sequence 5 accidentally swallowing a 0 level sealed artifact. Anderson, who had originally thought Alice's mind was not quite normal, began to look at Alice with pity. Receiving Anderson's gaze, Alice angrily jumped up from her spot and glared at him, asking, "What kind of expression is that?" "No, nothing." Anderson withdrew his gaze. Alice stared at him, grinding her teeth, and said to him through clenched teeth, "Now it's quadruple misfortune." Facing Alice's threat, Anderson apparently didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. His only remaining rationality was not to say something as concerned as, "Haven't you eaten?" He merely showed Alice a smile he thought was handsome. Alice sneered in response to his smile, then shifted her attention to Klein. Klein took the potion amidst the mermaids singing and returned to the vicinity of the future by small boat. Alice watched in surprise as he steadily stepped onto a thumb-thick rope and boarded the deck of the future. "Have you considered working for a circus after you stop being an adventurer?" Alice sincerely asked, "Or forming your own circus?" Klein looked at Alice expressionlessly. Alice closed her mouth under his gaze, covered her mouth, and retreated to the side. Next to appear was Anderson. He looked at Alice with an amazed expression, then began his performance. "So you were looking for mermaids for a ritual, not to obtain corresponding materials." "That's clear," Klein replied curtly. Anderson shrugged and said, "No, it's not clear. A normal person would guess that the mermaid is a material you need, because this doesn't fit a sequence 4 ritual, but who knew, the pirate general level adventurer Gehrman Sparrow is only sequence 6. Only." Alice glanced at Anderson, who was also only sequence 5, and encouraged Klein. "Quick, hit him." Klein, who had the impulse to manipulate Anderson's spirit-body threads, immediately suppressed it, turned, and walked towards the cabin, ignoring the two of them. After achieving its initial goal, the future began its return journey. Although Alice told Klein that she could block Bernardet's surveillance, Klein still refused to discuss matters with her on the future, which made Alice idle again. After wandering around the deck, Alice suddenly had a good idea: she could go fishing. Fishing rods and nets were not hard to find on a pirate ship. Alice hesitated for a moment and chose Frank Lee among a few acquaintances. "Do you know where there are fishing rods?" Alice asked him. I want to go fishing." "Fishing?" Frank Lee was stunned for a moment, then enthusiastically led Alice to find a fishing rod. "I have one right here. I was just thinking of studying the fish here." Alice, led by Frank, found fishing rods and nets. As she stepped onto the deck with a fishing rod, darkness enveloped the entire future. Alice silently retreated to the cabin and went back to sleep. Dreams were also a boring place. Alice quickly remembered her last experience of falling asleep in a dream and seriously considered whether to sleep again. Before Alice could make a decision, she felt a subtle force pulling at her, seemingly asking if she wanted to go somewhere. An idle Alice decided to go and see. When she opened her eyes again, Alice found herself at the top of a spiral staircase, with Bernardet and Klein standing below. This was a bit too high. The condescending posture made Alice feel it was a huge challenge to her cervical spine. She thought for a moment, walked down a bit, and stopped a few steps away from Bernardet, sitting on the steps, and asked Bernardet below, "Are you looking for me for something?" After a pause, Alice suddenly remembered Bernadette's question at the end of the last dream, and slapped her forehead, asking, "You want my sacrificial ritual?" "Yes," Bernardet admitted. Alice looked at Klein. Noticing this, Bernardet explained, "He suggested I ask you directly." Alice looked at Klein expressionlessly. A few seconds later, Klein turned to Bernardet and said, "Madam, I will relay the complete ritual process to you later." The matter should have ended here, so Alice glanced at Klein and asked Bernardet curiously, "So, what did the fool say? Did he agree to trade with you?" "I haven't asked yet," Bernardet replied after a pause. "She hasn't given up on trying to save the country through me." That seems normal. After all, in a normal person's mind, moving a true god is much harder than moving an angel. No one would have thought that the fool was only sequence 6, no, now he is sequence 5. Alice glanced at the sequence 5 Mr. Fool and fell silent with them. This was a rather awkward scene. After a moment, Bernardet was the first to break the silence. "Regarding this dream, or this sea area, is there anything else you wish to know?" A chance for a freebie, no reason to refuse. Alice's eyes darted, and she asked her first question. "Are you protecting Heath Doyle?" Bernadette nodded and explained. Catlia once gave Heath Doyle a sealed artifact that allowed him to only hear sounds from a very close distance. Under normal circumstances, it would be enough to help Heath Doyle avoid some dangerous sounds, but the ravings in this sea area come from the true creator. Without Bernadette needing to continue, Alice easily understood everything. Other than this, and the questions Bernadette couldn't answer before, Alice realized she didn't have anything specific she wanted to know. She tilted her head and asked a question she thought no one could possibly know the answer to. Do you know how to get to the Forsaken Land of the Gods? Bernadette paused and said to Alice. Legend has it that the path to the Forsaken Land of the Gods is hidden in the mountain opposite, hidden in the projection of the giant court. You really know? Alice looked at Bernadette in shock. If I want to go in, what should I do? Bernadette looked at Alice, didn't ask why she wanted to enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and directly answered her question. I don't know the answer. The 7 deities might know the answer. Other than that, there is a dream of an Aurora Order saint here. Alice was stunned for a moment, and quickly remembered the 2.5 meter tall black saint, Leomaster. She asked tentatively. The Black Saint, Leomaster. Yes. Bernadette nodded. Alice couldn't discern her emotions. Alice swallowed, and suddenly remembered the glowing robe, the robe she named, Apollo, Number Way. As is well known, in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, immense dangers lurk in the lightless darkness. Of course, Alice believed that most of those dangers were nothing to her. The only existences in the Forsaken Land of the Gods that could truly threaten her should be two. One was Aemon, and the other was the power that was summoning her. Just like now, Alice suddenly had a premonition. She stood up, slowly walked down the steps, and murmured while looking out the window. I suddenly feel that I might not be able to go back. These words seemed to hide some bad implication. Bernadette and Klein both looked at Alice with unconcealed surprise. Meeting the barely concealed worry in Klein's eyes, Alice was silent for a moment before saying in a firm voice. I don't mean I'm going to die. I mean, I think it's very possible that I'm going to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Klein withdrew his gaze. The scene fell silent again. Bernadette thought for a moment and began to act as a tour guide. This dream world is not vast, it only has 2 parts. One is the projection of the giant court on the opposite mountain, and the other is the Black Monastery here. The Black Monastery here doesn't look big, but every building, every floor, represents a different place in this sea area. Behind every door, there might be the dream of a living being. I see. Alice began to examine this dream, whose owner was unknown. I see. Klein glanced at the stair railing and found that the sculptures on it were mainly human heads, beautiful at first glance, but eerie upon closer inspection. So he casually asked, whose dream does this staircase belong to? As a qualified tour guide, Bernadette answered the tourist's question without hesitation. An undying from the numinous episcopate. He came here to search for traces of the former death, which is one of the necessary elements for the artificial death, but he lost control in the ravings and forever wanders in an underwater ruin, transforming every adventurer who dares to enter into his zombie. I see. Alice nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly realized something. The goddess, the Earth Mother, the true creator, no, this one should be the ancient sun god of the past, the creator worshipped by the city of Silver, and then there's Storm, and possibly me, and now there's another death. More and more gods are joining the battle, and so far, among these gods, it seems only the goddess hasn't died or died before. If Storm is the Lord of Storms, he hasn't died either. Actually, the Earth Mother's death is just a rumor, there's no evidence. Phew, that doesn't sound like a flag anymore. Thankfully, Alice breathed a sigh of relief. The tour guide Bernadette glanced at the two of them and walked towards the corridor. Alice hesitated for a moment and followed. End of chapter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.